Tears well in Riarte's eyes as she faces a cold, harsh reality from the man she called father. He towers over her, delivering a crushing blow. Unlike her twin brother Rian, she failed to awaken the family's legendary power of water by her 20th year. But the cruelty doesn't stop there. He reveals a dark secret found in ancient texts. Rian's incomplete power will only become whole through Riarte's death. Standing nearby is Rian himself, the golden boy of the family, watching with a chillingly regal indifference as his sister is prepared for slaughter. The patriarch offers no comfort, only the hollow promise that the House of Elheim will remember her sacrifice. Riarte, labeled the shame of the family, realizes with a breaking heart that no matter how hard she tried, she was never meant to be loved. She collapses, a discarded tool in a ritual she never asked for. The patriarch's eyes turn icy as he barks the final command. Begin the execution. A massive magic circle erupts in a blinding blue light, trapping Riarte at the center, while hooded figures channel the energy of a floating spirit stone. As the ritual consumes her, Riarte reflects on her futile attempts to earn her family's affection. But as the water surges, something goes wrong. The spirit stone, instead of absorbing her life, begins to fracture under an immense, sudden pressure. The patriarch's face contorts in pure shock as the impossible happens. Even Rian loses his composure, realizing with horror that Riarte isn't dying, she's awakening her power at the moment of her execution. The stone shatters into a million pieces, releasing a violent shockwave of energy. The hooded executioners are thrown back in terror. They scream in disbelief as the family's greatest treasure is destroyed. Amidst the chaos, a transformed Riarte makes a silent, solemn vow. If she is given another life, she will be the one to abandon them. Darkness follows, until a voice echoes through the void, pleading for her to open her eyes. Riarte snaps awake, her vision clearing to find a mysterious, glowing entity reaching out to her. This ethereal figure of water seems to be the source of the plea. Confused, Riarte scans her surroundings. She's back in her old room she knows was burned to the ground on the morning of her execution. She sits up, wondering if the horrific betrayal was all just a nightmare. She checks her reflection, stunned to find herself completely unharmed and years younger. Suddenly, the door creaks open. It's Rian. He enters with a practiced, noble air, asking about her condition. Riarte's gaze is now sharp and wary. She knows exactly who he is now. She demands to know why he's there. Rian takes a seat on the edge of her bed, maintaining a strictly professional focus on her physical recovery. He reaches out, taking a firm, clinical grip on her wrist to check her pulse. Riarte watches him with silent intensity, her eyes tracing every familiar line of his face. Rian's facade slips as he complains that her condition has messed up all his plans. He looks down at her with a gaze full of irritation, calling her bothersome. Riarte is momentarily stunned. The words and the cold expression trigger a vivid memory. She remembers this exact day from 3 years ago, the day she jumped in front of an assassin to save Rian's life. She had been poisoned and fell into a coma. A selfless act that had apparently only served to annoy her brother. Realizing she has truly returned to the past, Riarte's shock turns into a cold resolve. She repeats his word back to him. Bothersome? With a sharp movement, she yanks her hand away from his clinical grasp. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him not to worry, she will never do such a useless thing as protecting him ever again. Rian is left speechless, visibly shaken by his sister's sudden change in temperament. The tension is broken when a servant bursts through the door. He urgently summons Rian, announcing that the spirit stone has suddenly started to shine. Rian stands to leave, casting one last confused look at Riarte. As he walks out with the messenger, the power dynamic in the room has shifted forever. The door slams shut, leaving Riarte in the silence of her room. She sits alone, the weight of her new reality sinking in. She recalls the moment the stone shattered in her previous life and the energy she felt being absorbed into her body. If she truly brought that power back with her, she needs to know. She focuses, clenching her fist as she attempts to manifest the energy. She reaches out into the air, calling upon the element that once meant her death. Tiny droplets of water begin to coalesce between her palms. The droplets grow, swirling into a perfect, glowing orb of pure water power. A small, triumphant smile plays on her lips. She has really awakened. Looking out toward the horizon of the estate, she realizes that while she doesn't know if this second chance is a blessing or a curse, one thing is certain. This time, she won't wait to be discarded. She will be the one to abandon the House of Elheim. Her eyes burn with a new, fierce determination. The hunt for her own life has finally begun. A lone carriage rattles through the dense forest, where a concerned voice asks the young master about the state of his eyes. Michael Burch, his vision shrouded behind a red blindfold, confirms the grim reality. He still can't see a thing. His knight, Walter, notes that the Elheim family is already pointing fingers, convinced the Virtue House was behind a recent assassination attempt. Michael remains cold. If Elheim won't cooperate to lift his curse, he'll have no choice but to investigate the family by force. Walter watches his master closely, sensing the growing tension. He reminds Michael that the royals send a deadly gift in the wake of the curse and insult, that Michael intends to return with interest. Michael's resolve is absolute. While he'll grant any wish to the one who breaks his curse, his enemies deserve only a swift end. With a surge of dark energy, he ruthlessly neutralizes the assassins trailing their carriage. He adjusts his collar with clinical precision, his focus unwavering. This is the creed of Burch. absolute revenge for every slight. The scene shifts to the imposing, sun-drenched spires of the Elheim estate. Inside, the atmosphere is as cold as the tea sitting untouched on the table. The patriarch of Elheim demands to know what business brings Michael Burch to his halls. Michael, keeping his blindfold on, calmly states he has a formal request for the family. Sensing the patriarch's immediate hostility, he offers to leave if his presence is truly that unwelcome. However, he holds a trump card. An official visitation permit sealed with royal authority. The patriarch stares back, his silence thick with irritation. This document, backed by both the temple and the palace, ensures Michael cannot be easily expelled. The patriarch's face twitches with suppressed rage at being professionally outmaneuvered. Michael leans in with a mocking smile, asking if the great Duke Elheim actually fears the power of the Burch family. Cornered by protocol, the patriarch demands Michael get to the point. Michael reveals the truth. His eyes have gone completely blind due to a curse that even a saint couldn't heal. He needs the assistance of a powerful water awakener to break the spell. The patriarch scoffs, calling the request inconvenient for his family. He warns that breaking such a severe curse could cost the healer their life, suggesting it should be a matter of choice rather than force. With a sinister glint, the patriarch gives Michael a strict 1-month deadline to wait for a candidate to appear. Michael remains stoic, processing the transparent delay tactic. He grips the armrest, accepting the terms for now. As Michael's boots click against the stone floor, he prepares to depart. Walter catches up, disappointed that Elheim made no real promise to lift the curse. Michael isn't surprised. He never expected a capable awakener to simply be handed to him. As his carriage rolls away from the palace at sunset, he knows the clock is ticking. High above, Riarte watches the carriage leave from her window, her gaze sharp and calculating. Under the cover of night, the stars offer no comfort to the blind master. Walter stands guard, noting the suspicious lack of attendance in their temporary quarters. He remains loyal, asking Michael if they truly intend to stay in this isolation. Michael sits amidst the garden flowers, listening as Walter reports that Elheim is officially gathering water awakeners. They contemplate their next move in the shadows of the estate. Michael lets out a sharp, cynical laugh. This gathering finally gives them a reason to move. Walter remains professional, though the gravity of the situation is clear. Michael signals his knight to go and gather more information from the Duke. Walter bows deeply, a faithful shadow disappearing to carry out his orders. Left alone, Michael's hand reaches out tentatively into the darkness. The silence of the grand room is heavy as he sits and waits. He exhales a heavy sigh, wondering if his sight will ever truly return. This darkness is a tactical disaster. He can still tap into his abilities, but without vision, delicate control is impossible. Suddenly, his senses spike. He shifts his weight, realizing he is no longer alone. An intruder has bypassed his security, and Michael has no patience for nighttime visitors. He readies his dark energy, sensing a presence nearby. But the hooded figure speaks first, clarifying she is no assassin, and certainly not an awakener sent by Duke Elheim. Michael pauses. The scent surrounding her is refreshing, lacking the musty aura typical of the Elheim family. Riarte pulls back her hood, her blue eyes glowing with a power Michael can clearly sense even through his blindness. Michael asks why she has come to find him. Riarte stands her ground, addressing him by name and declaring she is the one who can help with his curse. She steps closer, challenging him. If she restores his sight, what could he possibly offer her in return? The air between them crackles with the weight of proposal. Michael's expression shifts from suspicion to genuine interest. A dark, knowing smile plays across his lips. He reaches out and firmly takes her hand, sealing the pact. Riarte looks on, her gaze cold and determined. Michael delivers his answer with absolute certainty. For his sight and his freedom, he will give her everything. Michael holds Riarte's hands as she delivers a heavy, game-changing promise. In exchange for his help, she will give him everything. Riarte doesn't waste a second, insisting on examining the state of his curse immediately. She carefully reaches for his blindfold, her fingers working through the tight, professional knots the guards used to ensure it wouldn't loosen. Michael remains perfectly still, noting that without his sight, his other senses are heightened. He can feel the gentle precision of her touch and the distinct, pure scent of water radiating from her. As the fabric finally falls, Michael's eyes are revealed not just blind, but marked by a sinister, glowing sigil that pulses with dark energy. Riarte is visibly stunned. She recognizes this isn't a simple curse, but high-level black magic comprised of 7 interlocking layers that deepen over time. Michael is immediately suspicious, questioning how a member of the Elheim family who publicly abhor the dark arts could possibly identify such ancient magic. Riarte keeps her composure, hiding the grim truth of her past life, where she spent years reading banned texts in a desperate, failed attempt to earn her family's love. Warning him that any further delay means he will lose his eyesight forever, Riarte begins the technical process of releasing the first seal. She channels her water mana directly into the curse, amazed at how naturally the element obeys her will for the first time. Michael is overwhelmed by the sensation, feeling a powerful, unprecedented force flowing into his body, a level of water mastery he didn't think existed within Elheim. With the first layer successfully neutralized, Michael's eyes begin to feel relief. Riarte explains that releasing all 7 layers at once would be too physically taxing, so she will return to break one seal each day. As she pulls her hood back up to slip away into the night, She tells the Duke they will meet again tomorrow. Michael, still stunned by the encounter, watches her go and promises to wait, despite the fact that he doesn't even know her name. Riarte exits through the door, leaving the Duke alone in the moonlight, where he finds himself holding his discarded blindfold and feeling a strange, new thirst for the mystery she represents. Riarte reflects on the original timeline, remembering how the Elheim family lost half their territory in a brutal war against this very man. She recalls her father's ultimate betrayal, when he tried to sacrifice her life to complete her twin brother, Rian, as a weapon against the Burch. But the power dynamics have shifted. Riarte now knows she is the true master of the energy stone, and she plans to hide this secret until she reaches adulthood and can claim her freedom. Later, Rian visits Riarte's room to check on her health, but he's met with a cold, piercing gaze that stops him in his tracks. When she dismissively asks why he's even curious about her, Rian is left speechless by her sudden change in attitude. He tries to assert his authority, but Riarte remains unimpressed, knowing that without her, he wouldn't even be able to use his own abilities properly. Visibly rattled and unable to handle her new, sharp demeanor, Rian tells her she can roam the estate during the day before making a quick exit. Standing alone in the hallway, he is haunted by the image of the sister who used to protect him, wondering what could have caused such a radical shift in her feelings. Rian eventually meets with Einrias at the family's sacred energy stone, which is currently pulsing with a light far stronger than the day before. They believe the stone is finally awakening for Rian, but when he reaches out to touch the gem, his expression turns to one of pure frustration. He feels absolutely nothing. As Rian grips his clothes in a fit of insecurity, questioning if the stone is truly his, the scene shifts to Riarte. Deep in the shadows, she holds a candle, the stone's violent light actually responding to her presence alone. The night settles over the grand estate, a silent witness to the secret meeting about to unfold. Inside, Duke Michael waits, his presence commanding even while confined to the shadows. Despite the blindfold shielding his sensitive eyes, he senses her arrival immediately. Riarte sheds her cloak, stepping into the dim light with a singular focus on the task at hand. "Hello, Michael Burch." She greets him, her voice a calm anchor in the room. She takes her place beside him, moving with a professional grace as she prepares for the next stage of his treatment. Michael finds her formality amusing, suggesting a more personal address than just his family name. He leans in, his tone light as he requests she use his given name instead. Riarte remains a statue of composure, refusing to let his teasing break her concentration. "All right, Michael," she concedes without a hint of hesitation, surprising the Duke with her ironclad resolve. He can't help but admire her sharpness. She's unlike anyone he's ever encountered. He admits his condition has improved yesterday. Even a flicker of light was agony. Without wasting a second, Riarte activates her magic, a complex array of light expanding beneath them. She reaches out, her touch steady and focused as the healing process begins. To Michael, her hands feel small yet incredibly grounded as she anchors him through the surge of power. "Don't be anxious," she whispers, her eyes locked on the task of restoring his sight. Michael is stunned. Instead of the usual fear others show him, she offers genuine, technical care. He finds it fascinating the infamous Burch being treated like a priority patient needing protection. The waterman erupts, swirling around them a magnificent, controlled torrent. The Duke yields to her power, a rare smile playing on his lips as his interest in her deepens. Riarte's control is surgical, guiding the mana to peel away the second layer of the curse. The room glows with the brilliance of her awakening, a force that defies common logic. She exhales, the strain of the high-level magic hidden behind a mask of calm. As the light fades, she immediately checks on him, prioritizing his recovery over her own exhaustion. Michael feels revitalized, his curiosity piqued by more than just her immense power. They sit together in the quiet aftermath, Riarte relieved that the procedure caused him no pain. To Michael, her concern is refreshing, treating a monster like someone worth protecting. He wonders what expression lies behind her veil, wishing he could see her face clearly. He reaches out, gently touching a lock of her hair as he promises to repay this debt of kindness. Riarte is surprised he hasn't used his vast resources to uncover her identity yet. But Michael is a man of honor. He has no intention of forcing her secrets into the light. He knows a water ability this strong is a secret the world isn't ready for. He vows to wait until the day she chooses to reveal herself on her own terms. Riarte is struck by his unexpected kindness, a far cry from the rumors of his past life. She offers a faint, sincere promise to tell him everything before his eyes are fully healed. As dawn breaks over the castle, a new day begins with alliances shifting in the shadows. Riarte takes advantage of the daylight to visit the library, moving with newfound purpose. She reflects on Michael. The bad rumors from her first life don't match the man she's meeting now. She wonders if her own regression has somehow rippled out, changing the people around her. Regardless, having a powerful ally like him increases her chances of survival. She enters the familiar, towering shelves of the Elheim library. It's been a long time since she walked these halls, a place filled with heavy memories. Memories of the patriarch's cold, controlling grip flash through her mind. She needs more advanced therapeutic texts to handle the increasingly complex layers of Michael's curse. As she searches, a sudden movement catches her eye among the stacks. She turns to find a familiar face watching her from the shadows. It's Riarte Elheim, her third brother, standing there in stunned silence. The two siblings lock eyes, eyes, the air thick with years of unspoken history. While her other brothers were distant, Huimin was once the sibling she was closest to. In their childhood, they were inseparable, two shy kids who found solace in books. They shared a quiet bond, hidden away from the harsh expectations of their family. But everything changed the day Huimin discovered something he shouldn't have. He led her to a hidden room, excitement shining in his eyes as he showed her his discovery. He had found ancient, forbidden knowledge books containing secrets long forgotten by the world. They studied in secret, but the heavy footsteps of their father eventually found them. The patriarch slammed the door open, his presence bringing a wave of absolute terror. His face was a mask of cold fury as he looked down at the forbidden texts. Riarte and Huimin stood frozen, caught in the middle of a crime that carried a heavy price. Terrified and trembling, Huimin's loyalty shattered under the pressure of their father's gaze. The patriarch demanded to know who brought the forbidden books into the house. Without a second thought, Huimin raised a shaking finger, pointing it directly at his sister. "Riarte did it!" he cried, sacrificing her to save himself and leaving a scar that would never heal. Riarte recalls the cold truth. The patriarch knew she was innocent of the forbidden books incident, but he chose to make an example of her anyway to maintain his control. He unleashed his devastating water abilities, carving a deep-seated trauma into her young soul that lasted for years. In the aftermath, her brother Huimin would try to bridge the gap with meaningless small talk about the weather, but Riarte always kept her distance, refusing to acknowledge his shallow attempts at connection. Now, back in the present, Huimin corners her in the library, his posture hesitant and anxious. He tries to act the part of the concerned brother, stammering out a greeting to see how she's faring. Riarte meets his gaze with nothing but cold, clinical indifference. She is no longer the terrified girl he once knew. She is a woman who has seen the end of the world. Huimin is visibly taken aback by her transformation, unable to find the words to respond. The near-death experience of her past life has stripped away the fear, leaving Huimin's presence feeling entirely insignificant. He tries to claim he was worried about her recent poisoning, reaching out his hand as if he actually cared for her well-being. Riarte isn't buying the performance. She walks right past him, making it clear she has no time for his empty gestures. Huimin flinches, his composure crumbling under her rejection. He desperately tries to apologize for the mistakes of their youth, claiming he was worried about her all along. Riarte shuts him down instantly, her voice like ice. She exposes his true motive. He isn't seeking her forgiveness for her sake. He's only thinking of himself, trying to find peace and wash away his own nagging guilt. She stops in her tracks, her words cutting through his excuses. She reminds him that he stood by and let her take the fall just to maintain his image as the perfect child in their father's eyes. Huimin trembles, the weight of his cowardice finally laid bare. Riarte turns her back on him, declaring that there is no point in apologizing now because she has no intention of ever accepting it. Her eyes are hard, focused only on the future she is building. As he tries to grab her arm to stop her, she coldly brushes him off with a sharp movement. She leaves him with one final, stinging command: continue living that lie as the perfect child. Behind her, Huimin stands frozen in the library, labeled for exactly what he is, a hypocrite. As night falls over the estate, Duke Michael sits in the shadows, contemplating the state of the world beyond his blindness. He's learned through his network that the spirit stone in Elheim is finally beginning to awaken. His aide reports that he risked his life to find this out, fully expecting the Duke to demand a more rigorous and dangerous investigation. The aide prepares himself for the worst, stunned by the Duke's uncharacteristic reaction. Instead of a harsh command, Michael simply states he'll handle it via a letter, showing a strange level of calm. Michael even flashes a rare, genuine smile, leaving his aide wondering if the Duke has finally lost his mind under the pressure. The aide realizes the Duke's good mood isn't about politics, it's about the mysterious awakener who has been healing his curse. As the clock nears midnight, the aide takes his leave, leaving the mansion shrouded in a deceptive quiet. Inside the opulent halls, the light of the chandeliers flickers against the marble. Michael senses a shift in the air, his heightened senses picking up what his eyes cannot see. He taps his fingers rhythmically against the sofa, waiting for the inevitable. He realizes that despite the peace of the last few days, assassins have successfully breached the Elheim defenses. He draws a hidden dagger, opting for a silent, lethal efficiency rather than a loud display of power. He knows that using his full abilities would alert the entire household, and he prefers to handle this cleaning as quietly as possible. An assassin lunges from the shadows with a blade, but Michael parries the strike with blindfolded precision. He counters instantly, his blade finding its mark with terrifying ease as blood splatters the floor. He wonders who would be bold enough to send killers into this territory, and how they managed to slip past the elite guards. He senses a plot to sow discord between the great families of Elheim and Burch. Suddenly, a door creaks open behind him. Realizing Riarte has arrived for her session, Michael tells her to wait outside for a moment, claiming he's simply in the middle of cleaning. He braces for the remaining attackers, only to realize that the assassins have suddenly frozen in their tracks, overwhelmed by a chilling, divine pressure. Riarte ignores his warning and steps into the room, her presence radiating an intense, protective aura of water magic. She rushes to his side, her eyes filled with genuine concern. Michael is stunned. He told her to stay back for her own protection, but Riarte didn't care about the danger to herself. She only saw that he was in potential trouble. She looks at him, her heart heavy with the weight of the situation. She notices a small cut on his cheek and immediately offers to treat it once the situation is under control. Michael is floored. Even with the room full of hostiles and the scent of blood in the air, the only thing Riarte cares about is his well-being. This selfless display of loyalty and bravery sends a surge of emotion through him, leaving the usually composed Duke completely flustered by her dedication. The dust settles as Michael stands over the fallen assassins. Believing the immediate threat is neutralized, he turns to Riarte, firmly telling her to stay back while he handles the remaining cleanup. But as he reaches out to inspect a body, Riarte gasps in shock. Before Michael can even react, the assassins' bodies violently disintegrate, leaving nothing behind but a pile of bleached, ancient bones. Stunned, Michael asks if Riarte was the one who triggered this gruesome end. Riarte shakes her head, her expression grim. She didn't use any power at all. She kneels to examine the remains, realizing they've stumbled into something far more sinister than a simple ambush. Most common curses leave a signature, but these bones are clean, suggesting the use of incredibly rare ancient magic. Though the immediate danger has passed, the mystery of who sent these puppets looms over them. Michael finally sheathes his blade, the adrenaline fading. He decides to let his personal guards handle the investigation so he can focus on his recovery. Riarte knows they can't afford to wait. She prepares to continue the delicate process of breaking his seals. Michael watches her, his gaze softening with a mix of gratitude and growing admiration. As Riarte channels her divine energy, a brilliant blue light fills the room. With a surge of power, the second seal shatters. Michael closes his eyes, overwhelmed by the sensation of the curse lifting, secretly wishing this moment of quiet connection would never end. The scene shifts to the opulent capital, where the true architect of the chaos watches from the shadows. As the bone fragments of his puppets crumble into dust, the mastermind remains unfazed. This is Crown Prince Lucas Francium. To him, the assassins were merely disposable tools designed to spark a conflict between the Burchi and Elheim duchies. He smirks, confident that his tracks are covered and that the two families will soon be at each other's throats. His advisor notes that tracking Duke Michael's status within Elheim territory is proving difficult. Lucas isn't concerned, believing the ancient curse he placed is insurmountable. 346, 340 and 47. In his mind, there is only one person capable of interfering with such high-level magic, the supposed prodigy Rian Elheim. To keep his enemies close, Lucas orders a letter to be sent, using a potential engagement as an excuse to infiltrate the Elheim estate. Back at House Elheim, the atmosphere is thick with tension. The family gathers around their sacred spirit stone, which is pulsing with a rhythmic, heart-like beat. The patriarch is visibly pleased, assuming this awakening is the result of Rian's hard work. However, Rian stands in the corner, looking pale and distracted. He is consumed by guilt, unable to stop thinking about how he's treated Riarte 355, 356, 357. When he looks up, his father's cold voice snaps him back to reality. The patriarch mentions that Rian is coming of age and should start considering a political marriage. 3660, 3661. A letter arrives from the crown prince, proposing a visit and a potential match with Princess Ninian. Rian accepts the news with a hollow indifference. He remembers Ninian from their childhood as someone who was always easy to manage. 364, 365. He compares her to Riarte, who has transformed into someone unrecognizable and distant. The patriarch, sensing an opportunity to humiliate his rival, begins planning a welcoming event for Michael through 369, 370 ETA. He suggests a grand banquet followed by a hunting competition, a calculated insult. As the days pass, Riarte works tirelessly on Michael's recovery. The process becomes increasingly complex, requiring her to pour her very essence into the task. She admits the remaining layers are stubborn and will take time to unravel. Michael looks at her, his eyes full of a new, clear light. He reveals to his aide that he can now distinguish forms and even see colors. The curse is truly breaking. They discuss the upcoming hunting competition, knowing it's a blatant trap. 377, 378. But Michael isn't worried. He's actually looking forward to it. He clenches his fist, determined to use this event to finally trample the Elheim family underfoot. In one final, explosive surge of divine light, another layer of the curse is torn away. Michael's vision, once a blur of gray shadows, begins to sharpen with startling intensity. He blinks, and for the very first time, he sees Riarte standing before him in full, breathtaking detail. As the blinding light of the broken seals fades, Mikhail's world finally snaps into focus. For the first time in years, the darkness is gone, replaced by the striking image of the woman who saved him. He's visibly shaken, his heart racing as he tries to process the sudden flood of color and light. Riarte watches him closely, her voice soft as she asks if it worked. Mikhail can barely find his words, stumbling through a confirmation that yes, he can finally see her. The sudden shift from a cold, dark void to Riarte's presence is overwhelming, and Mikhail has to take a breath to steady his nerves. He looks at her with newfound clarity, admitting he's grateful that she is the first person his restored eyes have ever beheld. Reaching out, he takes her hand with the utmost gravity. This isn't just a gesture, it's a solemn vow. As the heir of House Virchi, he declares her their savior, imprinting his gratitude with a formal kiss on her hand. He knows one layer of the curse remains, but his faith in her is absolute. He leans in, his gaze steeled with a promise. He will give her anything her heart desires. Riarte freezes. What does she want? Her mind flashes back to the misery of her past life, the neglect, the cold stone floors, and the crushing weight of being the shame of her family. She realizes she can't do this alone. She needs Michael's strength. She looks him dead in the eye, her expression hardening. She identifies herself fully not just as a guest, but as Riarte Elheim, the half-blood and non-awakener who has been treated like a stain on her family's name. But she has only one wish, to leave the Elheim duchy forever. Michael absorbs her words, his expression turning serious as he recognizes the weight of her request. He offers a small, supportive smile, noting that she has a beautiful name. Without hesitation, he accepts the challenge. He promises her right then and there he will ensure her escape from the Elheim prison. They sit together in the quiet of the night, the atmosphere shifting from a desperate rescue to a strategic alliance. Michael begins to share his own story, explaining his position as the heir of House Virchi and his family's history. But he notices Riarte is quiet, her gaze distant. He's realizing he's doing all the talking. He asks her about herself, her likes and dislikes. Riarte is stumped. She spent her life surviving, not living. She hesitantly mentions she might like animals, perhaps birds, and she feels a pang of sadness, realizing how little she actually knows about her own preferences. Michael senses her discomfort and decides to show, not just tell. With a graceful movement, he summons a flock of Vircha messenger birds. They flutter into the room, their white feathers glowing in the moonlight. One lands softly near Riarte, chirping a greeting. A genuine, rare smile breaks across Riarte's face as she interacts with the small creature. Michael watches her, mesmerized by her reaction, his resolve to protect her only growing stronger. The Duke's here is ready to act immediately, offering to spirit her away that very night. But Riarte is pragmatic. She explains that as an underage noble, leaving now would give Elheim the legal excuse to hunt her down and potentially spark a war with House Virch. Michael realizes his eagerness might put her in more danger, so he yields to her wisdom. They settle on a new deadline, the day of her coming-of-age ceremony. That will be the day she vanishes from Elheim forever. As the birds fly back into the night, the pact is sealed. Meanwhile, back at the Elheim estate, a new player enters the board. Dantelian Elheim, the second son of the house, arrives home with a casual, almost mocking air. He's greeted by Ain, who looks exhausted. Dantelian is a rebel. He dyed his signature Elheim hair a fiery red and serves as a guard for Princess Ninian, just despite his family's traditions. He hasn't come home for a family reunion, though. He's here for the Spirit Stone. He laughs off the anomaly reports, mocking his brothers for being unable to handle a simple rock. He demands to see the stone immediately. They enter the chamber, and the air is thick with raw, pressurized mana. Dantelian is stunned. The stone isn't just shining, it's pulsating with a level of power he's never seen. Ain tries to explain that the situation has escalated. Normally, Elheim water awakeners seize control of water, bending it to their will. But the water in this room is different. It refuses to be conquered. The pressure reaches a breaking point as the water grows exponentially stronger. Suddenly, a loud crack echoes through the chamber as the elemental stone shatters under the internal pressure. A massive boom rocks the room, sending a shockwave of energy through the manor. As the mist clears, a silhouette appears within the light. Emerging from the wreckage of the stone is a young boy with vibrant blue hair and pointed ears, a literal spirit incarnate. He looks at the stunned Elheim brothers with wide. A celestial boy with hair like crashing waves drifts in a void of light, demanding to know who disturbed his eternal slumber. The head of the Elheim family stands frozen, his face pale as he witnesses the impossible. Beside him, Dantelian is paralyzed by the sheer weight of the atmosphere, realizing no mortal could possess such a terrifying aura. This is no mere child. It is a divine being manifested from the very essence of water. The Elheim patriarch trembles, barely finding his voice to ask the entity's identity. The spirit's eyes narrow with cold arrogance, offended that a mere human would dare address him first. With a flick of his wrist, torrents of water surge forward like striking serpents. The two men are hoisted into the air, gasping for breath as the liquid coils tighten around their throats. Dantelian struggles against the suffocating pressure, his eyes wide with primal fear. The boy reveals his true nature. He is the 10th weapon and the first contractor to the legendary Rian. The mention of their ancestor sends a shockwave through the Elheim men. With a chilling smile, the entity confirms his title. He is the Elemental King. He stares at them with predatory grace, his power illuminating the entire chamber. He scoffs at his descendants, mocking their pathetic lack of magical strength as they dangle helplessly. The Elheim head gasps for air, the water's grip unyielding. The king demands to see the one who actually woke him, his patience wearing thin. Finally released, the two men collapse to the floor, lungs burning as they scramble for composure. Dantelian realizes they are viewed as nothing more than insects. One wrong word means certain death. Desperate, they point toward the door, explaining that the child who triggered the stone is just outside. The Elemental King considers this, his expression unreadable and distant. He decides he isn't ready for the meeting just yet, his voice cold and final. He commands them to bring Urin's true successor to him in exactly 3 days, before vanishing back into the stone. The pressure vanishes, leaving the two men shaking in the sudden silence of the chapel. The spirit stone sits restored on its pedestal, glowing with a new, ominous light that must be kept secret from their enemies. Attempting to leave, they find the massive chapel doors, sealed tight by an invisible force. The patriarch snaps at his sons, frustrated that they've been locked out of their own sanctum. He realizes they are at the mercy of the king's 3-day deadline. As they plan their next move, the conversation shifts to Rian, whose recent fixation on Riarte has become impossible to ignore. The Duke decides to let Rian have his way for now, focused entirely on hiding the Elemental King's return from the House of Burch. 3 days later, the grandeur of the Imperial hunting competition begins under a canopy of lush green. The forest air is thick with anticipation as the nobility gathers for the event. Michael stands among the crowd, his presence commanding, despite the red blindfold covering his eyes. He remains vigilant, his senses heightened as he monitors the surrounding movements. Nearby, Rian maintains a tight grip on Riarte, his protective stance bordering on obsession. Michael's eyes twitch beneath the fabric. He can sense the tension, and he certainly doesn't like what he's feeling. The Duke of Elheim approaches, offering a polite but hollow greeting to the young Lord Burch. Michael plays his part perfectly, maintaining a professional and composed demeanor. A subtle grin touches his lips. Only one layer of the sevenfold curse remains, and his vision is nearly fully restored. The Duke still believes Michael is completely blind, a misconception Michael is more than happy to exploit. He stands like a silent sentinel, observing everything while appearing to see nothing. Across the clearing, Rian continues to hover over Riarte, his hand firmly on her arm. He squeezes her hand, a gesture of forced familiarity that doesn't go unnoticed. Michael watches the interaction through the thin veil of his blindfold, his gaze sharp and calculating. Deep in the woods, the rustle of leaves signals Riarte's quiet retreat from the main camp. She sits alone, reflecting on how much Rian has changed since her regression. He never would have acted this way before. Her thoughts are interrupted as Rian tracks her down, his expression uncharacteristically intense. He insists on bringing her a trophy from the hunt, demanding to know what she desires. Riarte is startled when he suddenly snatches her hands, his grip firm and inescapable. Looking into his eyes, she searches for a way to dismiss him, her expression guarded. She asks for a silver fox, a creature notoriously difficult to capture alive, hoping the impossible task will keep him away. To her surprise, Rian simply smirks, accepting the challenge with unsettling confidence. He slowly loosens his grip, promising to fulfill her request as if it were a sacred vow. As he leaves, Riarte clenches her fist, feeling a surge of annoyance at his persistent interference in her life. She turns at the sound of her name, her blue eyes wide with sudden recognition. She rises quickly, her dark gown flowing around her as she faces the newcomer. Emerging from the shadows of the ancient trees is the one person she truly trusts. Michael stands before her, looking radiant and heroic, a stark contrast to the stifling atmosphere of the Elheim camp. Deep in the forest, Riarte's quiet moment is shattered as a familiar voice calls her name, leaving her startled. She looks up in shock, wondering how Michael managed to track her down in such a secluded spot. Michael offers a gentle, reassuring smile, his calm presence immediately diffusing the tension. He playfully reveals that he simply followed the refreshing scent of her presence, carried through the wind. The two share a brief, lighthearted moment, a rare pocket of peace amidst the chaos of the hunt. Shifting to a more serious tone, Riarte asks if his eyes have truly recovered. Michael reaches out, his focus entirely on Riarte's well-being as he checks on her. When she dismisses her own past suffering as something she's merely used to, Michael's expression darkens with genuine concern. He looks her directly in the eyes, his voice firm as he insists that she should never have to get used to pain. As he leans in, his gaze is intense, emphasizing that he refuses to let her hurt anymore. Riarte is left momentarily breathless, her eyes shimmering with a mix of confusion and a flicker of hope she hasn't felt in years. Trying to regain her composure, she asks why he really went through the trouble of finding her. Michael turns away slightly, a rare hint of a blush coloring his face as he admits he simply wanted to see her. Riarte is struck by the realization that while her family treats her like a non-person for being unawakened, this man truly cares for her. For the first time, she offers a genuine sentiment, admitting she's glad he came. The Duke is visibly moved, his heart racing as he processes her rare display of warmth. He helps her up, maintaining a strictly professional and respectful distance as they prepare to return. Riarte inquires if he'll be attending the post-competition banquet, her mind momentarily flashing to the cold, oppressive atmosphere of her household. Michael confirms his attendance on one condition: that she goes as well, so they can share a dance. When Riarte admits she doesn't know how, Michael promises to be her teacher. He bids her a charming farewell, leaving Riarte with a lingering sense of anticipation. Elsewhere in the woods, the sound of heavy boots tramples the forest floor. Rian is on a desperate, singular mission, stalking through the brush with predatory focus. He spots something on the ground that stops him mid-stride. Kneeling down, he inspects a small tuft of fur caught on a branch. Examining the silver strands, Rian's gaze turns cold. His target is close. He recalls his father's warnings about the silver fox, a breed nearly hunted to extinction by the previous generation. It is a trophy of ultimate prestige, a creature of legend. Gripping the fur, Rian realizes this might be the last silver fox in Elheim. He remembers Riarte's distant, cold eyes and becomes obsessed with the idea that catching this fox is the only way to fix their broken bond. In his twisted logic, he believes this prize can force things back to the way they were. A rustle in the bushes sends Rian spinning around, ready to strike. The brush parts to reveal the legendary silver fox, looking small and vulnerable. It sits quietly, completely unaware of the hunter looming over it. Rian's eyes widen in triumph as he reaches out, certain the prize is finally within his grasp. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot rings out, missing the fox, but sending it into a state of total shock. Rian is stunned, his face contorting with rage as he wonders who dared to interfere with his kill. The poor creature faints on the spot from the sheer terror of the noise. A pair of boots approaches the fallen fox, and Rian demands to know the meaning of this intrusion. Duke Michael emerges from the shadows, casually cradling the unconscious fox in his arms. Even with his eyes covered, Michael's presence is overwhelming as he mocks Rian, noting that a man who can see clearly has far inferior skills to one who is blindfolded. Michael turns to leave with the prize, telling Rian to be faster next time. He leaves the young Elheim here with a chilling warning. If he isn't careful, he'll lose everything he's chasing. As evening falls, the grand estate is bathed in a golden hue. Back in her room, Riarte sits alone, lost in thought. She looks at a gift box containing a dress Rian sent for the banquet address she hasn't even opened. In her previous life, a banquet was a luxury she was never allowed to experience. She finally opens the box, revealing a stunning gown that represents a future she never thought possible. Looking in the mirror, she sees the ghost of the girl she used to be fated, neglected, and trapped. She remembers the chains of her past and the despair that once defined her. But that life is over. With a new fierce light in her eyes, Riarte resolves that she will no longer be a victim of fate, she will be the one to write her own future. As the sun sets, the grand carriage arrives at the palace for the evening's most anticipated event. Ninian Elheim steps out onto the stone path, greeted with the utmost formality by the estate staff. She immediately rushes to Rian, greeting him with an enthusiastic embrace. Together, they approach the crown prince, maintaining the rigid etiquette expected of their rank. The prince acknowledges them with a sharp, calculating gaze, standing as the golden pillar of imperial authority. Inside the banquet hall, the atmosphere is electric as the orchestra begins to play. High society has gathered in droves, filling the room with a low hum of gossip. The prince leads the Elheim siblings through the crowd, a display of power for all to see. From across the room, Dantirian's eyes widen as he spots the group's arrival. He joins the rest of the Elheim brothers as they march into the hall with practiced, noble poise. Dantirian can't help but react to Ninian's overly excitable behavior, which feels out of place in such a formal setting. The Elheim patriarch offers a deep bow to the crown prince, welcoming the royal presence. A subtle, knowing smile crosses the prince's face as he casually steers the conversation toward the results of the afternoon's hunting competition. The patriarch's composure wavers, a bead of sweat forming as he senses an underlying threat. The prince's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he demands to know exactly what transpired in the woods. His focus shifts, his gaze searching the room as he asks for the location of Michael Burch. Unbeknownst to the prying eyes of the court, Michael Burch leans against a flower-adorned pillar, his eyes concealed behind a red blindfold. The prince observes him from afar, satisfied to see that the curse continues to hold its grip. Ninian clings to her brother's arm, trying to decipher his dark mood. The prince whispers a warning about Lian's current state of mind, while secretly harboring a cold disdain for Ninian's lack of awareness regarding her own standing. Ninian simply blinks, unable to grasp the tension thick in the air. Suddenly, the collective breath of the room hitches. The patriarch turns, his irritation rising at the sudden disruption of the social order. A slender, gloved hand grips the golden banister. A single, elegant step lands on the staircase, and Riarte Elheim makes her entrance. She descends the stairs in a breathtaking midnight blue gown, her presence commanding the entire hall. The patriarch stands frozen, his face a mask of pure disbelief. He can barely utter a word as he stares at the girl he once ignored. In this moment, Riarte is the haunting image of her late mother, offering a calm apology for her late arrival. Ninian's eyes sparkle with sudden, genuine awe. She admits she failed to recognize Riarte, so transformed by her newfound confidence and attire, the other brothers are equally stunned, unable to look away from the sister they once marginalized. Dantirian watches her, his expression unreadable as he processes her transformation. Riarte stands with perfect, composed grace, a true noble lady in every sense. Rian watches her from the sidelines, haunted by the memory of how Riarte used to desperately seek the family's affection. He recalls a time in their childhood when he coldly rejected her, walking away while she reached out for him. He had told her then never to follow him again, leaving her behind without a second glance. Now the roles have shifted. Riarte turns her back to him, her posture radiating a cold indifference. When she looks at him, her eyes are like ice, devoid of the warmth she once carried. The realization of his loss leaves Rian looking physically pained. Driven by a sudden impulse to reclaim her attention, Rian reaches out. He formally requests a dance, hoping to bridge the gap between them. However, Michael Burch suddenly intercedes, his presence cutting through the tension like a blade. With a smug, confident smile, Michael offers his hand to Riarte instead, a direct challenge to Rian's authority. Rian is left speechless, his shock turning into visible fury. Riarte looks at Michael, and without a moment's hesitation, places her hand in his. As they begin their dance, Riarte offers Michael a genuine, radiant smile. Lion is left standing alone, a bitter echo of the time he left Riarte isolated in the past. The music swells under the grand chandeliers, and the two move across the floor with flawless technical precision. Michael maintains a strictly professional focus on the performance, complementing Riarte's appearance to keep up appearances. From the edge of the floor, the crown prince watches them with a dark, predatory intensity. Seeing the royal crest, Riarte's mind begins to race. A terrifying realization takes hold. She wonders if the royal family is the true architect behind the tragedies of her past. She leans in, asking Michael if it is truly safe for them to be dancing so publicly given the eyes on them. Michael confirms her fears. The mastermind behind the curse on his eyes is present in this very hall. He smirks, impressed that she has already connected the dots. Despite the danger, they maintain their elegant routine, a silent defiance against those watching. Michael then leans closer, his tone turning serious as he tells Riarte to come to the Burch estate once she comes of age. He offers a gentle, encouraging smile, expressing his sincere hope that she will choose to join him. Seeing them so close, Lian's rage reaches a breaking point. His fist clenches until his knuckles turn white. He refuses to accept her departure, his mind spiraling into a dark obsession to keep Riarte bound to the Elheim name forever. His eyes burn with a possessive, unsettling resolve as he watches them finish their dance. The banquet hall remains a whirlwind of high society whispers and flickering candlelight as the night's tension reaches a boiling point. Amidst the finery, Princess Ninian's heels click rhythmically against the polished floor, her patience wearing thin. She leans into Rian, the youngest son of Elheim, breathlessly insisting they finally stop dancing and move inside. Nearby, the Duke of Elheim and the Crown Prince are deep in a conversation that sounds more like a business deal than a family union. The prince, clutching a glass of wine, assumes they are. He swirls the dark red liquid, watching it catch the light, before suggesting that perhaps the formal documents should be sent through the usual channels. But the air suddenly turns ice cold when Rian interrupts with a sharp, definitive no. The Duke's eyes widen in genuine shock, while the Crown Prince remains eerily composed, his gaze narrowing at the young man's sudden boldness. Rian stands his ground, his expression hardening into a mask of cold determination. The Duke breaks into a nervous sweat, while Ninian looks on, her face pale with confusion. Rian doesn't hesitate, stepping past his father with a chilling sense of purpose. He declares that the engagement will only take place after his coming-of-age ceremony. The Crown Prince doesn't look offended. Instead, he offers a sinister, knowing smile, agreeing that engagements made during one's minority are far too unstable. He toasts to Rian, praising him as a serious and cautious individual who clearly cares deeply for the princess. Ninian, unaware of the dark currents beneath Rian's words, clutches his sleeve with a look of pure devotion. She beams at the Duke, thanking him for being so considerate of her future. But Rian's internal thoughts are far from romantic. He isn't doing this for Ninian, he's doing it to secure his own standing. His gaze is predatory, his blue eyes shimmering with a hidden agenda. He clenches his fist, knowing that as the strongest awakened one in the family, the title of successor is rightfully his. In his mind, he sees Riarte's image shattering once he has the authority. He will ensure she can never leave his side again. As the moon rises over the palace, Riarte slips away from the noise, her black gown trailing behind her like a shadow as she enters a secluded music room. She stares at the grand piano, her eyes cold as she recalls the discipline she used to endure here at the hands of the Duke. Memories of her childhood flood back, the Duke looming over her like a monster, while she, a small, terrified girl, cowered on the floor in a red dress. The present catches up to her as the Duke himself storms into the room, his presence heavy with indignation. He immediately demands to know why she dared to dance with Duke Vershi at the banquet. Riarte stands perfectly still, the picture of regal defiance. She doesn't flinch, asking him simply if she truly needs an excuse for her actions. She challenges him directly, her voice steady. What's the problem with dancing with Burch? The Duke is visibly shaken. This isn't the broken girl he remembers. He flashes back to the Riarte, who used to be withdrawn and perpetually frightened. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he erupts into a rage, accusing her of rebelling just to seek his attention. He sneers that she isn't a true Elheim, and he has no intention of ever treating her like his daughter. Riarte listens to his venomous words with a calm that borders on boredom. She lets out a soft, weary sigh. Looking him dead in the eye, she delivers a crushing blow. She doesn't consider him her father either. The Duke looks as though he's been struck, his face contorting in disbelief. He remembers the past, when he would dote on Rian while a young Riarte reached out for even a shred of his affection. Back then, he looked at her with nothing but icy indifference, leaving her to weep alone in the dark. Now the power dynamic has shifted. They face off in the center of the room. Riarte lets her hand brush against the piano keys, her touch light yet deliberate. She points out the blatant contradiction in his logic. If he claims she isn't an Elheim, then he has no right to dictate who she should or shouldn't associate with. She allows a small, triumphant smirk to play on her lips, leaving the Duke speechless and fuming. His jaw tightens with suppressed fury. Riarte's gaze remains piercing. She reminds him that this room was once the Duchess's music room, the place she loved most before her death. The Duke's expression turns pained, his grief twisting back into anger. He spits out that the Duchess died because of Riarte, the non-existent child who drained her life. Riarte is forced to remember the weight of that guilt. the image of her younger self curled up in despair. History says the Duchess was weakened after childbirth, holding on to life just long enough to see her children before passing away. Riarte looks at the Duke with a chilling emptiness, asking if he truly believes his quest for revenge is what her mother would have wanted. Realizing there's nothing left to say, Riarte turns her back on him and prepares to leave. The heavy doors slam shut behind her with a resounding thud, leaving the Duke alone in the cavernous silence of the music room. In the quiet, a memory of the Duchess flickers. She was smiling, holding her daughter's hand, and whispering that she loved her simply because she was her child. The Duke slams his fist onto the piano, a desperate no escaping his lips. He refuses to accept the truth, clinging to his hatred. He tries to convince himself that Riarte is nothing, a non-entity who will never truly belong to the Elheim bloodline. He covers his face, his eyes peering through his fingers with a mixture of madness and denial. But far beneath the surface of the estate, the water elemental king, the 10th weapon, begins to glow with an intense, ethereal light, signaling that the time for Elheim's reckoning is drawing near. Under the cover of a moonlit night at the Burch estate, a long-standing shadow is finally being banished. With a final, delicate surge of power, Riarte completes the exhausting process, heralding the end of a dark era. The last remnant of the curse is officially lifted, and a grateful Michael looks upon Riarte with newfound clarity, offering her his sincere thanks. However, Michael's relief is short-lived as he notices the heavy toll the day has taken on her. Riarte admits she was forced into the discipline room earlier that afternoon, a revelation that sends a chill through the room. Michael's expression darkens as he realizes the Elheim family has resorted to disciplinary action against her once again. He scans her for visible injuries, relieved to find none, yet he knows the deepest scars aren't always on the surface. Not wanting to push her into uncomfortable territory, he offers a gentle hand, telling her she can lean on him if she's tired. For a moment, Riarte stands in stunned silence, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Michael wonders if he's being ignored again, but the weight of her trauma is simply catching up to her. Finally, she lets her guard down, leaning her forehead against his chest in a rare moment of vulnerability. The sudden closeness catches Michael off guard, his heart racing as he realizes how much trust she is finally placing in him. In a soft, trembling voice, Riarte confesses the bridge she finally burned. She told Duke Elheim to his face that she no longer considers him family. She recalls the cold, dark confrontation with the man who was supposed to be her father. Clinging to Michael's shirt, she wonders if she made the right choice, the uncertainty of her future weighing heavy on her. Michael is stunned. He never expected Riarte to open up about her true feelings so soon. His jaw sets with determination. He pulls her closer, assuring her she did well and that she never needs to impress someone who refuses to respect her. As the silence settles, Michael's protective instincts take over. He asks the question that has been burning in his mind. What exactly did the Elheim family do to her? Riarte looks up, the memories flooding back like a bitter tide. She reaches out, gripping his hand as if to anchor herself before diving into her dark past. She reveals a distant, cold memory of being a young child. She woke up alone, abandoned in a desolate mountain cabin in the middle of a freezing winter. They provided just enough food to keep her alive, but their true intention was to keep her hidden away from the world. A secret they didn't want to deal with. She explains that they only came back for her when they realized they could use her as a mere tool to bolster Rian's abilities. If not for her utility, she would have been left to rot in that cabin forever. Looking out the window at the rain, she wonders if that isolation would have been better than the life she was given. Returning to the estate didn't mean returning to a home. It meant entering a world of cruelty. She was met with unjust treatment, violent outbursts, and a soul-crushing indifference from those who shared her blood. Even knowing she was being used, a part of her still desperately wanted to be loved as a member of the family. But now, looking back at the wreckage of her childhood, she realizes she no longer cares for noble titles or the Elheim name. Michael gazes into her eyes, seeing the immense pain she's carried alone for so long. Driven by a need to protect her, he pulls her into a firm, supportive hug. Riarte is startled by the sudden warmth, her breath hitching as he holds her. He whispers a vow into the silence. He will do whatever it takes to get her away from Elheim. In the grand, dimly lit hall, two souls find a common purpose. Riarte leans into the embrace, finally feeling a sense of security she's never known. She whispers a soft yes, accepting his help. She grips his sleeve, a silent thank you for seeing her for who she truly is. Michael holds her tight, promising to be the ally she never had. He eventually pulls back slightly, asking what she wants to do once she is finally free of her shackles. Riarte smiles a small, genuine smile. She simply wants to see the sea at least once before her time is up. Michael playfully pinches her cheek, calling her foolish for having such a modest wish. He makes a solemn promise on the name of Burch. On the day she comes of age, he will personally come to take her away to see the world. Meanwhile, deep within the Elheim estate, the atmosphere is far more sinister. Duke Elheim arrives at a massive, ornate door, declaring that the day decreed by the Spirit King has finally arrived. With a heavy heart and high stakes, the door is unlatched. The Duke leads his sons, Rian and the eldest, into the sanctum. The Duke stops in his tracks, his breath hitching at the sight before him. The chamber is filled with an overwhelming, swirling vortex of water, and at its center floats a young boy with glowing blue hair, the Spirit King. The Duke bows deeply, his voice trembling with a mix of awe and greed, claiming he has brought the true owner of the Spirit Stone to meet him. The Spirit King's eyes flutter open, glowing with a divine, terrifying light. Rian stands before the deity, his expression tense as he prepares to claim his supposed birthright. But the Spirit King's reaction is not what they expected. He looks at the group with pure boredom and disdain, asking if this is really why he was woken up. The Duke and the eldest son share a confident, sinister smirk, believing their plan is foolproof. Suddenly, the temperature drops and the sound of cracking ice echoes through the hall. A massive surge of elemental power erupts from the king, catching the Elheims off guard. The eldest son recoils in shock as the pressure becomes unbearable. The Spirit King's eyes glow with a blinding intensity as he delivers a crushing blow to their ambitions. Looking directly at Rian, the king declares with absolute authority, he is a fake. Thunder crashes over the Elheim estate as a godlike power awakens in a fit of absolute fury. The Spirit King's eyes narrow with pure disgust as he looks upon the boy standing before him. Rian stands frozen, his heart hammering against his ribs. His grand deception has been exposed in an instant. The boy king doesn't hold back, his voice crackling with lethal electricity as he screams that he's been insulted by an imposter. One wrong move and everyone in this room is dead. The Spirit King's power is so immense it threatens to tear the hall apart. Duke Elheim and his associates are losing their minds. They were certain Rian was the chosen one. But the elemental power doesn't lie. The king senses a familiar soul nearby. He can feel the reincarnation of Rian pulsing within the estate. He demands the true master be brought forth immediately, refusing to acknowledge anyone else. The Duke is forced to grovel, his pride shattered as he trembles on the floor, promising to find the real master. As he bows, his mind is a whirlwind of panic. If it's not Rian, then who could it possibly be? Weeks pass, and the atmosphere in the estate turns suffocating. Every high-ranking awakener in the family is paraded before the Spirit King, only to be rejected as another disappointment. Back in his office, the Duke is spiraling, his frustration reaching a breaking point as he questions Rian's very existence as his heir. Desperate for answers, they decide to start testing even the low-ranking awakeners. Rian watches the proceedings in a trance-like silence, his mask of perfection finally starting to crack. The Duke tries to offer a hollow reassurance, telling Rian he's still the heir to the dukedom. But Rian admits he never cared for the title, only the power that was supposed to come with it. Meanwhile, Pantaleon prepares to return to the imperial palace, promising to return only for the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Suddenly, a servant bursts through the doors with urgent news. Michael, the Duke of Burch, is officially departing. The Duke is stunned. He fully expected the man to shamelessly overstay his welcome after being healed. Rian's gaze remains cold and unreadable as he watches his rival prepare to leave the grounds. As the sun sets in a brilliant orange hue, Michael's carriage is readied for the long journey. His knight is confused why leave so abruptly when the curse has only just been lifted. Michael, still wearing his signature red blindfold and cradling a small spirit, simply smirks. He isn't just leaving, he's making preparations. He has a vow to keep, and he needs everything to be perfect to welcome Riarte to her new home. Before he can board, Rian appears to see him off personally. Michael remains perfectly composed, acting honored by the unexpected send-off. He offers a barbed thank you to House Elheim, claiming his stay was never boring, thanks to their constant internal chaos. As Michael gently pats his spirit companion, Rian's suspicion grows. He eyes the creature, asking if Michael truly intends to take that with him. Michael's reply is sharp and definitive. I always claim what's rightfully mine. Rian's eye twitches at the blatant subtext. Michael bids him a final smug farewell. Rian watches the carriage, muttering that he doesn't believe they'll ever cross paths again. He makes it clear that Michael will never lay eyes on his sister again, either. Michael doesn't argue. He just gives a knowing, confident smile as he departs. Months fly by, and the seasons begin to shift. Riarte sits in her new quarters, which are no longer a cold cell, but a lavish suite befitting a high-born lady. This was Rian's doing. He moved her here, suddenly treating her with a strange, forced kindness that she finds unsettling. She stares at the expensive furniture, wondering what twisted game her brother is playing this time. The sound of polished boots echoes in the hallway. Riarte glances toward the door with a practiced, stoic expression. It's Rian, looking every bit the perfect noble. He dismisses her questions, claiming he doesn't need a reason to visit his own and only sister. He asks if there's anything she wants for the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony, but Riarte remains cold. She reminds him that it's his ceremony, not hers, and she wants no part of it. Rian's temper flares instantly. He's annoyed by the way she constantly gazes out the window, as if she's waiting for someone to whisk her away. Riarte doesn't flinch, meeting his gaze with a stare that says she's already gone in spirit. Rian leans in, his voice dropping to a cruel, possessive whisper. He tells her she's never leaving, that she will remain a prisoner of Elheim until the day she dies. The weight of his words hits Riarte like a physical blow. She clenches the bedsheets until her knuckles turn white. In her mind, she sees Michael's face and remembers his promise to help her escape this hellish family. She looks back at Rian with newfound resolve. She isn't the same girl she was in her past life, and she will not let history repeat itself. Across the empire at the Imperial Palace, Princess Ninian is frantically searching the grounds. She's looking for Pantaleon, who has a habit of vanishing when he's needed most. He suddenly manifests in a swirl of water magic, nearly giving the princess a heart attack. She scolds him for sneaking around, but he just offers a playful excuse, claiming he's simply her invisible guardian. Ninian isn't in the mood for his sweet talk, unaware of the shadows moving through the palace. Two mysterious, cloaked figures slip through the corridors, unnoticed by the bickering pair. They move with a singular, dark purpose. As Pantaleon vanishes once more into thin air, the figures descend deep into the palace's forgotten depths. They navigate a dark, winding stone staircase, discussing Rian's upcoming ceremony. They mention how pleased Ninian will be once their plan is finally set in motion. They come to a halt before a massive, magically sealed vault door. The heavy stone creaks open, revealing the Empire's most guarded secret. Inside, bathed in an eerie purple glow, floats a woman of terrifying power. This is the half-elemental queen, a living weapon passed down through the imperial bloodline, and she is finally about to be unleashed. Deep in the shadows of the Imperial Palace, a forbidden power is being harvested. The Crown Prince gazes at the half-elemental queen, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for absolute power that no awakener can challenge. He isn't looking for a partner. He's looking for a weapon to solidify his reign. Count feeds bows in submission, acknowledging the prince's terrifying ambition. The prince demands a specific bottle, personally overseeing the collection of a volatile substance. He dismisses any concern for his safety with a chilling smile, boasting that his imperial blood makes him immune to the curses of the awakeners. Inside the bottle is a lethal black powder derived from the elemental queen. A single touch or breath of this substance is enough to shatter a person's mind, sending them into a mindless, berserk frenzy. As the conspirators move through the palace, they note the suspicious silence of House Burch, unaware that a spy is lurking in the rafters. Pantaleon, hidden in the shadows, is paralyzed with shock. He's just discovered the prince's most dangerous secret, the existence of a second elemental monarch. The scene shifts to the day before Rian's coming-of-age ceremony. Pantaleon confronts the Duke, frustrated that they still haven't found the true master of the elemental stone. The Duke admits that despite testing every member of the family, the Spirit King has rejected them all. Rian enters the room, his presence cold and suffocating. Even the Duke is unsettled by how possessive and bizarre Rian has become regarding Riarte. The Duke suggests that once Rian can use his powers independently, Riarte will be useless and should be cast out of the family. Rian's reaction is instantaneous and sharp. He refuses to let her go. When the Duke mentions she might want to leave on her own, Rian's gaze turns icy. To him, Riarte isn't a sister with rights. She is a possession that belongs solely to him. Seeing his son's descent into obsession, the Duke gives a horrifying directive. If Riarte tries to leave, Rian has permission to break her spirit and keep her confined indefinitely. But Pantaleon knows the foundation of their power is crumbling. The Spirit King has already branded Rian a fraud, and there is no way to undo the rejection of a god. As night falls over the estate, Riarte decides to make her move. With the ceremony only hours away, she needs to confirm the truth for herself. She slips through the silent corridors, heading toward the restricted temple where the elemental stone is kept. The temple doors are protected by a powerful seal that only a direct descendant awakener can bypass. Riarte reaches out, her heart pounding, and to her disbelief, the heavy doors respond to her touch and creak open. She steps into the radiant light of the inner sanctum and finds herself face to face with the Spirit King. He is a mirror image of the mysterious figure from her past life. But instead of hostility, the Spirit King approaches her with a gentle smile. He leans in, his voice filled with ancient recognition, calling Riarte his own and only contractor. Riarte is frozen in confusion, unable to process his words. The Spirit King reaches out and takes her arm, and as he does, a brilliant, glowing crest erupts across her skin. This isn't just a mark of power. It's a brand engraved upon her soul. The Spirit King reveals the ultimate truth. Riarte is the reincarnation of Rian, the legendary first head of House Elheim. Riarte stands frozen as the weight of the revelation sinks in. She isn't just a neglected daughter, she is the reincarnation of Rian, the legendary founder of her house. The Spirit King doesn't just take her word for it. He reaches out, his touch ethereal and ancient. He plunges into her memories, witnessing every ounce of suffering and betrayal she has endured at the hands of the Elheim family. His eyes flare with a cold, divine fury, realizing that death is far too merciful a fate for the monsters who share her blood. He sneers at the Elheim's idiocy. They have spent years worshipping a fraud, while the true master of the elements was right under their noses. With a surge of power, he offers Riarte a terrifying choice. He can wipe out the Elheim lineage and the entire empire in a single stroke, but Riarte remains steadfast, refusing to let her hands be stained by their pathetic lives. They aren't worth the divine intervention, and she already has her sights set on a future far away from this place. The king understands. Her path leads to the Duchy of Burch, and he acknowledges her resolve. He longs to follow his master, but he is bound by a sacred duty, maintaining the seal on a fractured elemental monarch that he once split in two. Suddenly, the sanctuary's peace is shattered by the sound of approaching footsteps. Riarte flinches, realizing her secret meeting is about to be discovered. She knows she must retreat immediately before the Duke or his men find her here. The Spirit King watches her go, offering a final, soft blessing for the happiness she has been denied for so long. Riarte slips away into the night, leaving the divine realm behind with a newfound sense of purpose. Alone once more, the king's expression hardens into one of pure, unadulterated contempt. He knows the Elheim family has just discarded their greatest treasure, and their eventual regret will be their undoing. Fast forward to the grand ballroom, where the air is thick with the superficial murmurs of the nobility. It is the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, a milestone that should be a celebration of growth. Instead, Riarte stands like a ghost in the crowd, surrounded by people who view her as nothing more than an eyesore. Dressed in finery that feels more like a shroud, she prepares herself for the final act of this farce. Nearby, Rian stands with Fiamin, his ego on full display as he basks in the attention of the court. He laughs off the idea of a shared ceremony, making it clear that today is his stage, and Riarte is merely a footnote. The cruelty is blatant. Riarte is flanked by heavy guards as if she's a dangerous criminal rather than a noble daughter. Rian casts a cold, dismissive glance her way, convinced she is nothing more than a fool with delusions of grandeur. Even Fiamin is unsettled by the excessive force, questioning if this is truly how one should treat their own family. Rian's reaction is instantaneous and venomous, his grip tightening as he challenges the very idea of Riarte being part of their bloodline. Fiamin recoils in fear, silenced by the sheer intensity of Rian's growing instability. With an arrogant stride, Rian heads off to find the Duke, leaving a trail of tension in his wake. He maintains a mask of calm for the guests, but beneath it lies a dark, possessive hunger. He watches Riarte from across the room, ensuring his guards keep her pinned in place. To him, she is a bird in a cage, destined to live in his shadow while he claims the light for himself. The princess approaches, her bright smile a sharp, ironic contrast to the gloom surrounding the Elheim siblings. She beams at Rian, offering her congratulations on his transition to adulthood. Rian plays the part of the perfect gentleman, offering a polite, empty smile that masks his true nature. The princess's mind is already racing toward their future engagement, seeing only the prestige he represents. Yet, Rian's focus remains elsewhere, his gaze sharp and unyielding as he tracks Riarte's every move. Riarte feels the weight of the guard's eyes, realizing she is being hunted even in a room full of people. She knows the protection promised to her is nothing more than a life sentence of isolation. She lowers her head, the suffocating atmosphere of the Elheim estate threatening to crush her spirit. But then, a memory flickers the promise of a man who saw her true worth when no one else would. Duke Elheim laughs among his guests, completely oblivious to the fact that his world is about to be upended. The merriment is cut short when a guard rushes in, breathless and visibly shaken. An uninvited carriage has breached the estate, and the crest on its side sends a shockwave through the room. It belongs to the House of Burch. The ballroom falls into a stunned silence as heavy, rhythmic footsteps echo against the marble floor. A man strides through the crowd, his presence commanding and his aura undeniable. It is Michael Burch, and he arrives not as a cursed invalid, but as a man reclaimed. The crown prince's jaw drops in disbelief. The blindfold that once defined Michael is gone. Michael looks around with clear, piercing eyes, radiating a level of power that dwarfs everyone in the room. The guests whisper in absolute shock, wondering how the impossible curse could have been lifted so completely. Duke Elheim's face contorts with rage at the blatant trespass into his home. He demands to know how Michael dares to interrupt such a sacred family event. Michael doesn't flinch, standing tall and resolute amidst the hostile Elheim court. Rian watches with growing dread, sensing his absolute control over Riarte slipping away. With a confident smirk, Michael makes his intentions known to the entire empire. He looks directly at Riarte, his gaze softening for the first time since he entered the hall. He extends a hand toward her, a silent vow to fulfill the promise he made in the shadows. Riarte, he says, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. Come with me to Burch. Riarte gazes at the man who just crashed her ceremony, her voice a mere whisper as she realizes the Duke of Burch actually came for her. With a confident, charming smile, Michael offers a simple apology for his dramatic timing, though his eyes say he wouldn't have missed this for the world. He takes a firm step forward, his presence commanding the room and shifting the entire atmosphere of the Elheim estate. Michael extends his hand, inviting Riarte to leave her prison behind and finally see the ocean. But a venomous voice cuts through the air as Rian demands to know who gave him permission. Suddenly, the room erupts as Rian unleashes a violent torrent of water. But Michael doesn't flinch, standing as an immovable shield in front of Riarte. Rian looks absolutely unhinged, his face twisted in a manic grin as he wields his elemental power, refusing to let his prize escape. He swirls the water with lethal intent, his obsession reaching a breaking point as he claims Riarte as his property. With a chilling gaze, Rian makes his intentions clear. He is going to kill the Duke for even daring to touch what he believes belongs to him. Michael remains unnervingly calm, his eyes tracking the swirling currents as the pressure in the room reaches a suffocating peak. Duke Elheim watches in sheer terror, realizing that this confrontation has spiraled far beyond his control. A massive explosion of water rocks the hall, a splash so powerful it threatens to tear the architecture apart. The sheer force of the elemental collision creates a booming shockwave, sending spray flying in every direction. The Duke is left trembling, paralyzed by the realization of the overwhelming power being displayed before him. Even the Crown Prince stands frozen, his usual arrogance replaced by pure, unadulterated shock at the scale of the magic. But the water doesn't strike Michael. Instead, it begins to dance around Riarte in a graceful, protective swirl. She stands at the center of the storm, the water obeying her silent command as she shields herself and those around her. With a gaze like ice, Riarte looks directly at Rian and commands him to stop, her voice carrying the weight of a true elemental master. Rian can only clench his teeth in silent fury, his dominance shattered in an instant. Michael can't help but smirk, clearly impressed by the woman he came to rescue. As the chaos subsides, the pair begins to walk away, their footsteps echoing with a new sense of purpose. Michael gently catches her hand, asking where she's headed now that the path is clear. Riarte looks back with a steady resolve, explaining that before they depart for Verche, she has one final debt to settle. She gently loosens her grip on Michael's hand, signaling that this is a move she must make on her own. The crowd of nobles can only whisper in awe and confusion as the powerless daughter of Elheim walks with the stride of a queen. She passes Rian without a single glance, leaving her brother standing in the ruins of his own ego. Riarte stops directly in front of Duke Elheim, who flinches as if struck by the mere sight of her. The Duke stammers, his mind reeling from the raw power she just displayed, trying to demand an explanation. Riarte cuts him off with two cold, final words, Duke Elheim. In front of the entire Empire's elite, she delivers the killing blow to his pride, declaring that she is officially severing all ties with House Elheim, and that he no longer holds any authority over her life. The water swirls around her once more, a physical manifestation of her newfound independence. Memories of 21 years of suffering, including her past life, in this hellish household flash through her mind as she prepares to close this chapter forever. She vows that her time as a victim ends here. Her other family members watch in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how they could have overlooked such immense power for so long. Riarte stands tall, bathed in a celestial glow, declaring to the world that she will never again live as someone else's accessory. With her head held high, she turns back to Michael, ready to start her new life. Michael meets her gaze with a soft, supportive smile, confirming that they are ready to go. Together, they walk out of the suffocating darkness of the Elheim estate and into the blinding light of the future. Riarte's face lights up with a genuine, breathtaking smile as she repeats her heart's desire to finally see the ocean. Soon, the oppressive stone walls are replaced by the vibrant greens of a lush forest. A carriage speeds through the woods, carrying Riarte away from her past at a breakneck pace. Inside, Michael reflects on the departure, noting how the Elheim family desperately tried to cling to her until the very last second. He recalls the pathetic sight of Duke Elheim practically begging on his knees for her to stay. He remembers the hollow, regretful looks on the faces of her brothers, and he remembers Rian's final, broken realization that Riarte was never just a tool for his use. Michael glances over at Riarte, his expression softening. Riarte stares out the window, her hand against the glass as she tries to process the fact that she's actually escaped the duchy. Michael reaches out, his hand hovering near hers in a gesture of quiet comfort. She turns to him, her eyes wide with a mix of relief and lingering disbelief. With a warm smile, Michael promises her that he will make her forget every ounce of pain she suffered at the hands of the Elheims. He invites her to stay by his side, the two of them sharing a light, joyful moment as the carriage rattles on. Finally, Michael announces their arrival, his voice full of anticipation. He leans in with an excited grin, asking Riarte if she's truly ready for what's next. Riarte nods, her nerves giving way to pure excitement. The carriage door swings open, flooding the interior with a brilliant, golden radiance. Riarte steps out, her breath catching in her throat. Her eyes shimmer as she takes in the sight she has dreamed of for 2 lifetimes. Standing before the vast, shimmering expanse of the sea, Riarte finally feels it, the beauty of the world and the intoxicating taste of true liberation. The crashing waves of the moonlit ocean finally greet Riarte, a sound that signals the true beginning of her freedom. She gazes out at the shimmering horizon, lost in a moment of pure, silent awe. Michael approaches her side, noting that the night has fully fallen and asking if the sea truly captivates her this much. Riarte turns to him with wide eyes, admitting that the reality is far more vast and beautiful than any fairy tale she ever imagined. A genuine, soft smile graces her face as she thanks Michael, telling him she is truly glad they met. Michael's expression softens, a hint of a flush creeping onto his face as he processes her sincere gratitude. He asks her to continue relying on him as they make their way toward the Duchy of Verche. Their footsteps mark the sand as they walk along the shore, leaving the shadows of House Elheim far behind. Standing together under the starlit sky, they look out at the endless water, 2 figures bound by a new purpose. Riarte takes in the view, her spirit finally finding a moment of rest. Michael confesses that he felt a deep sense of longing during their time apart while he was away in Verche. Riarte reaches out, her hand resting on his arm in a gesture of profound trust and mutual support. They clasp hands firmly, a silent vow of companionship for the trials that lie ahead. Michael promises that this won't be their last visit, vowing to return to the sea with her again and again. The scene shifts back to the cold, oppressive halls of the Elheim estate, where the atmosphere is thick with failure. The ballroom is a wreck, a physical manifestation of the family's shattered reputation. Rian sits on the floor amidst the debris, his mind consumed by thoughts of Michael, whom he calls the Silver Fox. He realizes too late that the Duke of Burch was the catalyst for their downfall from the very start. Bitter regret gnaws at him as he thinks of how he should have isolated Riarte or chased her suitors away. His eyes burn with a cold, desperate fury, unable to accept that his puppet has escaped. Duke Elheim approaches his son, his presence looming and grim in the dim light. He laments the disastrous end of the coming-of-age ceremony, which was supposed to be their greatest triumph. The rest of the family stands in the background, paralyzed by the weight of their public humiliation. The Duke admits the terrifying truth. He has never seen water magic as powerful as the display Riarte unleashed before she left. Rian listens in silence, his pride stung by the acknowledgement of his sister's superior strength. The Duke's face is etched with a mixture of fear and realization. He abruptly commands Rian to follow him, seeking a truth they can no longer ignore. They march through the estate, the Duke's mind racing as he questions the very foundation of Elheim's power. A hand reaches for the heavy handle of the forbidden chamber. With a heavy creak, the doors swing open to reveal a room pulsing with ancient, divine energy. They step inside, the Duke leading Rian toward a confrontation with the supernatural. There, the Spirit King sits in a casual, mocking posture, calling them foolish creatures for letting the true successor of Rian depart. His gaze is sharp and filled with disdain as he looks down upon the men who thought they were masters of their bloodline. Terrified, the Duke bows his head, desperately pleading for the Spirit King's wisdom. He asks what it truly means to be the rightful owner of the Spirit Stone, the source of their family's prestige. The Spirit King leans forward, questioning how they could have so fundamentally misunderstood the will of their ancestor, Rian. With a wave of his hand, the Spirit King begins to weave a vision of the past. He prepares to reveal the hidden history that the Elheim family has conveniently forgotten. He shows them an era when the gates to the spirit world were wide open and humanity lived alongside elemental beings. He explains that those who formed contracts with Spirit Kings were known as the Awakened, beings of immense power. In those days, humans and spirits maintained a bond of mutual respect and friendship. However, that golden age ended when a Spirit King fell, causing the doors to the spirit world to slam shut. The Elheim family is visibly shaken, recognizing the mention of a fallen being from their own secret records. The Spirit King explains that after the closure, spirits retreated, and the awakened could no longer manifest their full potential. He reveals that the only reason House Elheim retained any scrap of power was because of Rian's unique heritage. The Duke's face pales as the Spirit King prepares to drop the ultimate bombshell. With a cruel smirk, the Spirit King reveals that Rian, the ancestor they worship, was considered a half-wit who couldn't use magic until the age of 17, exactly like Riarte. He points a finger directly at Rian, his voice dripping with venom as he calls him the real fake. Rian freezes, his worldview shattering as he is labeled an imposter. The Spirit King delivers the final, crushing blow. Rian is a parasite who only survived by draining the life force of his mother in the womb and systematically sucking away Riarte's power his entire life. The carriage wheels rattle against the cobblestones as the long journey finally nears its end. Inside, the soft glow of the late afternoon sun filters through the curtains, where Michael watches over a resting Riarte with a gaze full of unspoken protection. As she slowly blinks away the remnants of sleep, the world outside begins to sharpen into focus. With a gentle smile, Michael delivers the news she's been waiting for. They have finally arrived. Riarte peers out the window, her breath hitching at the sight of the legendary Burch Duchy. Before her stands an estate of breathtaking architectural grace, a stark contrast to the cold walls she left behind. As Michael gallantly assists her from the carriage, he mentions a small detail he neglected to bring up earlier. Riarte barely has time to process his words before a vibrant, booming voice cuts through the air, welcoming her with exuberant warmth. Standing before her is Carmen Burch, Michael's father, radiating a charismatic energy that catches Riarte completely off guard. The Duke's playful laughter fills the courtyard, his demeanor far more approachable than she ever imagined. Michael sheepishly admits that his father was so impatient to meet her that he insisted on a personal greeting. Recovering her composure, Riarte offers a polite, formal bow, expressing her gratitude for their hospitality. Michael places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, urging her to relax in their presence. Carmen's expression shifts to one of genuine sincerity as he explains that it is the Burch family who owes her a debt of gratitude. With the elegance of a true high noble, he takes her hand in a gesture of profound respect. He looks her in the eye, thanking her from the bottom of his heart for restoring the sight of his only son and heir. Riarte humbly deflects the praise, noting that Michael has been an unwavering pillar of support for her as well. The two share a quiet, knowing look, a silent acknowledgement of the bond they've forged through fire. Carmen observes the pair with a perceptive glint in his eye before ushering them inside, promising that a special surprise has been prepared specifically for Riarte. She follows, her mind racing with curiosity about what could possibly be waiting for her. She is led to a guest suite bathed in golden light, a room so exquisitely decorated it feels more like a sanctuary than a bedroom. Riarte wanders through the luxurious space, touching the fine fabrics and taking in the scent of fresh flowers. It's a level of care and preparation she's never experienced, leaving her wondering if this sanctuary is truly meant for her alone. Carmen's playful warning about the special gift rings in her ears as she settles in. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoes against the heavy doors. As the door swings open, a woman in a crisp maid's uniform enters with military precision. Introducing herself as Merlin, Riarte's personal attendant. Riarte's heart skips a beat. She recognizes that face instantly. In her previous life, Merlin was no mere servant. She was a legendary shadow who single-handedly decimated entire troop divisions during the fall of Elheim. Staring at the calm, disciplined woman before her, Riarte is baffled as to why an elite warrior with an assassin's pedigree has been assigned to wait on her. Merlin bows low, her voice steady and resolute, promising that while she may be new to domestic service, her primary focus is ensuring Riarte's absolute safety. It's clear that the Burch family isn't just offering Riarte a home. They've provided her with an invincible shield. Touched by the gesture, Riarte smiles, placing her trust in her new guardian. Merlin immediately gets to work, preparing Riarte for a formal tea session in the gardens. The Burch gardens are a masterpiece of blooming flora and tranquil atmosphere. At a table set for 3, Carmen and Michael wait patiently under the shade of the trees. Michael's excitement is barely contained. He looks like a puppy waiting for its master's return. Carmen can't help but tease his son for his lack of composure, laughing at how restless the young duke has become. Michael offers a cheeky retort, but his focus never wavers from the path leading to the garden. The rustle of grass signals an arrival. Michael stands, his breath catching in his throat. Riarte emerges, looking radiant in a stunning blue gown adorned with pearls. She offers a soft apology for her tardiness, looking like a vision of grace. Michael is practically beaming, his joy radiating through the garden. Carmen, ever the gentleman, gently reminds his son to let the lady actually sit down before he stares a hole through her. The trio settles in for tea, surrounded by the peaceful hum of the estate. However, as Riarte looks down at the table, a familiar feeling of unease creeps in. The spread is magnificent cakes, tarts, and delicacies she's never even seen, let alone tasted. Michael notices her hesitation, asking if the selection isn't to her liking. Riarte's face flushes with a mix of embarrassment and sadness. She quietly admits that because of her sheltered and neglected upbringing, she has no idea how to even begin eating such refined food. She asks Michael to show her the way, her voice small but honest. Michael's expression softens into one of deep empathy as the reality of her past life hits him once again. He smiles warmly, promising to teach her everything, one step at a time. He picks up a delicate slice of strawberry cake, explaining how sweet and fluffy it is. With a tender gesture, he offers her a bite, beginning the process of showing Riarte that she finally deserves the sweetness life has to offer. The atmosphere in the Virtuduchy is thick with shadows as night falls. But for Riarte, the darkness holds a more sinister secret. She freezes, her eyes wide with a sudden, chilling realization. Did she just hear that correctly? A blood-curdling scream pierces the silence of the hallway, a sound of pure agony that sends a shiver down her spine. She stands paralyzed in the moonlight, certain that someone, or something, is wailing from the depths of the estate. Her personal maid, Merlin, appearing like a specter in the dim light, notices her distress and asks if there's a problem. Riarte tries to play it cool, suggesting she might have heard an animal crying out in the night. But Merlin's response is bone-chillingly calm. She claims they don't raise any beasts in the duchy and insists she heard nothing at all. Riarte flinches, the weight of the lie or perhaps a darker truth settling heavily on her shoulders. Sensing the tension, Merlin firmly guides Riarte back toward her quarters, noting the lateness of the hour. Riarte complies, her mind racing as she tries to reconcile the peaceful life she's been promised with the horrors she's hearing. As they walk away, the silent corridors of the mansion seem to stretch on forever. But the screams don't stop. Another harrowing wail echoes through the stone walls, unheard by anyone but her. Deep within the estate's hidden architecture, something or someone is being kept in total isolation. The scene shifts to the Duke's private study, where the air is heavy with the scent of old parchment and ink. Carmen Burch sits at his desk, his expression one of pure annoyance as he reviews a stack of documents. He holds up a letter of protest, a smirk playing on his lips as he realizes the Elheim family is finally feeling the sting of their loss. The letter is signed by the Elheims and every noble desperate enough to side with them, all mourning the loss of their strongest awakener. Carmen's grip tightens, crumpling the expensive paper as he discusses the political fallout with his aide, LF. LF warns him that the crown prince is likely to make a move, potentially even proposing marriage just to get an awakener of Riarte's caliber on his side. Carmen scoffs at the idea, his eyes flashing with a protective fire. His gaze turns icy. He has no intention of letting Riarte be used as a political pawn ever again. He remembers the hollow, broken girl she was back at the Elheim estate, neglected and discarded. But now, under his roof, she is finally beginning to shine, and he views her as the true savior of House Burch. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses the ruined letter into the trash like the garbage it is. LF bows, acknowledging the Duke's absolute authority. But Carmen isn't finished yet. He delivers a brutal ultimatum. If the Elheims continue to harass them with letters, he'll personally break their hands, so they can never write again. The message is clear: Virtue is a fortress, and Riarte is under its total protection. Back in her room, Riarte prepares for bed. Surrounded by the luxury she was once denied, she collapses onto the plush mattress, the sheer comfort of her new life feeling almost like a fleeting dream. She stares at her hands, reflecting on the experiences she never would have had if she hadn't escaped her former prison. She realizes that for the first time, she's being treated as a human being. Her thoughts drift to Merlin, who had been attending to her with practiced precision. Merlin once told her that Virtue is her home, the place that saved her from a life of forced violence in an assassination organization. To Merlin, these ordinary days are hard-won treasure. She smiles, a rare and soft expression, as she tells Riarte that she will eventually come to love this peaceful life too. Riarte wants to believe her, desperately craving that normal life. But the Riarte of the past remembers a different Merlin, a shadow warrior fueled by rage who eventually slaughtered imperial royals. She stares at the maid's calm profile, wondering what could have caused such a drastic change in this timeline. She knows that if she can uncover the secret of Merlin's past, she might be able to prevent the tragedy from repeating. As she lies in bed, she can't shake the feeling that something is fundamentally wrong. Suddenly, the scream returns, louder and more desperate than before, jolting her upright. Her feet hit the cold floor. She can't ignore the evidence of her own ears anymore. She moves to the window, looking out over the sprawling, moonlit grounds of the estate. She is determined to find the source of the noise, no matter what secrets the Virtue family is hiding. Slipping out into the night, she navigates the stone pathways until she encounters a masked guard standing watch. The guard is startled, his eyes narrowing as he spots the lady of the house wandering alone. He asks what she's doing out at such an hour, and Riarte quickly claims she couldn't sleep and wanted a walk. She tries to dismiss him, but the guard remains professional and firm. He insists on accompanying her, noting that the estate is full of invisible guards and she is still unfamiliar with the layout. Realizing she can't shake him without raising suspicion, Riarte accepts his offer. She offers a polite smile, hiding her true objective. They walk together through the silent, blue-tinted courtyard, Riarte focusing every sense on the direction of the sound. Suddenly, another hush of noise cuts through the air and she pivots instantly. There, she whispers, spotting a distant, fortified tower. Before the guard can stop her, she breaks into a run, her footsteps echoing on the cobblestones. The guard calls out in alarm, warning her not to go too far, but she doesn't stop until she reaches a set of massive, ornate doors. She reaches out, her hand trembling as she prepares to uncover the truth. But before she can push them open, a voice calls her name. She turns to find Duke Carmen himself standing there, his long hair silver in the moonlight, looking every bit the formidable ruler of the duchy. Standing before the glowing, glass-walled palace hidden behind the main estate, Riarte feels the weight of the secrets buried here. She walks beside Duke Carmen, the moonlight illuminating their path as she questions the purpose of this secluded building. Her mind races, wondering what the Duke could possibly be doing in such a remote location at this hour. Carmen catches her inquisitive gaze, his expression unreadable. He offers a playful smile, asking if she truly wants to know why he's here. Instead of a direct answer, he promises her something else entirely, a distraction from the dark atmosphere. He reaches into his pocket, searching for a small token. He presents a small, wrapped item to the surprised Riarte. Resting in his palm is a single piece of candy. He explains it's a sweet treat, much like the chocolate she had earlier, and encourages her to try it. Riarte stares at the gift, her suspicion momentarily eclipsed by confusion. She reaches out, her fingers brushing against his as she takes the sweet. She secures the candy in her palm, unsure of what to make of this sudden change in pace. Quietly, she offers her thanks, though the mystery of the tower remains unsolved. Carmen simply smiles, hoping the treat brings her some comfort. He shifts the focus, asking why she's wandering the grounds so late. Riarte freezes, debating whether to mention the haunting screams she heard earlier. Remembering Merlin's cold denial of the noise, she decides to keep her guard up. She offers a half-truth, claiming she simply couldn't sleep, before asking if a ceremony was held at the mansion. Carmen's smile doesn't waver as he confirms her suspicion with a casual, practiced nod. Riarte watches him closely, sensing the layers of secrets he's shielding behind that calm facade. Carmen's gaze remains sharp, his smile hiding the true nature of the ceremony he mentioned. With a snap of his fingers, he signals an end to the conversation. Out of the shadows, a masked guard suddenly appears, kneeling before his master in total silence. Carmen orders the guard to escort Riarte safely back to her room, citing the late hour as his primary concern. The silent escort steps forward, his presence a clear sign that her investigation is over for tonight. Carmen waves a final, polite goodbye as she is led away. Riarte looks back one last time, her mind filled with doubt about the Duke's true intentions. As she disappears into the night, Carmen watches her from the garden, a lone figure guarding the secrets of the mansion. The next morning, the sun shines over the lush estate gardens, a sharp contrast to the previous night's tension. Riarte sits alone among the flowers, lost in thought. Merlin approaches, delivering a stern warning that the Duke was displeased with her late-night stroll. Riarte looks down, quietly acknowledging the reprimand while her mind remains fixed on the tower. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out her name. Her face lights up as she recognizes Michael approaching through the greenery. He notes that she seems to spend most of her time in this specific garden. Riarte offers a genuine smile, admitting she finds the space beautiful and peaceful. Michael joins her, glad that she's found a place of comfort within the walls of Burch. His eyes drop to the candy she's holding, his expression shifting to one of mild surprise. He asks where she got such a specific treat. She explains that Duke Carmen gave it to her during their encounter the previous night. Michael reveals a startling detail. No one in Burch eats candy besides Riarte, because it was a favorite of his grandfather. Confusion washes over Riarte as she asks for clarification. Michael explains that while his grandfather, Aaron Burch, wasn't one for sweets, he always kept them on hand for guests. Riarte's internal alarm bells go off as she realizes she's only ever seen Michael and Carmen. She pieces together the fragments, suspecting that Aaron Burch might still be alive and hidden away from the world. Michael notices her sudden paleness and asks if she's all right. Determined to find the truth, Riarte confesses that she heard a strange noise the night before. Michael listens intently, his playful demeanor vanishing. She describes the sound of someone crying, coming directly from the small mansion behind the main building. Michael stares at her, his red eyes reflecting a deep, hidden conflict. Without a word, he stands up and begins to walk away, prompting her to follow. He looks back with a knowing gaze, offering to finally show her what lies inside the forbidden mansion. Merlin immediately interjects, warning the young master that the area is far too dangerous for Riarte. Michael's smile turns cold as he expresses his disappointment in Merlin's lack of trust. Intimidated by his sudden shift in tone, Merlin bows her head and apologizes for her interference. Michael takes Riarte's hand, leading her toward the source of the mystery. He reassures her, promising to keep her safe as they approach the truth together. As the sun begins to set, the shadows of the estate grow long and foreboding. They stand before the heavy, ornate doors of the secluded mansion. Michael produces a golden key, the final barrier between Riarte and the secret. The lock clicks open, the sound echoing through the silent garden. As the doors begin to swing wide, Michael issues a final, chilling warning. Dark energy and muffled cries spill out from the pitch-black interior, as Michael commands her to hide behind him no matter what happens next. Scena пропущена через помилки генерації А. Michael stands tall, facing the arrogant Prince Carmen in a room thick with tension. Carmen offers a mocking smile, dismissively asking if Michael has finally lost his mind, just because he secured a water awakener. Michael doesn't flinch, firing back with a sharp question. Has the prince gone mad simply because he failed to get one for himself? Carmen's expression twists into a mask of pure rage, declaring that he will no longer tolerate Michael's insolence. But Michael is done playing games, coldly stating that he won't be patient with the prince's pathetic attempts to demand the child anymore. To prove he's serious, Michael seizes a guard's arm with crushing force, drawing a scream of agony. He effortlessly mangles the man's hand, a brutal warning of what happens to those who carry the prince's messages. With eyes glowing a predatory red, Michael warns that next time, it won't just be a hand that gets destroyed. He looms over the prince, demanding he stop forcing Michael's hand before things get even worse. A stunned Carmen asks if he's actually being threatened. Michael merely offers a chillingly polite smile, claiming he's simply making a request. With a final, mocking bow, Michael hopes this is the end of the letters to the Burch household. He turns and exits the room, leaving a vacuum of silence in his wake. Behind the closed doors, Carmen is left seething, his face darkened by a murderous shadow. He barks an order for Count Pidez, who trembles at the sudden outburst. Possessed by a dark, shimmering aura, Carmen decides it's time to teach Michael a lesson, ordering a blood transfusion for the hidden Aaron Burch. Meanwhile, the sun shines over the estate, a sharp contrast to the dark dealings in the palace. Riarte sits in quiet contemplation while a maid tends to the room. She's replaying the words of Hans and Andra in her head, piecing together a dangerous puzzle. They spoke of their unwavering loyalty to the great master. Riarte realizes that Aaron would never have inhaled the corrupting black energy willingly. The culprit must be someone close to him, someone he trusted completely. The maid notices Riarte's distant gaze. She points out that Riarte hasn't looked well since returning from the forbidden mansion. Riarte forces a polite smile, insisting that nothing is wrong. Her mind is made up. She looks up with newfound resolve and asks if she can meet with Duke Michael immediately. As night falls over the towering spires of the estate, the atmosphere turns grim. Inside the damp cellar, Aaron Burch is bound tightly in ropes, looking like a ghost of his former self. Michael stands before him, a revolver aimed directly at the old man's heart. He whispers that he's put this off for too long today. He must end his father's suffering. Michael's eyes are filled with a cold, hollow pain. Aaron stares back, his face a map of madness and desperation. For a moment, Michael remembers the proud, noble man his father used to be. He squeezes his eyes shut, his finger trembling on the trigger as he struggles with the weight of the execution. Finally, he lowers the weapon, his voice breaking as he admits that today is not the day he can kill his own father. Suddenly, a shadow stretches across the stone floor. Michael turns, his expression shifting from grief to shock. Standing at the threshold is Riarte, her presence illuminating the dark room. She steps inside, explaining that while the guards tried to stop her, she had something far too important to say. Michael, regaining his composure, reminds her that he usually permits no one to enter this place. Riarte offers a sincere apology for the intrusion. She looks at the Duke with absolute intensity, her gaze unwavering. Behind her, the bound Aaron continues to struggle in his madness. Riarte steps closer to Michael and delivers a bombshell, She can cure this madness. Michael is stunned into silence, barely able to process the claim. Riarte doesn't blink, asking him a single, vital question. Duke, can you trust me? Michael searches her eyes, looking for any hint of doubt. Finding only strength, he closes his eyes and gives his consent, acknowledging her as their benefactor. A soft, confident smile plays on Riarte's lips as she thanks him. She turns toward the thrashing Aaron, approaching the source of the dark energy. The old man growls and strains against his bonds, a sight that would terrify anyone else. Michael warns her to stay back, fearing for her safety. Riarte's eyes sharpen with focus. She begins to manifest a swirling sphere of pure, crystalline water energy. As the radiant power flows from her hands, she assures him that there won't be any danger. It's time to wash away the darkness. Riarte unleashes her water energy, the brilliant blue light flooding the dark cellar as she fights to save Aaron's life. Aaron's body quakes under the immense strain, his mind currently lost to a violent-induced madness. Riarte recalls the secret to stopping this corruption, the precise application of a water awakener's power to neutralize the lethal black powder. She channels her aura with surgical precision, forcing the healing energy into his system to counteract the poison. The results are immediate. The tension in Aaron's jaw begins to fade as the treatment takes hold. His breathing finally steadies, the manic rage being slowly washed away by the cooling water energy. Exhausted but stable, Aaron slumps forward, the first stage of the purification process complete. Riarte steps back, informing Duke Michael that Aaron is out of danger for the day. Michael is stunned. He never imagined such a deep-seated mania could actually be cured. He asks for an explanation of how she achieved the impossible and what exactly happened to his father. Looking at the resting Aaron, Riarte reveals the grim truth. This wasn't natural madness, but black powder poisoning. She explains that while ordinary people die within hours, those with awakened blood lose their reason and turn into beasts. Michael listens intently to her analysis, realizing the gravity of the assault on his family. Riarte clarifies that only a high-level water awakener has the strength to purge this specific toxin from the blood. Michael immediately vows to do everything in his power to support her while she heals the former lord. However, Riarte has a critical condition. This treatment must remain a total secret from the rest of the household. Her eyes are sharp. She knows the danger hasn't passed as long as a traitor is in their midst. The request catches Michael off guard for a moment, but he quickly realizes that Riarte's intuition matches his own. He knows there is a spy among his inner circle and her hands, or Merlin, and they cannot know Aaron is recovering. He agrees to her terms, acknowledging that if a spy found out, they would both be in lethal trouble. Michael offers a rare smile, fully entrusting the recovery of his father to her expertise. Riarte accepts the responsibility, her resolve hardening for the task ahead. Michael knows he can't leave her unprotected during these secret sessions, but he cannot always be present himself. He promises to provide a trustworthy escort to ensure her safety as she comes and goes. The following morning, the mission continues under the cover of the manor's daily routine. Riarte makes her way back down to the hidden depths of the estate. She descends the stone steps, ready for another day of intense purification. A hand reaches out to steady her, ensuring she navigates the steep stairs safely. It's Michael greeting her with a calm and reassuring smile. Riarte is relieved, realizing he is the trusted escort Michael assigned to her side. They arrive at Aaron's cell, where the atmosphere remains heavy and tense. Riarte asks Michael to wait nearby while she begins the delicate work. She approaches the bound former lord with a focused expression. Every step is deliberate as she nears the man who could snap at any moment. Aaron remains restrained, his body still fighting the lingering effects of the corruption. But Riarte has a clever plan to make the process easier for both of them. She pulls out a small piece of candy, catching Aaron's attention immediately. The former lord stares at the sweet treat, his instincts momentarily overriding his mania. She carefully feeds to him, using the simple pleasure to ground his wandering mind. It works perfectly. The sugar acts as a temporary anchor, keeping him calm enough for the healing to begin. Michael watches in awe, deeply impressed by her creative and compassionate approach. Riarte explains that she remembered Aaron's fondness for sweets from his original personality. She wagered that even in a state of mania, his deepest instincts would remain. As Aaron peacefully chews the candy, Riarte is able to work without him struggling against his bonds. She closes her eyes, pouring her energy into him and praying for the former duke to hold on. Michael observes her dedication, his respect for her growing by the second. The process is physically draining, but Riarte refuses to waver. Suddenly, Michael speaks up, breaking the silence of the cellar. He admits that she has already done more than enough to be their benefactor, and asks why she continues to risk so much for them. Riarte pauses, reflecting on her true motivations. She explains that Aaron is a precious person to the people, and she wants to protect the hearts of everyone who loves him. Michael is visibly moved by her selfless resolve. Finally, Riarte finishes the day's session, her energy nearly spent. She draws her power back, the blue glow fading from the stone room. She estimates it will take another full week of these sessions to completely purify the black powder. But Michael knows the clock is ticking. They must find the traitor who poisoned the lord before they can strike again. Riarte's mind races as she walks through the estate. The mystery of the black powder poisoning gnaws at her. How could the old duke have been exposed for so long without anyone noticing? To find the truth, she needs to investigate his private quarters. But sneaking in unnoticed won't be easy. She pauses, her brow furrowed in deep thought. There has to be physical evidence left behind in that room. As she glances around, weighing her options for a stealthy entry, A voice cuts through the silence. She spins around, startled to find Michael standing right behind her. He offers a bright, beaming smile, explaining he spotted her from the Rose Tower and couldn't resist coming down to say hello. He asks if she's just out for a stroll, but Riarte decides to be direct. She tells him there's a specific place she needs to go. Michael's expression shifts to one of curiosity. Taking a breath, Riarte asks for permission to enter his grandfather's room to search for clues regarding his madness. Michael doesn't hesitate. He reaches out, gently tucking a stray hair behind her ear. With a soft, supportive gaze, he tells her she has his full trust. In his eyes, there is no corner of this estate that is off-limits to her. Riarte looks at him, heartened by his unwavering support. They arrive at the heavy, ornate doors of the old Duke's quarters. Michael leads the way, standing by her side as they prepare to face whatever secrets are hidden within. With a low crake, the door swings open, revealing a room frozen in time. Michael steps back, encouraging her to satisfy her curiosity and look wherever she needs. Riarte notes that while the grandfather hasn't used this room in a year, it is impeccably clean, almost too clean. She asks if anything has been moved, but Michael confirms everything is exactly as it was. Her eyes land on a shelf of ancient books, titles she's never encountered even in the vast libraries of Elheim. She reaches for one, but it's just out of her grasp. As she struggles on her tiptoes, Michael can't help but let out a light-hearted laugh at her predicament. He steps in to help, his hand brushing hers as he reaches for the shelf. The sudden proximity catches Riarte off guard, her eyes widening as they stand close together in the quiet room. Michael notices her reaction, teasingly asking if she's blushing or if it's just his imagination. Riarte feels her heart race, the gravity of their partnership and mutual trust weighing on her. She takes a small step forward, closing the distance. In a moment of pure, innocent appreciation for the man who has become her greatest ally, she leans her head against his chest. Michael freezes, completely stunned by the sudden, rare display of affection. When he asks what she's doing, Riarte looks up with a gaze of absolute sincerity, explaining that she simply likes being near him and wanted to show it. Michael's heart thumps against his ribs, his usual composure momentarily shattered by her honesty. Riarte watches him, wondering if her gesture was out of place. Instead of pulling away, Michael reaches out, his hand hovering near her face. He leans in, his focus entirely on her, the air between them thick with unspoken understanding. He draws closer, the world outside the room fading away. Suddenly, the heavy door groans open. A voice cries out in shock, "It's Andra." He stammers an apology, looking like he's just walked into a state secret. Terrified of the Duke's wrath, the servant flees as fast as his legs can carry him. Michael and Riarte stand in stunned silence for a beat. Then, the Duke's face darkens with comedic fury, muttering that he's definitely going to have a talk with Andra later. Riarte quickly refocuses, realizing that Andra, along with Merlin and Hans, are the ones who take turns cleaning this room. She ponders this detail. The cleaning rotation is the perfect cover for someone to slip in unnoticed. Her eyes suddenly lock onto something on the side table. It's a large glass jar filled with colorful candies. Michael explains his grandfather had a notorious sweet tooth, collecting and eating these every single day, despite warnings about his health. Riarte reaches for the lid, the glass clinking as she opens the jar. Her intuition screams that she's found it. She pulls out a single, dark candy, the perfect delivery system for a slow-acting poison like black powder. Michael watches her, confused by her sudden intensity. Riarte turns to him, her eyes burning with a new, sharp resolve. The evidence is in her hand. She needs to see the old Duke right now. The hunt for the traitor reaches its boiling point as Riarte and Michael stand before the cold stone walls of the castle. Riarte turns to the Duke with a look of iron resolve, insisting that she must proceed alone to confirm her darkest suspicions. "Trust me and wait here," she commands, her eyes burning with a quiet strength. Michael offers a supportive smile, choosing to put his absolute faith in her instincts. Riarte's footsteps echo through the corridor as she reaches the servants' quarters. She knocks firmly, calling out for Andra. The servant opens the door, looking stunned to see the lady appearing unannounced at this hour. Riarte doesn't waste time on pleasantries, immediately questioning the cleaning rotation for the former head's room. Andra confirms the schedule, admitting that Hans and Merlin take turns maintaining the chamber. Suddenly, Riarte reveals her trump card, a single, dark candy held in her palm. The sight of it hits Andra like a physical blow, his composed mask instantly shattering. Memories of her past life flood Riarte's mind. She realizes the answers were hidden in the history she already lived. Before her regression, the former head's madness was so severe that Duke Carmen was forced to take his life to stop the suffering. That tragedy ignited a war against the royal family, a conflict fought by legendary shadows. She remembers the names: Odd-eyed Merlin and Cat-eyed Andra, the Duke's most lethal assassins. But there was a third name she never heard in the future: Hans. Confronting Hans in the hallway, Riarte finds him playing the role of a worried servant. He tries to deflect, claiming he was just checking on the master, and even suggests Andra should be scalded for leaving her alone. Riarte notes the bond between the two, realizing they've been inseparable since Aaron saved them years ago. She asks if he ever checked the meals for harmful substances, her voice dripping with hidden meaning. Hans quickly points the finger at Andra, but Riarte reveals the problem isn't the food at all. She presents the black candy once more. Hans flinches, his body betraying his guilt. "This was found in the room," she states coldly. "Do you know anything about it?" Hans stammers a desperate lie, claiming it's his first time seeing it. But Riarte has him cornered. She accuses him directly. Hans is the one who smuggled the black powder-coated poison into the estate. Andrew steps forward to confirm the truth. He remembers Hans personally picking out these rare candies. Riarte explains that Hans used these sweets to systematically rot the former head's mind, and they've already found a massive stash of them hidden in Hans's own room. Seeing his plan crumble, Hans makes a desperate, violent move, reaching for a mysterious vial. Riarte gasps as a blur of motion intercepts him. Michael slams the traitor into the floor with bone-shattering force, neutralizing him in an instant. Riarte is breathless, realizing Michael never truly left her side. He apologizes for breaking his promise to stay back, but he refuses to let anyone important to him be in danger. Suddenly, Duke Carmen himself emerges from the shadows, his presence radiating power. He tells Riarte that Michael kept him informed and he came to ensure her safety. Surrounded by their protection, Riarte feels a warmth she never experienced with her own family. Duke Carmen takes charge, pinning the traitor down as the investigation turns to the vial Hans was carrying. Michael inspects the crimson liquid, wondering if it's blood, as standard poisons don't work on their bloodline. Riarte realizes the liquid is likely the final catalyst for the black powder. Before the questioning continues, she knows she must act. She approaches the former head, her hands glowing with intense water magic. A massive, swirling orb of blue energy fills the room as she prepares her most powerful purification yet. With a look of absolute determination, Riarte prepares to wash away the madness and save the man who once saved her protectors. The air in the room crackles with raw power as Riarte channels a massive torrent of water, swirling it around the former head of the family in a desperate bid to save him. Duke Carmen can only watch in stunned silence, his eyes wide as he witnesses a level of power he never anticipated. Riarte doesn't hesitate, focusing every ounce of her will as she explains that this purified water is the only way to mend the damage within. She knows the black powder poisoning Aaron's system is deep, and only the crushing pressure of her awakened water can force the toxins out. With a sharp intake of breath, she floods Aaron's entire body with her energy, pushing the limits of her control. Aaron gasps, his body convulsing under the sheer weight of the purification process. Seeing him struggle, Riarte begs him to hold on just a little longer. Her expression is one of pure, unyielding determination. She refuses to let death take him today. Aaron's legs thrash wildly in the swirling currents as the poison is forcibly purged. Finally, the violent movement stops, and his body goes still, suspended peacefully within the glowing blue water. As the torrent recedes, Aaron is left standing tall, the madness that once gripped him seemingly washed away. His features are no longer twisted in pain, looking calm and restored for the first time in years. The water splashes onto the floor as the spell concludes, leaving the room in a heavy, expectant silence. Duke Carmen is frozen in disbelief. His father is actually standing on his own 2 feet. Michael rushes forward, his voice trembling as he asks if his grandfather is truly all right. Slowly, Aaron's eyes flutter open. The haze of insanity is gone, replaced by a sharp, piercing clarity. He looks around the room, confused, wondering how he recovered from the madness that should have been his end. As his senses return, he realizes the atmosphere in the room has shifted entirely. His gaze lands on Riarte, and he demands to know exactly who she is. He can feel the lingering traces of her water energy, and his face darkens as he asks if she belongs to the Elheim family. Duke Carmen tries to step in and explain the situation, but Aaron isn't listening. The old man's face contorts with sudden, violent rage as he orders Carmen to send her away immediately. He hasn't forgotten the blood feud or how his mother died, and he refuses to let an Elheim remain under his roof. Riarte recoils, the weight of his hatred hitting her like a physical blow. Michael snaps, stepping between them and declaring that no matter what his grandfather says, he will never let Riarte go. Aaron's response is cold and final. If she stays, then he is the one who will leave. Duke Carmen is horrified by the ultimatum. Michael's jaw sets in a hard line, his loyalty to Riarte unwavering even in the face of his family's head. But Riarte has heard enough. She realizes that as long as she is here, the Virtue family will remain broken. She quietly agrees that it is right for her to depart. Both Michael and Carmen call out in desperation, pleading with her to stay, but her mind is made up. She turns and runs, fleeing the room as Michael's voice echoes behind her. Michael watches her go, his heart sinking as he realizes the person who saved his family is being driven away by it. He tries to follow, but Aaron grabs his shoulder, physically stopping him. Michael turns on him, shouting that Riarte is the one who gave everything to heal him. The revelation hits Aaron like a thunderbolt, his anger momentarily replaced by shock. As the adrenaline fades, Aaron clutched his head as a sharp pain spikes through his mind. Memories of the purification begin to surface. He sees the blurry image of Riarte's hands working to save him. He remembers her focused, tired face through the water. Her voice, filled with a desperate promise to save him, rings in his ears. Realization dawns on him, and his eyes widen in sudden, crushing guilt. He stands alone in the center of the room, horrified by the cruelty he just showed his savior. Outside, Riarte's shoes click against the stone path as she walks through the estate's garden. She stops in the middle of the courtyard, the cold air biting at her skin. She tells herself it's only natural that he hates her. The history between Elheim and Verci is written in blood. She closes her eyes, trying to accept the bitter reality. Looking up at the darkening sky, she realizes she was foolish to hope for a home here. She looks back at the grand estate one last time, knowing she doesn't belong. A single tear escapes, rolling down her cheek as the loneliness finally catches up to her. Standing amidst the flowers, she weeps silently, feeling as though there is truly no place in the world for her. A voice suddenly calls her name, causing her to turn in surprise. It's Michael, breathless and disheveled from running after her. He reaches out, taking her hands in his and apologizing for the pain his family has caused. Before she can protest, he pulls her into a firm, protective embrace, refusing to let her drift away. In the quiet garden, he holds her close, whispering that she is his savior, and that he will protect her for the rest of his life. Riarte's eyes go wide, the warmth of his support clashing with the cold despair she felt moments ago. She slowly closes her eyes, finally allowing herself to lean into the comfort he offers. Michael pulls back slightly, looking her in the eyes and insisting that regardless of what his grandfather said, she has every right to be here. Riarte is stunned by his conviction, but before she can respond, she spots a figure approaching. It's Aran. The previous head of the house stands before them, flanked by Duke Carmen, his expression unreadable as he faces the girl he just tried to exile. The tension in the air is thick as the rain pours down on Riarte, Michael, and the newly restored Aran. Heartbroken and expecting another rejection, Riarte offers to leave Verci immediately to avoid further conflict, but Aran stops her in her tracks, his voice cracking with a vulnerability no one expected. He bows his head in a rare moment of humility, offering a sincere apology for his earlier outburst. Riarte watches in shock, her eyes wide as the man who once exiled her finally acknowledges her sacrifice. Aran admits he was wrong, finally remembering that she did her absolute best to save his life. He adds that he's deeply grateful, not just for his own recovery, but for the protection she provided to his grandson. With a soft expression, he makes a formal request. He wants Riarte to stay in Verci so he can properly repay his debt. Riarte's voice trembles as she asks for the one thing she never thought she'd have. "May I really stay here?" she whispers, the weight of a lifetime of rejection finally lifting. Aran confirms it with a warm smile. She's welcome to stay forever if she wishes. For a brief moment, the three stand together in a rare instance of peace amidst the storm. But the sudden relief is too much. As the adrenaline fades, Riarte's vision begins to blur. Her strength fails her completely, and she begins to collapse toward the cold ground. Michael and Aran cry out in terror as they rush to catch her before she hits the stone. The scene fades as the rain continues to fall over the silent Verci estate. Hours later, the storm has passed, leaving only the gentle drip of water from the leaves outside. Inside the manor, the air is tense as the family waits for news on Riarte's condition. Riarte lies unconscious in a grand bed, surrounded by the worried leaders of the Verci house. The Duke explains that she has fainted from extreme physical exhaustion and the immense stress of her abilities. Michael remains by her side, his hands clasped tight as he realizes just how much she's been shouldering alone. A sharp knock at the door breaks the silence of the sick room. A servant enters with an urgent message, his expression grim. The Duke takes the word, his eyes narrowing at the correspondence from the imperial family. It's clear the Emperor's faction knows their assassination attempt on Aran has failed. Worse yet, they've realized that Riarte's reign covered the entire empire, revealing the true scale of her power. Michael stares at Riarte, stunned that she pushed her limits to such a staggering degree. Suddenly, Riarte's eyes flutter open, the vibrant blue returning as she regains consciousness. Michael is immediately at her side, his relief palpable as she calls out his name. Confused, she asks what happened, only to be told she collapsed from the sheer strain of her feet. Michael urges her to stay down, his concern overriding any other thoughts. Riarte offers a weak but appreciative smile, thanking them for their care. Michael tells her that everyone was worried, gesturing to the others in the room. Riarte looks up, surprised to see the entire Verci leadership gathered for her sake. Aran stands at the foot of the bed, looking awkward and deeply regretful for his past behavior. Duke Carmen can't help but chuckle at the old man's sudden change in heart. In a moment of levity, the Duke jokes that if Aran makes her uncomfortable, they'll just kick the old man out instead. Riarte watches the banter, her heart warming at the strange, newfound family dynamic. Aran, humbled, tells her she should keep resting and offers to leave if his presence bothers her. Riarte looks at him, her gaze clear and devoid of any lingering resentment. A small, genuine smile plays on her lips as she realizes she is finally safe. She turns the tables, asking Aran how he is feeling after his long ordeal. Overwhelmed by her kindness despite everything he did, Aran's eyes well up with tears as he confirms he's fine. It's a moment of pure reconciliation, a fresh start for the House of Verci. Meanwhile, far away at the Imperial Palace, a different kind of storm is brewing. Empress Terenthia marches through the halls, her royal gown trailing behind her like a bad omen. She snaps at the servants to get out of her way, her fury radiating with every step. She bursts into the inner chambers, the heavy doors creaking under the force of her entrance. Her son, the prince, turns in surprise, clearly caught off guard by his mother's sudden arrival. She wastes no time, berating him for being a fool who hasn't heard the news yet. Empress Terenthia reveals that word of Aran Verci being alive has already reached her ears. The prince stammers, unable to defend and his failure to eliminate the Duke. The Empress sees, realizing their perfect plan was ruined solely by the interference of the Elheim daughter. She demands to know if he has any other plan to rectify this disaster. A dark, twisted grin spreads across the prince's face as he promises to completely destroy Burch this time. The Empress stands in the shadows, her expression cold as stone as she weighs the prince's bold claims. Her presence is suffocating, radiating a lethal authority that demands nothing less than perfection. She delivers a chilling ultimatum. Don't disappoint me again. As the Empress departs, the prince remains, his arrogance unshaken by the weight of her threat. He scoffs at the power of the great Lady Elheim, convinced that this time, their victory is inevitable. With a sinister glint in his eye, he summons Count Pedas to receive his report. He's eager for news on the secret task assigned to their agent Hans. Count Pedas bows low, delivering a message that is both a failure and a success. While the direct assassination attempt was thwarted, he confirms that another vital matter has been taken care of. A dark, jagged smile spreads across the prince's face. To him, the clock is ticking, and he believes Burch's days are finally numbered. Far from the imperial rot, the sun shines brightly over the serene gardens of the Burch Duchy. Under a grand gazebo, a peaceful tea session is underway, a world away from the prince's malice. Riarte approaches the table, her steps light but cautious as she joins the others. She finds herself flanked by Michael, whose protective presence is a constant comfort. Rian and the Duke immediately spring to their feet, their faces lighting up at the sight of her. They hover with genuine concern, asking if she's fully recovered from her recent collapse. Riarte offers a small, genuine smile, assuring them she's feeling much better. Despite the warmth, Riarte notices the previous patriarch seems unusually stiff and pensive. She gently checks in on him, asking how he feels now that the madness has been purged from his system. He looks back at her with newfound clarity, admitting his body finally feels light again. Rian watches her with a soft expression, calling her by a new nickname, Riri. The name catches Riarte off guard. She's never heard it before and asks what it means. Rian explains it's a word from his mother's native tongue, a language from a small, distant kingdom. In that language, Riri means everything that is lovely, noble, and radiant. Michael adds with a smirk that whenever their father finds something he truly treasures, he gives it that specific nickname. For the first time in her life, Riarte feels a flutter of genuine happiness, a warm emotion she never thought she'd experience. As they settle back into their tea, the atmosphere is heavy with a sense of belonging Riarte has long been denied. She admires the intricate craftsmanship of the porcelain teacup in her hands. Rian reveals he chose that specific cup just for her, wanting her to have something beautiful of her own. Riarte is momentarily speechless. The realization that they've prepared all these small, thoughtful details just for her is overwhelming. She thanks them for the gift and the name, though a part of her still feels like she doesn't deserve such kindness. Michael reaches out, his gaze firm as he brushes aside her doubts. He insists that these are the things she should have had from the very beginning. The bond between them grows stronger with every passing second. Rian and the Duke make it clear, Riarte is free here. They want her to pursue anything her heart desires. Riarte pauses, looking inward at her own wishes. More than anything, she wants to freeze this moment and hold on to this family forever. She decides she wants to find a way to express these feelings. Looking up with bright eyes, she tells them she'd like to try drawing. Rian is delighted by the idea. He promises to have Merlin prepare the finest supplies so she can draw to her heart's content. Michael is equally supportive, curious to see what her first masterpiece will be. But as the conversation continues, Riarte notices someone is missing. She asks about Merlin, realizing she hasn't seen the Eid all day. Michael's expression shifts slightly. He explains that Merlin is currently occupied in the basement with a professional interrogation. Riarte listens intently as the mood turns serious. Rian reveals that the captured assassin confessed to working for the Crown Prince. However, despite the intense questioning, the man refuses to explain why he was seen scouting all over Burch in the days leading up to his capture. The mention of the assassin's movements triggers a sense of dread in Riarte. She knows they can't overlook this. She begins to piece together the timeline from before her return. A specific, haunting memory begins to surface. Her eyes widen as the pieces click into place. The flame in her memory grows brighter. She remembers it now, a catastrophic fire that once ravaged the Burch Duchy, claiming the lives of half the servants. It was a disaster that weakened the family right before the war with the Empire. Rian notices her sudden distress and asks what's wrong. Michael, sensing the need for action, suggests a plan. If Hans was scouting specific locations, they should go and investigate those spots themselves. Rian agrees, suggesting they frame the investigation as a simple family walk to keep things low-key. Riarte is stunned by how casually they handle such a serious threat. Michael then turns his teasing toward the Duke, asking if Grandpa wants to join them. The Duke tries to maintain his stoic facade, but his interest is obvious. He huffs and takes a sip of tea, but he can't hide his desire to be included in Riarte's company. They decide to set out tomorrow once Riarte has had more rest. As she sips her tea, Riarte's resolve hardens. She has already saved the patriarch from madness. Now, she will do whatever it takes to protect the home and the family she has finally found. Under the cover of a star-filled night, a heavy atmosphere hangs over the Elheim estate. Inside the study, Michael approaches his father with a question that's been weighing on his mind. He brings up the recent empire-wide rainfall, a phenomenon that should have empowered them. Instead, Michael felt his very life force his water ability draining away as if being siphoned off. He wasn't alone in this sudden weakness. Even the former lord was visibly shaken by the loss of power. Michael looks to his father, desperate to know if the Duke felt the same chilling void. With a heavy sigh, the Duke confirms his son's fears. The terrifying realization settles in. Elheim is crumbling because Riarte is no longer there to anchor their power. As the lights dim, the gravity of their mistake becomes clear if her presence disappears completely. The entire family's future is at stake. They are left staring into the dark, wondering what they can possibly do to stop the inevitable collapse. The next morning at the Burch estate, the sun rises on a much warmer scene. Riarte wakes up late, feeling a sense of peace she never knew before. She reflects on how deeply she's been sleeping since her arrival, wondering if it's simply because she finally feels safe and comfortable. Her maid, Merlin, begins preparing her for the day, mentioning that Riarte is scheduled for a walk with the masters. Merlin notes that the atmosphere in the house has completely transformed. Where there once were strict boundaries and awkward silences, there is now warmth and connection. As requested, Merlin has also prepared professional-grade painting tools for Riarte to use. When asked what she plans to paint, Riarte's mind drifts to a memory of a kind, golden-haired man. She keeps her inspiration a secret for now, offering a mysterious smile. The conversation turns serious as Riarte asks for an update on the interrogation of the captured agent Hans. Merlin reveals a shocking discovery regarding the liquid Hans was carrying. It wasn't just poison, it was human blood belonging to the crown prince himself. When this imperial blood is mixed with black powder, it creates a volatile substance capable of a massive explosion. Riarte's heart thuds as she realizes how close they came to disaster. This was a direct assassination attempt on the former lord. Merlin bows deeply, expressing her profound gratitude to Riarte for saving someone so dear to the household. Riarte gently dismisses the praise, stating that everyone in the Burch family is now dear to her as well. But the danger hasn't passed. Merlin reports that Hans has been obsessively chanting two words, midnight tonight. Riarte's eyes widen in horror. She realizes the catastrophic fire from her past life isn't a distant threat, it's scheduled to happen today. Just then, a knock at the door signals Michael's arrival to escort her for their patrol. He enters with a bright, welcoming smile, completely unaware of the looming crisis. Merlin takes her leave, giving them privacy. Michael offers a charming compliment, but Riarte remains frozen in silence. Sensing her distress, Michael's expression shifts to one of deep concern. Internally, Riarte panics. She wonders if Michael will think she's lost her mind, if she claims a fire is coming based only on her memories of the future. But Michael doesn't wait for her to explain. He kneels before her, his gaze steady and sincere. He vows that no matter what happens, he is on her side and trusts her implicitly. He promises to help her in any way she needs, urging her not to carry her burdens alone. Taking her hand, he seals his promise of loyalty with a respectful kiss. Riarte looks at him, seeing the stark difference between the coldness of Elheim and the unwavering support of Burch. She realizes she finally has people who truly believe in her and a home worth protecting. Steeling her resolve, she prepares to speak the truth. With a firm voice, she delivers the warning. A devastating fire is set to break out at the estate tonight at midnight. Michael's eyes widen as the gravity of the situation hits him. Could Hans really be the architect of this impending disaster? Riarte confirms the suspicion. Hans has been lurking around the mansion far too often for it to be a coincidence. She's convinced the execution of his plan starts today, and she won't let it happen on her watch. Michael falls silent, processing the danger. He knows a fire of this scale would be catastrophic, and insists they act immediately. To ensure total coverage of the grounds, he suggests a united front, calling on his father and grandfather to join the search. Riarte pauses, surprised by his unwavering support, asking if he truly trusts her this much. Without a second thought, Michael confirms his promise he is with her until the end. For the first time, Riarte feels the weight of unconditional trust, grateful to have found an ally like him. The group moves out across the estate, the clock ticking toward their midnight deadline. Michael's father asks the burning question. How exactly does Riarte think Hans will ignite the blaze? Her answer is grim, ancient magic. The crown prince has used these forbidden arts against the Burch family before, and Riarte is certain this is his latest move. The real challenge lies in finding the trigger. She explains that such powerful magic requires a physical medium to manifest, a hidden anchor for the curse to take hold. They reach the estate's lake, the very spot where Hans was reported to be lurking. The Duke notes that Hans spent an unusual amount of time here, even entering the water at one point. Riarte steps forward, her gaze fixed on the shimmering surface as she prepares to investigate. Ignoring the conventional paths, Riarte steps directly onto the water, her feet barely rippling the surface. The men cry out in alarm, fearing she's in danger, but their panic is short-lived. They watch in stunned silence as she stands tall atop the lake. She turns back with a calm pardon, unfazed by their shock. Michael can only stare, mesmerized by her control. His family realizes this is no ordinary feat, it's the absolute mastery of water unique to the Elheim bloodline. Riarte reassures them she's fine and begins her descent into the depths to find what's hidden. Her steps remain steady as she walks further out. She reasons that if Hans entered the water, he must have placed the medium deep within. Suddenly, she falters. Something is wrong. The water beneath her feet feels resistant. There is a specific pocket of the lake where her elemental control is being blocked. She realizes this anomaly must be the location of the magic medium. Peering through the the clear water, her eyes narrow. Beneath the surface, nestled among the pebbles, she sees it. A stone glowing with the unmistakable marks of ancient letters. Michael and his father look on in concern as Riarte works. She remains focused, her silhouette reflecting against the darkening sky. Finally, she emerges, holding the culprit in her hand. As the sun begins to set, the golden hour casts a shadow over the mansion. Riarte presents the stone, confirming it's a magical medium planted by hands. Michael's father is visibly infuriated by the crown prince's persistent and cowardly attacks, but Riarte knows this is just the beginning. There are likely dozens more hidden across the grounds. The deadline is looming. With the sun dipping low, the urgency becomes suffocating. Riarte takes command, requesting that the Duke evacuate everyone from the mansion immediately to ensure their safety. He agrees without hesitation, trusting her judgment completely. Michael offers to have his scouts search for the remaining stones, but Riarte declines. Only she can distinguish the real mediums from potential fakes. She reaches out, grabbing Michael's arm with a desperate intensity. She needs him to guide her to every single location Hans visited, and she needs to get there now. Michael looks at her, realizing the physical toll this will take on her. He knows that the narrow paths and rugged terrain will slow them down. To maximize their speed, he offers a practical solution. He will carry her to each location. He explains that navigating the forest on foot while carrying her will be significantly faster than using a carriage. Riarte considers the logic for a moment. Knowing time is their greatest enemy, she agrees to the plan. Michael secures her firmly, his face set with grim determination as they prepare to move. Together, they set off into the woods to find and destroy the remaining stones. Behind them, the Duke and his son watch, offering a silent prayer for her safety. Riarte remains stoic. She has been given unconditional trust, and she intends to repay it by saving their home. As the lights of the mansion flicker in the distance, she makes a silent vow. No matter the cost, she will protect this place and everyone within it. Deep in the gardens of the Burch estate, the hunt for the saboteur's traps continues as another glowing magic stone is discovered submerged in the water. These ancient anchors are the catalysts for the impending disaster, shimmering with a dangerous, artificial light. Without a moment's hesitation, a heavy boot comes down, shattering the stone into useless shards. Michael exhales a sharp breath, noting that Hans certainly went to great lengths to plant these throughout the grounds. Time is their greatest enemy. Riarte looks up, her expression tense as she calculates their progress. There are still 3 anchors left to neutralize, to maximize their efficiency and cover the vast grounds before nightfall. Michael maintains a firm, professional hold as he carries Riarte, allowing her to focus entirely on sensing the magical signatures. They sprint toward the next location, the sound of their movement echoing through the trees. Every second counts. If they can just destroy these last few mediums, they can prevent the fire from ever starting. But their luck runs out. A deafening boom shatters the silence, the force of the blast nearly knocking them back. Michael and Riarte turn in horror as the sky turns a sickly orange. Pillars of flame erupt from the main estate, the effluvium of the fire consuming the structures they were trying so hard to protect. Riarte's heart sinks as she watches the building go up in flames. Her eyes widen in a mix of shock and guilt. Despite their efforts, she realized she must have missed a hidden spot. Feeling her distress, Michael tightens his grip, providing steady support during the crisis. He looks her in the eye, his voice calm and grounding, telling her it's okay. He reassures her that his father, Duke Burch, would have completed the evacuation by now, and that they can handle a fire of this scale without anyone getting hurt. Riarte tries to speak, her hands trembling as the gravity of the situation sets in. Suddenly, another massive explosion rocks the earth, far more violent than the first. A gargantuan column of fire and smoke towers over the estate, casting a hellish glow over the landscape. Michael's expression hardens as he stares at the epicenter of the new blast. That specific area is the most dangerous part of the grounds, the place where the House Burch's power of death is sealed. It is an ancient, volatile energy tied to their bloodline, and if that power escapes its containment. Riarte looks at him, sensing the shift in his tone, and asks what exactly would happen. Michael explains the grim reality. While the power of death doesn't harm descendants of House Burch, it is an absolute death sentence for anyone else, capable of killing ordinary people with just a single touch. Riarte is stunned into silence as the true depth of the imperial family's cruelty becomes clear. They didn't just start a fire. They intentionally targeted the seal to unleash a lethal plague that would wipe out the entire Burch household and potentially spread throughout the empire. Michael's jaw tightens in a silent lunge of rage. This wasn't a tactical strike against soldiers, this was a localized apocalypse. As Riarte stares into the flames, the terrifying truth hits her. The imperial family is specifically targeting her existence. In her previous life, only the estate burned down, but now, the scale of the disaster has mutated. The future has changed because of her actions, and the stakes are now infinitely higher. Amidst the chaos, Walter, a loyal guard, rushes toward them. He reports with urgency that the power of death is already beginning to seep out from the ruins. He implores Riarte to leave for safety immediately, as her life is in the most danger. Riarte hesitates, asking if she is expected to flee alone. Walter explains that while Michael, as an awakener of Burch, can withstand the energy, she cannot. He urges her to take at least one person and escape the grounds. Riarte looks back at the burning estate, her mind racing. She asks about Merlin and the rest of the staff members who are still in the line of fire. Walter freezes, unable to give a comforting answer. Riarte's resolve hardens. She refuses to be the only one who escapes while everyone else is left behind to face a certain, agonizing death. Walter tries to put on a brave face, telling her not to worry about the others. Liar, she whispers. She knows the truth. The forest will be consumed by the fire and the death energy long before the staff can make it to safety. With a look of fierce determination, she steps out of Michael's arms and plants her feet firmly on the ground. She looks at Michael and Walter, declaring that she will not run away just to save herself. Walter tries to protest, arguing that the fire is far too massive for one person to handle, even for a water master. Michael adds that fighting a fire fueled by ancient power is a suicidal risk. But Riarte has made up her mind. She remembers her promise to Michael, the promise that she would be the one to protect House Burch this time. She raises her hand, and the air begins to shimmer with a powerful effet of spiritual energy. She realizes why the saboteur placed the mediums in the water sources. They've tainted the local supply, turning it into an offering for the flames. The water of Burch cannot be used to fight this fire. She looks up at the darkening sky, feeling the first few drops of moisture on her palm. To stop an ancient fire, she must call upon an even greater force of nature. She focuses every ounce of her will to summon the strongest torrent of rain she can muster. Suddenly, the heavens open up with a thunderous shaya. A massive downpour begins to slam into the burning estate, the sheer volume of water beginning to suppress the unnatural flames. Michael stands in the rain, completely mesmerized. He had always told himself that he was the one who was going to save Riarte. He reflects on all their moments together, from the first time they met to this very second. Looking at the powerful woman standing before him, his eyes soften with a profound realization. As the rain continues to pour, washing away the heat and the threat of death, he watches Riarte, who looks like a goddess of the storm amidst the falling water. In his heart, he finally accepts the truth. It wasn't Riarte who needed saving, it was him. While the Burch estate recovers from the imperial assault, the shadows of consequences finally reach the doorstep of House Elheim. In a dimly lit room, a heavy silence hangs over the once proud family as a visitor knocks. Inside, the weight of their failures is visible on every face, with the brothers left to rot in the misery of their own making. The door swings open as one brother approaches the other with a grim proposal. Realizing their pride has led them to a dead end, they are haunted by the realization that while they've been wallowing in regret, the sister they cast aside has become someone they can no longer reach. The reality is bitter. They lost the true heir of Elheim, and the one left by their side is nothing but a hollow substitute. Even in their arrogance, they must admit that Riarte is the strongest of their bloodline and Elheim is nothing without her. Desperate to fix the unfixable, they decide to send another letter to House Burch, clinging to a hope that has long since withered. But the sky has other plans. A sudden, rhythmic tapping against the window interrupts their plotting as a downpour begins to wash over the lands. It's an unnatural storm, leaving the Elheim brothers baffled by the sudden change in weather. As the rain intensifies, a sharp chill runs through their veins. One of the brothers stares at his hands in horror, feeling a strange, hollow sensation he can't explain. The terror sets in as he realizes his very essence is draining away. His connection to his elemental power is snapping. He collapses to the floor, gasping as the core of his strength vanishes into the cold air. Helpless and broken, he can only groan in agony while his brother watches in stunned silence. The truth is finally clear. The fall of Elheim isn't just coming, it's already here, and they are becoming powerless in real time. A few days later, the sun rises over a transformed Burch estate, where the scars of the explosion are being mended by a new sense of hope. Riarte walks through the lush gardens, reflecting on how much her life has shifted since she escaped her past. She looks upon the peaceful staff and the restored grounds, filled with a quiet pride that she was the one who protected this sanctuary. Despite the massive amount of energy she expended to summon the rain and suppress the power of death, she doesn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue. On the contrary, she feels a surge of elemental power coursing through her veins stronger than ever before. It's a strange, familiar warmth, as if she has reclaimed a part of her soul that was stolen long ago. She begins to suspect the impossible. As the Elheims wither, she is absorbing the very abilities they once took for granted. Suddenly, a soft sound catches her attention, breaking her train of thought. A small, fluffy creature darts from the shadows, brushing against her dress with curious affection. It's a tiny silver fox, its fur shimmering in the sunlight as it nuzzles against her leg. Riarte kneels down, mesmerized by the unexpected visitor. The fox lets out a soft cry as she reaches out, gently stroking its head. A genuine smile breaks across her face at the creature's innocent charm. She scoops the little fox into her arms, wondering if the poor thing has lost its way in the vast gardens. "So you were here," a familiar voice calls out, causing Riarte to turn. Michael approaches, his presence as commanding and steady as ever, greeting her with a warm look. Riarte beams, explaining that she just stepped out to get some fresh air after her recovery. Curious, she asks if the silver fox is one of the animals being raised on the Burch estate. Michael reveals the truth. He actually purchased the creature from Elheim during a hunting competition. He watches as the fox settles comfortably in her arms, its fierce reputation seemingly forgotten in her presence. He admits he hesitated to show it to her, fearing it might trigger painful memories of her former home. He notes that the fox is usually quite temperamental and hasn't been trained yet, but it seems to have taken an immediate, instinctive liking to her. Riarte hugs the fox close, her heart melting at its cuteness, and Michael can't help but smile at her joy. Seeing her happy is all the confirmation he needs. However, his tone shifts to one of protective concern as he asks how she's truly feeling. Riarte reassures him that she's fine, even if her grandfather and father are being a bit overprotective lately. Michael's gaze softens, his focus entirely on her well-being as he steps closer. He reaches out, his hand hovering near her face in a gesture of pure professional care. He reminds her that of everyone, he is the one who worries about her the most. His voice drops, filled with a solemn vow that he never wants to see her in such grave danger again. Riarte looks up at him, moved by the depth of his loyalty and the weight of his words. He asks her to promise to stand by him next time, rather than facing the storm alone. Riarte is momentarily speechless, the warmth of his protection wrapping around her like a shield. Michael reaffirms his commitment. No matter how dangerous the path ahead becomes, he will be the one to protect her. To him, she is the most important person in the world. Riarte nods, a soft smile returning to her lips as she promises to keep his words in her heart. The reassurance she feels in his presence is a comfort she never knew she deserved. The moment is interrupted by Aleph, the family butler, who arrives with a formal summons. He stands respectfully, informing the pair that the Duke is waiting for them. There are urgent matters to discuss regarding the future of the estate and the fallout from the attack. Riarte and Michael follow him back toward the main manor, the atmosphere shifting from peaceful reflection to focused determination. They enter the Duke's office, where the patriarch sits behind his desk, his eyes sharp with intent. He checks on Riarte's health one last time, receiving a confident nod in return. With his family gathered and Riarte's power fully awakened, the Duke wears a cold, satisfied smirk. The time for defense is over. It's finally time for House Burch to pay off their debts, and the Empire won't like the interest. The counter-offensive begins now. Duke Burch reveals his strategy. He's not just defending. He's taking the fight to the heart of the Empire by setting a fire within the palace walls using his web of spies. He looks at Riarte with a chillingly calm expression, offering to hunt down and interrogate anyone involved in her suffering, vowing to do whatever she desires. Michael steps in, worried this level of brutality is too much for Riarte. But the Duke insists she must grow accustomed to the weight of the Burch name. Riarte reflects on the Imperial Palace's cruelty, knowing the Duke wouldn't just sit back and watch them strike. She agrees to the operation, but with one non-negotiable condition. She demands that no innocent lives be lost in the flames. The Duke smiles, a predatory glint in his eye, and promises to honor her wish. But Riarte has a revelation that changes the board. She explains that after summoning the massive rainstorm, her power didn't drain. Instead, it felt like it was surging. Michael and the Duke freeze as the realization hits them like a physical blow. Riarte isn't just a master of water. She's literally siphoning the elemental essence right out of the Elheim family. The Duke can't help but chuckle at the news, eager to see the Imperial family's reaction to their main allies losing their bite. Riarte remains cautious, wondering what the crown will do once they realize their power balance has been shattered. The Duke's gaze sharpens, knowing the Empire won't just stand by. For generations, the crown has used Elheim as a pawn to keep other noble houses in check, maintaining a delicate balance of power. If Elheim loses their edge, that balance is gone. A cold smirk plays on the Duke's lips as he looks toward the future. He metaphorically knocks over a chess piece, signaling the inevitable. Elheim is going to crumble, and House Burch will be there to watch it happen. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Crown Prince's palace, the morning sun hits a room filled with undeserved luxury. Prince Lucas lounges in bed, basking in the glow of his perceived victory. He's convinced House Burch is currently a pile of smoldering ash, finally resolving a problem that haunted his predecessors for years. A knock at the door interrupts his smug daydream. His subordinate enters, and Lucas immediately asks for a report on the destruction of Burch. He assumes the ancient fire he unleashed has turned the duchy into a sea of flames, but the report is a total shock. The fire at Burch was extinguished almost instantly. Lucas's eyes widen, his mind racing to understand how his unstoppable plan failed. He demands to know what happened, refusing to believe the fire could be put out so easily. The messenger delivers the crushing news. A sudden rainstorm washed the ancient flames away. Lucas grips his sheets, his knuckles turning white with pure rage. He remembers the girl, the Elheim princess he discarded, and realizes her power must be the cause. A twisted, predatory smile creeps across his face. She ruined his plan, but now he's more obsessed with her power than ever. He sits on the edge of his bed, mesmerized by the sheer scale of her abilities. He decides he must have her, even if he has to offer her the seat of crown princess to secure her loyalty. He orders a full investigation into Riarte's life at Elheim, wanting to know every single one of her likes and dislikes. But before he can plan his next move, a deafening explosion rocks the palace. Lucas stares out in horror, the reflection of disaster in his eyes. His own palace is suddenly engulfed in a roaring, unnatural inferno. Panic sets in as he realizes the speed of the retaliation, wondering if House Burch has already struck back. A maid bursts in, frantic, announcing that the Emperor has summoned him to the office immediately. Lucas stands frozen, the weight of his failure finally sinking in. He heads to the Emperor's chambers, passing the golden statues of a lion, the symbol of a power that's currently under threat. He kneels before his father, the air thick with tension. The Emperor's voice is low and dangerous. He calls out to Lucas, who flinches under the cold scrutiny. The Emperor's hand is balled into a fist as he reveals the dire reports. This isn't some ordinary fire. It's an unstoppable blaze that the palace's water systems can't touch, threatening to consume the entire complex. Lucas tries to find his words, but he's drowning in the consequences of his own hubris. The Emperor cuts straight to the point, his expression grim. He demands to know if Lucas did something to provoke House Burch. Standing over his son, the Emperor reminds him that he was explicitly warned never to upset the Burch family. Lucas grits his teeth, unable to believe his plan backfired so spectacularly. In his mind, he's still arrogant, cursing his father's caution while his home burns around them. The Emperor has already called for the Elheim family, expecting their water masters to save the day, and orders them to be treated with total respect. Lucas stands there, defeated but still plotting how to use Elheim to fix his mess. He's still focused on bringing the Elheim princess to his side, completely oblivious to her true state. A soldier rushes in with an urgent update. The Elheim duchy has arrived. The Emperor stands up, ready to end this crisis once and for all. He believes the fire is as good as gone now that the water masters are on site, but the soldier hesitates, looking completely shaken. He delivers the final, crushing blow. Elheim has declared they will not take any action to suppress the fire. The Empire's greatest weapon has just abandoned them. The Imperial Palace is a furnace, the air thick with the scent of ash as a lone carriage rolls toward the inferno. Inside, the atmosphere is just as suffocating. Duke Elheim sits in a cold sweat, finally facing the terrifying reality he's tried to ignore. Their legendary water power hasn't just weakened, it's vanishing. The low-ranked members of his house have already been stripped of their gifts, reduced to mere commoners. Only the direct descendants have anything left, and even that is a flickering candle in a hurricane. The Duke's hand trembles as he realizes that using their power just one more time could leave them utterly powerless. A sharp knock at the carriage door shatters the silence. They've arrived at the heart of the chaos. His son urges him to step out, but the Duke's fear has turned into a desperate, stubborn resolve. He refuses to move, decreeing that no one is to leave this carriage. He plans to play a dangerous game of neutrality, claiming Elheim will not take sides in the bloody feud between House Burch and the imperial family. Outside, the palace continue to crackle and burn, a grim reminder of the stakes. The sons are bewildered, questioning their father's sudden cowardice, but the Duke's eyes are wide with the panic of a man losing his status. He repeats his command. They cannot use their power. When his son reminds him of the Emperor's direct order, the Duke snaps. He bellows at them, asking if they are truly willing to become non-awakeners, just to fight a fire they might not even be able to stop. In the heat of the argument, the Duke realizes his other son, Pantaleon, is missing. He curses the boy's uselessness, unaware of the shifting tides. Suddenly, another knock comes, this one more authoritative, more final. The Duke tries to maintain his facade, but his voice falters as he's told the Imperial Knights have arrived. Panic flashes across his face. The carriage door is unlatched. It creaks open to reveal a line of stern, high-ranking knights. And there, mounted on a dark steed, is the Emperor himself. His presence is a physical weight, cutting through the Duke's excuses. The Emperor speaks with a chilling calm, acknowledging that the Duke seems to have no intention of helping. He stares at the burning gardens and then turns a piercing gaze toward the carriage. He isn't just suspicious of the Duke's loyalty, he's suspicious of his ability. The Duke flinches, the mask of nobility slipping. "Show me," the Emperor commands, his voice like grinding stone. "Show me that you can still use your water power." The Duke is trapped. He knows the Emperor is no fool and that their refusal has already painted a target on their backs. The Emperor's patience has reached its limit. He demands proof, leaving the Duke with no room to retreat. Forced out into the open, the Elheim men stand before the Emperor's horse. The Duke tries to maintain a shred of dignity, asking how the Emperor would like him to demonstrate his gift. The Emperor points to a small greenhouse far from the main blaze. He orders the Duke to douse it. The Duke, too terrified to risk his own remaining essence, looks to his son, Fiamin. Fiamin recoils, his face pale with dread. He knows the cost, but his father's order is absolute. He must use his power to save the family's reputation. Fiamin steps forward, tears pricking his eyes as he reaches for the mana in his soul. A faint, blue light begins to swirl between his palms. He gasps, the effort of pulling the fading energy causing him visible pain. He's desperate, his hands shaking as he tries to maintain the flow. A thin stream of water splashes against the greenhouse glass, but then the light sputters. The water turns to mist. Fiamin collapses, his body giving out as his mana pool runs dry. His brother catches him, but the damage is done. Fiamin looks up, his eyes hollow and devastated. In that moment, the truth is laid bare. Fiamin Elheim has become a non-awakener. He has lost everything. The Duke tries to pivot, desperately hoping that small display was enough to satisfy the crown. But the Emperor is unmoved. He notes that only the son showed his strength. Now, it is the Duke's turn. He makes it clear that only a display from the patriarch himself will clear the air. The Duke is paralyzed. He realizes the Emperor might already know their secret. "You may begin, Duke," the Emperor says, his eyes narrowing. Cornered, the Duke raises his hand, a small, pathetic orb of water flickering into existence. But before he can act, a low rumble vibrates through the ground. The knights murmur in confusion, looking around as the air begins to hum with a different kind of energy. The Duke looks up, his own failure forgotten for a second. His eyes widen in pure shock. High above the palace, a massive, glowing purple magic circle tears through the sky, signaling that a power far greater and far more dangerous has just arrived. As the imperial palace descends into a fiery inferno, chaos reigns. Servants scream in terror as the flames lick the gilded walls, and every attempt to douse the blaze with water fails miserably. Amidst the smoke and heat, a lone, cloaked figure watches the destruction with eerie calm, his eyes fixed on a power far greater than the fire itself. Deep within the stone corridors, the figure follows a trail of pulsating energy. He moves with purpose, navigating the winding stairs toward a secret the crown prince has kept hidden from the world. He knows he's close. He can feel the presence of a being that rivals the Spirit King, yet feels fundamentally different. Finally, he finds her, a spirit with hair as dark as the void, floating amidst a garden of shadowed roses. The figure, Dantirian, stares in awe as the spirit's eyes snap open, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Her gaze is piercing, inhuman, and filled with ancient knowledge. A smirk plays on Dantirian's lips as he realizes the magnitude of his discovery. "Looks like you're finally awakened," he muses. The spirit remains cold, her voice a sharp edge as she demands to know his identity. With a chilling smile, she reveals her nature. She is not just a spirit, she is the past. Dantirian's mind immediately races with the possibilities of such a title. If she represents the past, then his ultimate goal might finally be within reach. He leans in, his expression twisting into a mask of desperate ambition. "In that case, can you perhaps turn time back to the past?" The spirit doesn't deny it. She admits it is possible, though it requires a monumental amount of power. She drifts closer, her senses heightening. She smells the scent of water on Dantirian, but it doesn't please her. Her eyes narrow with sudden, violent intensity. "There's a scent of something fake coming from your body," she hisses, sensing the stolen essence within him. Dantirian flinches, her aura chilling him to the bone despite his own power. He tries to redirect her focus, asking why she calls him a fake, and what she truly wants. The spirit reveals her price. She needs a specific person, her other half. Only by reclaiming what she lost can she become the complete Spirit King. If Dantirian brings her this person, she promises to turn back time to any moment he desires. This is the golden ticket. Dantirian realizes he can go back to the days when Riarte was still trapped within House Elheim, before everything fell apart. "Fine," he agrees, his voice trembling with anticipation. But he isn't a fool. He needs proof of her claim before he hands over his leverage. He gestures toward the window, where the palace continues to burn. "If you turn back the fire that's burning the imperial palace now, I'll believe you." The spirit sighs, warning him that such a feat will force her back into a deep slumber for months. But for the chance to find her missing piece, it's a sacrifice she's willing to make. She reaches out, her hand glowing with a terrifying violet light. A massive surge of energy erupts, startling Dantirian as the very air begins to vibrate with magic. "I'll wait for the fake one," she whispers, her form beginning to dissolve. Her eyes close as she channels her remaining strength into one final, world-altering spell. High above the palace, a colossal purple magic circle manifests in the sky, crackling with ancient runes. Outside, the witnesses are frozen in shock. Duke Elheim stares upward, unable to comprehend the celestial display. Before he can even process the sight, he gasps in disbelief. The raging flames that threaten to consume the capital vanish instantly, leaving behind nothing but cooling embers and clear skies. Even his son stands paralyzed, wondering what kind of miracle or curse just occurred. The Emperor, mounted on his black steed, receives the news with a grim expression. His plan to force House Elheim into a corner has been interrupted by this mysterious intervention. He looks toward the palace, his eyes narrowed. The fire is out, but his suspicion remains. He turns his horse to depart, tossing a final, veiled threat toward the Duke. "It's a shame I couldn't witness the power of Elheim family. I'll look forward to next time." The Emperor's departure provides no relief. He leaves behind a chilling promise. Duke Elheim will not be able to escape his scrutiny again. The Duke knows the walls are closing in. The Emperor is now convinced that House Elheim has lost its legendary mana. As they walk toward their carriage, the gravity of their situation sinks in. They are vulnerable, exposed, and utterly powerless. The Duke mutters to himself, his obsession with Riarte reaching a breaking point. "We have to bring that child here somehow. We can't delay any longer." His frustration boils over as he complains about the lack of response from House Burch. He's ready to barge in and take what he believes belongs to him. His son watches him, his expression unreadable as he simply obeys. However, internally, the young man is revolted. He realizes that the harmonious family he once believed in was a lie. Now only hostility and desperation remain. Upon their return, they are met by Dantirian, who has finally resurfaced. The Duke demands to know where he's been, but Dantirian simply laughs it off, claiming he had matters to attend to. His lightheartedness in the face of their ruin infuriates his brother. "Instead of grinning like that, think of a way to bring back Riarte," he snaps. Dantirian's smile only widens, turning sinister. I can bring her back. The room goes silent. The Duke and his son stare at him, desperate for any shred of hope. Dantirian turned to Rian, his eyes gleaming with a dark secret. He claims he has found an important key, the spirit of the past. Rian, driven by a desperate need to reclaim their status, doesn't hesitate. He vows to do whatever it takes, as long as Riarte is brought back under their control once more. Inside a sun-drenched studio, Riarte focuses all her energy on a canvas, finally finding peace in her new life. Nearby, a silver fox naps quietly on a plush chair, seemingly the picture of innocence. However, the household staff knows better, remembering the chaotic, destructive energy the creature usually displays. With a steady hand, Riarte sweeps her brush across the canvas, bringing a vibrant ocean to life. Her maid watches in awe, mesmerized by the professional quality of the work. Riarte smiles, her mind drifting back to the moment that inspired this piece. It was the very first time she had ever seen the sea, a memory of Michael taking her away from the suffocating walls of Elheim to witness the vast, open horizon. When the maid suggests the painting belongs in a frame, Riarte reveals she already has a special recipient in mind. She wants this first creation to be a gift for the person who showed her freedom. Out in the palace gardens, Michael is deep in conversation with his guards. He's caught off guard when he hears his name, turning to see Riarte approaching. She walks toward him tentatively, clutching a large, framed object against her chest. Michael greets her with his usual professional grace, curious about her sudden visit. Despite her nerves, Riarte gathers her courage. She reveals the painting a breathtaking rendition of the sea they visited together. Michael is stunned, his eyes widening as he takes in the detail of the waves. He asks breathlessly if he's truly allowed to keep such a masterpiece. A brilliant smile breaks across his face as he declares it the best gift he has ever received, promising to treasure it forever. He is so impressed by her natural talent that he insists her skills shouldn't remain a secret. He proposes a bold idea. Riarte should enter an upcoming anonymous art competition. He explains that this event allows artists to showcase their work without the burden of their titles. The mention of the competition triggers a memory from Riarte's past life. She recalls the power structure of the empire, one grand duchy and 3 great duchies. While the emperor stands at the peak, the families of Illis and the declining Elheim hold significant weight. Then there is the Duchy of Burch, known as the House of Death, and finally the mysterious Duchy of Heron. Riarte remembers a crucial detail. Duke Heron serves as the judge for this competition under the alias Zen Walker. Realizing this is a golden opportunity to make a powerful connection for the Burchy family, she agrees to participate. Michael is thrilled and promises to handle the arrangements with his father. He is visibly overjoyed, his typical composure wavering from the excitement of her gift. Riarte is momentarily baffled by his intense reaction, but Michael simply tells her to look forward to a surprise he has planned. As they stand together in the garden, the atmosphere shifts instantly. Riarte flinches, sensing a sudden, chilling change. Michael moves instinctively to shield her as a strange shadow falls over them. The guards look around in confusion as the bright afternoon sky unnaturally begins to dim. Michael scans the perimeter, sensing an intense, malevolent energy radiating through the air. Riarte is overcome by a sense of impending doom. Michael maintains his professional focus, placing a hand on her shoulder to steady her, assuring her it's likely nothing. But internally, his mind races. He knows today is the day spies were meant to ignite a fire within the imperial palace. He wonders if this dark omen is a direct result of that plot. Despite the lingering dread, the following days pass with unexpected tranquility. Riarte throws herself into her practice, perfecting her technique for the competition. Slowly, she begins to feel like a true member of the Burchy family, finding a sense of belonging she never had with Elheim. She finds herself smiling more, the coldness of her past life finally melting away. As she works, she realizes the anger she once held for House Elheim has vanished, replaced by total indifference. She no longer cares if they rise or fall. They are nothing to her now. Her focus is broken by a soft knock on the door. Her maid enters, inviting her for a refreshing walk through the estate gardens. The garden is in full bloom, bathed in perfect sunlight. The maid remarks that even the weather seems to be celebrating a special day. Riarte is puzzled, unaware of any upcoming occasion. The maid leads her toward a secluded terrace, and as they round the corner, Riarte stops dead in her tracks, her eyes wide with shock. The entire Burchy family is gathered there, dressed in their finest attire. Michael stands at the front, holding a massive bouquet of rare blue roses. With a warm, genuine smile, he delivers the surprise, "Happy birthday, Riarte." Riarte stands frozen, her breath catching as the realization hits her like a tidal wave. For years, she had completely forgotten the significance of this date. In her past life, her birthday was never a celebration. It was a grim anniversary of her mother's death. While the rest of the world celebrated the birth of Rian, Riarte was nothing more than a ghost in the hallways. She spent every year locked away in a dark room, staring out at a world that was far too bright and noisy for someone like her. She simply assumed that loneliness was the natural state of her existence. But today, the sunlight feels different. She looks out to see an impossible sight. A sea of vibrant blue roses surrounding the estate. Duke Burchy and Carmen approach her with wide smiles, explaining that since her name means blue rose, they bought every single one in the empire to honor her. The staff watches with genuine warmth, their gazes filled with a sincerity Riarte has never known. Even the small household pets seem to sense the joy in the air. Michael steps forward, gently taking her hand. He tells her with absolute conviction that meeting her was the greatest luck of his life. He brings her hand to his face, whispering a phrase she never thought she'd hear. "Thank you for being born." The words pierce through Riarte's defenses, sending a flush of warmth through her as she wonders if she is truly allowed to be this happy. The entire household gathers around, officially welcoming Riri as a true member of their family. Overwhelmed, Riarte asks if it's really okay for her to belong here. Carmen and the Duke don't hesitate without her. They insist House Burch wouldn't be the same. Michael promises that they will celebrate her life like this every single year. Looking into their eyes, Riarte feels something break inside her. Tears begin to fall, hot and unstoppable. Her sudden crying sends Michael and the others into a panicked frenzy. Riarte quickly wipes her eyes, trying to soothe their worries. She looks up with a radiant, tearful smile, explaining that these aren't tears of sadness. She's just so happy that she could live the rest of her life on this single memory alone. But Michael isn't finished yet. He kicks off a massive gift-giving ceremony that borders on the absurd. The old Duke presents her with a signet ring, giving her the power to buy anything in his name. Carmen goes even further, handing her a legal deed for land and an entire team of employees. Merlin, the maid, offers a humble, handmade necklace filled with heart, while Walter and Andra present their own carefully chosen gifts. As night falls over the Burch mansion, Michael checks in on Riarte, making sure the excitement hasn't exhausted her. He walks her back to her room, but as they reach the door, he reveals he saved the best for last. Riarte opens the door and gasps. The room is overflowing with 17 distinct gifts. Her eyes widen in disbelief. As Michael explains that one gift wasn't nearly enough, he reaches for a specific box. Riarte watches intently as he pulls out a soft, brown teddy bear. He tells her this gift is for her 4-year-old self. These aren't just presents for today. They are the gifts he wanted to give her for every birthday she spent alone in the dark. He wants to celebrate all the years she was forced to endure without love. The sheer depth of his care brings Riarte to tears once more. She throws her arms around him in a grateful embrace. In this moment, she feels like Michael isn't just celebrating her present, he's reaching back in time and saving her younger self from the shadows. To her, Michael's very existence is the greatest gift she could ever receive. Later, the conversation turns toward the future. Michael mentions that the Duke wants to hold Riarte's coming-of-age ceremony at the Burch estate. Even though Riarte worries it might be too late for such a tradition, Michael insists. He gives a confident grin, asserting that no one would dare object to a celebration held by House Burch. Riarte smiles, finally accepting her place in this family. Michael warns her that the Elheims will likely attend, but Riarte's expression turns cold and determined. She doesn't care, those people mean nothing to her anymore. Meanwhile, at the Duchy of Elheim, the atmosphere is tense. A letter arrives from Burchi, and the Duke frantically asks if Riarte has finally responded. The messenger delivers the crushing news. It's not a letter from Riarte, but a public announcement. The Duke stares at the paper in shock. House Burch is officially hosting Riarte's coming-of-age ceremony. He trembles with anxiety, fearing the humiliation of facing the other nobles after their previous failures. As the Duke hesitates, a chilling voice cuts through the room. Dantarian enters, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. He declares that there is nothing to worry about. As Riarte's real family, they will attend the ceremony with pride, hiding their dark intentions behind a mask of brotherly love. Sunlight spills into the studio as Riarte loses herself in her latest masterpiece, her brush strokes carrying the weight of her future. She isn't just painting for fun. Her eyes are set on the finals of the art competition, knowing she must catch the attention of Duke Heron to secure her standing. Her intense focus is briefly broken by a playful spirit resting on her hand. Michael enters the room, his presence immediately softening the atmosphere of the workspace. He urges her to take a breather, concerned that her relentless dedication might eventually take a toll on her health. Riarte can't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. The Burchi family's constant warmth and praise are still a stark, dizzying contrast to her past. Seeing an opportunity, Riarte decides to ask for a specific favor to aid her work. She asks Michael if there are any unique art materials or tools exclusive to the Burchi estate. Michael reveals they possess sacred paint, a rare substance gifted by the Temple of Light. It's nearly impossible for ordinary people to handle, but he knows that as a powerful awakener, Riarte is more than capable. Riarte pauses, her mind racing back to her past life. She remembers that Duke Heron was desperately searching for someone capable of restoring damaged sacred art. If she can master this paint, he will have no choice but to seek her out. Determining this is the key to her plan, she asks Michael if she can use it. Michael doesn't hesitate, promising to bring her the paint whenever she needs it. With the technicalities settled, Michael shifts gears, leading her away from the easel to begin their daily dance practice. To Riarte, Michael's loyal and protective nature often reminds her of a devoted silver fox. She offers him a rare, genuine smile, agreeing to the lesson. The practice begins, their footsteps echoing through the grand hall as they find their rhythm. Michael is quick to praise her, noting how much her grace on the floor has improved. Lately, Riarte's life has become a whirlwind of preparation, balancing her art competition entries with dress fittings for her upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Despite her packed schedule, she always makes time for these sessions with Michael. As he takes her hand, she finds herself wondering about his true intentions. She can't help but notice the warmth in his eyes, questioning if he simply enjoys her company as much as she enjoys his. Michael looks at her with an intensity that suggests his devotion goes far beyond mere duty. In the middle of a turn, Michael mentions he has a favor to ask. He draws her closer, maintaining a professional but firm lead as they move across the floor. During a dramatic dip, the proximity becomes palpable. Michael's expression falters for a split second, his composure momentarily shaken. Startled by the sudden tension, Riarte quickly apologizes. It turns out she accidentally stepped on his foot during the maneuver. Though Michael insists it's perfectly fine. He regains his footing and returns to his request. He asks Riarte if she will grant him the honor of the very first dance on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony. Riarte is caught off guard by the weight of the request. After a moment of consideration, she softly agrees. However, Michael's expression remains serious as he looks down at her. Riarte, unfamiliar with the nuances of high society traditions, asked if the first dance carries a specific significance. Michael explains that the first dance is traditionally shared between two people who harbor deep, mutual feelings for one another. The revelation leaves Riarte stunned, her eyes wide with realization. He gently takes her hand, his gaze never leaving hers. He finally asks the question he's been holding back. What do you think of me? Riarte is momentarily speechless. As she looks at their joined hands, she realizes how much she truly enjoys being by his side. Michael has become a pillar of support in her new life. The moments they spend together fill her with a sense of happiness she never thought possible. But Riarte's past is a dark shadow that still haunts her. She admits that after enduring so much pain and neglecting her own heart for so long, she doesn't fully understand what love is supposed to feel like. Michael listens patiently, his expression softening with empathy. Riarte explains that it's only natural for her to need time to process these new, confusing emotions. Michael pulls her into a comforting embrace, assuring her there is absolutely no need to rush. He promises that no matter how long it takes for her to find her answer, he will always be by her side. Feeling a profound sense of safety, Riarte leans into him and whispers her thanks. Meanwhile, far from the warmth of the Burch estate, the imperial palace stands cold and imposing. Inside, a blonde royal sits in deep thought, his eyes cold and calculating. Hearing a knock, he commandingly tells the visitor to enter. A young woman steps through the door, her presence sharp and professional. This is Riarte Elheim, and she approaches the prince with a respectful bow. She has been undergoing rigorous training to prepare for a specific mission. The prince questions her on her progress in social circles, ensuring she is ready to infiltrate the upcoming festivities. He warns her to be perfectly prepared for what's to come. The prince's plan is sinister. He intends to use Riarte's unique, brainwashing ability to seize control of Riarte. With a chilling smile, Riarte vows that she will not let him down, signaling a dangerous new threat to Riarte's newfound peace. Inside the palace, the imperial prince watches with cold satisfaction as his secret weapon, Riarte Elheim, prepares for her mission. He trusts her skills implicitly, knowing she's ready to execute his plan. While she is a renowned painter among the nobility, the prince didn't choose her for her artistic talent alone. Riarte stands as a figure of quiet elegance, but her appearance masks a dangerous secret. Beneath her calm exterior lies the terrifying power to brainwash others, a tool the prince intends to use to claim Riarte for himself. This power is the cornerstone of his strategy to secure his prize. The prince notes the striking resemblance between Riarte and the daughter of House Elheim, though he knows they are fundamentally different. Riarte listens, her expression unreadable as the prince ponders their similarities. She questions his observation with a subtle, knowing look. Suddenly, a sharp knock interrupts their plotting. A servant announces an unexpected guest has arrived. The prince's composure cracks when he hears the name. It's Duke Rian. Duke Rian is a man of shadow, a figure from a family shrouded in deep mystery. To prove his identity, the visitor has brought the legendary ring and seal bestowed upon House Rian. Seeing no choice but to face this enigma, the prince orders him to be sent in immediately. Riarte offers a formal bow and takes her leave as the guest approaches. The heavy doors creak open, and the duke enters, his presence filling the room. Cloaked in a heavy, ornate mantle and wearing a mask that conceals his eyes, the duke is every bit the mystery the rumors suggested. As Riarte passes him in the hallway, she catches a glimpse of his intense gaze. She pauses, her eyes following the hem of his cloak as he strides past. The doors click shut behind him, leaving the duke alone with the prince. The duke offers a curt greeting, his voice steady and commanding. The prince, trying to regain his footing, demands to know the reason for this unannounced visit. Without wasting time on pleasantries, Rian asks about the recent fire at the imperial palace. He recalls reports of a strange, inextinguishable fire that vanished as quickly as it appeared. The duke's tone turns accusatory, suggesting the fire was set in a way that directly involves the empire's secrets. The prince realizes he's dealing with someone who knows far too much for comfort. When he asks what the duke truly wants, Rian makes a startling request. He wants to meet the person responsible for putting out the fire. The prince is visibly stunned by the request. However, a dark smirk begins to form on his face as he realizes he can use this to manipulate the duke to his own ends. He tells Rian that such an introduction won't be difficult, but he won't do it without a reason. The prince leans in, his expression turning predatory as he offers a deal. Help me, and I'll introduce that person to you. Rian considers the offer, his face partially obscured by shadow. He agrees, but issues a chilling warning. If the prince is lying, he must be prepared for a ruthless revenge. The duke's eyes flash with a promise of no mercy for those who dare to deceive him. Unfazed, the prince smiles, confident that the truth remains buried beyond even the duke's reach. The two men seal their dangerous pact with a handshake, a temporary alliance born of mutual manipulation. Meanwhile, at the Burch estate, Merlin prepares the carriage to deliver Riarte's latest work to the competition. She is brimming with confidence, certain that Riarte will advance to the finals, because the painting is filled with such raw emotion. As the carriage departs, Riarte watches it go, her future hanging on the judge's decision. Michael approaches her, noting that his father has requested their presence in his office immediately. As they walk through the gardens, Michael expresses his awe at Riarte's success in using the holy paint, describing the result as incredibly beautiful. Riarte humbly credits him for securing the rare materials, but Michael insists it was her unique talent that made it possible. Riarte remains focused, hoping that if even someone like Merlin could feel the power of her art, then Duke Heron will surely see it too. Michael notes that with the painting submitted, they finally have some breathing room to spend time together. Riarte smiles, reflecting on the many moments they've shared while she worked on her masterpiece. Michael then turns to her with a curious question. He admits the painting was quite abstract and asks what she was actually trying to depict. Riarte's gaze softens as she recalls the process. She remembers the intensity of the colors and the strange, fiery sphere she brought to life on the canvas. Michael waits expectantly for her answer. With a playful glint in her eye, Riarte tells him it's a secret for now. She laughs softly, promising that she will tell him everything once the time is right. The two arrive at the main building of the estate, ready to face whatever news awaits them. Inside, they find the Duke and his father waiting with serious expressions. The elder Burch urges the Duke to share the news he has been holding back. Riarte and Michael exchange a look of concern, wondering what could be so important. The Duke's lips curl into a triumphant smile. He makes a monumental announcement. House Burch is about to be elevated to the rank of a duchy. The winds of change are blowing through House Burch, and the stakes have never been higher. Following their elevation to a duchy, Michael and Riarte are left breathless when the patriarch makes a stunning announcement. Riarte is caught off guard by the suddenness of the decision, but Cajun explains that this move has been weighing on his mind for a very long time. For generations, the Burch family was taught that severing ties with the imperial family and House Elheim was unthinkable, leaving them unable to retaliate regardless of the mistreatment they endured. But those days of idle submission are over. Michael firmly agrees, noting that since their only remaining purpose is to stay alive, there is no reason to remain bound to those who seek their ruin. To secure their future, Cajun decides to move up Riarte's coming-of-age ceremony. When Riarte questions the rush, the patriarch reveals the chilling truth. Duke Heron has officially joined forces with the imperial family. The news hits Riarte like a physical blow. Cajun is determined to complete the ceremony and the transition to a principality before the Duke can make a move. Riarte's mind races as she realizes this alliance never happened before her regression. In her past life, Duke Heron was a man obsessed with only one thing: restoring the holy flame. She deduces that the crown prince must have struck a deal involving the flame to win the Duke's support. If Heron sees her latest drawings, Riarte knows he will hunt her down at any cost. Meanwhile, in a private chamber, the mysterious Duke Heron stares into a mirror. He notices his hair color is fading and wonders if he has been overextending his powers lately. When a servant informs him his carriage is ready, he prepares to depart. He reaches for his mask, then pauses, deciding he won't be needing it today. For this outing, he will simply be Zen Walker. He arrives at the grand gallery where the paintings that passed the preliminary round are on display. Walking alongside the judges, Zen scans the entries with a critical eye. Initially, he finds nothing special among the collection, but then he stops dead in his tracks. Riarte's abstract masterpiece, a canvas swirling with intense reds, commands his entire attention. The judges observe that even the great Zen Walker is drawn to it, predicting a unanimous winner. But Zen feels something more, a surge of genuine divine power emanating from the strokes. He realizes with a shock that he has finally found someone capable of restoring the holy flame. Consumed by urgency, he demands to know the identity of the artist. The flustered judge explains that the piece was submitted anonymously, leaving Zen desperate to find the creator. Unbeknownst to him, a figure watches from the shadows Hestel. As Zen walks through the halls, planning his next move to contact the higher-ups, Hestel steps out to intercept him. She greets him with a knowing smile, addressing him as the genius painter Zen Walker. Zen instantly recognizes her as the woman he previously saw at the Crown Prince's palace. She introduces herself as Hestel, claiming she is also a participant in the competition who came to check on her work. When Zen asks why she's lurking in this specific area, Hestel's demeanor shifts from playful to chillingly focused. She claims that she was the one who submitted the painting covered in red. Zen is stunned by the claim, but his instincts scream otherwise. He senses absolutely no sacred power coming from her, leading him to conclude she is lying. Hestel notices his skepticism and quickly tries to dismiss the conversation, telling him to forget she said anything. However, Zen cannot let the lead go. He stops her in her tracks, demanding that she tell him everything she knows about that painting. The web of lies is spinning tighter than ever. Inside the palace, Hestel confirms the shocking truth to her co-conspirator. The famous investigator Zen Walker is actually Duke Heron in disguise. With a chilling confidence, Hestel reveals that she's successfully tricked him into believing she is the artist behind the divine painting, claiming the Duke is now firmly under her thumb. Her partner is impressed, urging her to keep up the charade to ensure their plan succeeds. As Hestel bows in mock humility, a dark shadow crosses her face. A predatory smirk tugs at her lips as she vows to carry out her orders, relishing the power she now holds over the Empire's most dangerous man. Meanwhile, life at the Burke estate continues in blissful ignorance of the coming storm. Riarte is absolutely floored when she receives word that her anonymous submission actually won the top prize in the art contest. Her loyal maid, Merlin, isn't surprised at all, laughing as she reminds Riarte that her talent was always destined for the spotlight. But for Riarte, the victory is bittersweet. She knows that by winning, she's inadvertently put a target on her back. Duke Heron will undoubtedly come searching for the creator of a holy painting. Trying to distract her, Merlin asks what she plans to do with the prize money. She presents Riarte with the official letter containing the funds, a physical reminder of her success. Riarte realizes that since the masters of the house have always provided everything for her, she's never actually had to buy anything for herself. Merlin reflects on how sheltered Riarte has been, noting that it's natural she wouldn't know where to start. Suddenly, inspiration strikes Riarte with a literal clap of her hands. She beams, announcing that she finally knows what she wants to buy, and asks Merlin to accompany her on a secret shopping trip into town. Merlin is momentarily taken aback by the sudden request, but Riarte leans in with a gentle smile, insisting she only wants to go with Merlin. Placing a finger to her lips, she makes it clear this trip is a secret they must keep from everyone else in the estate. Stepping out into the bustling city, Riarte is greeted by the vibrant clamor of the market. It's her very first time experiencing life outside the high walls of the estate, and she's mesmerized. She watches the commoners go about their daily lives, fascinated by a world she's only ever seen from a distance. Seeing the people look so peaceful and happy fills her heart with a new sense of purpose. As she looks around the sunny square, she silently prays that she can protect this simple happiness for a long, long time. The world feels bright and full of hope. They head into a high-end boutique where the staff welcomes them warmly. Riarte immediately gravitates toward the delicate handkerchiefs, carefully inspecting the fine fabric. She picks out several items, moving to the counter to finalize her purchases. But she isn't done yet. She turns her attention to the jewelry display. Her eyes sparkle as she looks over the rows of exquisite accessories, finally settling on a breathtaking, ornate brooch that catches the light perfectly. With a satisfied smile, she knows she's found the perfect pieces. Leaving the shop with arms full of bags, Riarte is glowing. Merlin notes that she certainly didn't hold back on the shopping spree, but Riarte explains that these aren't for her, they're presents for the people of Burche who have supported her. Then she turns to Merlin and pulls out a special box. She hands it over, revealing that this gift is specifically for her. Merlin is stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief that her mistress would think of her. Riarte's smile is pure as she explains that she wanted to spend her first paycheck on gifts that truly meant something, expressing her deep gratitude for Merlin's constant care. As Merlin stares at the beautifully wrapped box, she is overcome with emotion, her heart swelling at Riarte's kindness. She promises Riarte that anything given by her is a treasure she will cherish forever. But the peaceful moment is shattered. Riarte suddenly flinches, her senses screaming. She whips her head around, searching the shadows of the street. The alleyways look empty, but the air feels heavy. Riarte's expression hardens. She can feel a faint, familiar energy lingering in the air. Hidden just around the corner, a man named Rian watches her with predatory focus. Riarte stares directly toward his hiding spot, her eyes narrowing as she realizes he's purposely revealing his presence to her. She senses he is calling out to her through the void. Sensing Merlin's confusion, Riarte quickly masks her concern and tells her it's nothing, urging them to head home immediately. They hurry back toward their carriage, Riarte's mind racing. She knows she can't meet him, not now, and perhaps not ever. Watching them vanish, Rian steps out from the shadows. He clenches his cloak in frustration, his jaw tight as he fumes over being ignored. He thought he could corner her here, but she slipped through his fingers. However, a dark, confident smirk returns to his face. He knows he still has the upper hand, because he'll be seeing her very soon at her upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. The sun shines brightly over the Grand Burke estate, but the atmosphere inside is even more radiant. Riarte steps into a room overflowing with decadent treats, her eyes widening at the unexpected feast. Cation looks up with a triumphant smile, announcing that today is a day for a major celebration. It turns out the family is already aware of her success, gathered together to congratulate her on winning the prestigious art contest. Riarte is caught off guard, having planned to surprise them herself after her secret shopping trip. The table is stacked with exquisite cakes and macarons, but the family is more curious about where she disappeared to earlier in the day. With a nod to her maid, Merlin, Riarte reveals she didn't just go out for a stroll. She reaches for several elegant boxes she carefully prepared. Cation and the household patriarch are stunned as she presents them with gifts. Riarte explains with a gentle smile that since this was the first money she ever earned on her own, She wanted to use it for something meaningful for her new family. The gesture hits home immediately, leaving the two men visibly moved and holding back tears of joy. They eagerly open the boxes. Inside are stunning red brooches, the very symbol of virtue. Cajun declares it the best gift he's received in years, while the elder patriarch vows to wear his cherished token at all times. Next, it's Michael's turn to see what Riarte chose for him. As he unlatches the lid, his breath hitches. Resting on the velvet is a breathtaking blue pendant, radiating a cold, brilliant light. Riarte watches him anxiously, hoping she picked something special enough. Michael's usual composure melts into a warm, genuine smile as he tells her how much he truly loves it. He leans in, noting that wearing the brooch makes him feel as though they are finally looking toward the same future. Claiming it's a bit difficult to pin on himself, he asks for her assistance, a move that leaves him basking in the attention while the other men watch on with blatant jealousy. They can't help but grumble about Michael's sly and shameless behavior. However, the family has a surprise of their own for Riri. They present her with a specialized artifact, a blue crystal necklace designed specifically for an awakened power user. It's more than jewelry. It's a beacon that allows the family to track her location if she's ever in danger. Riarte closes her eyes, focusing her water energy into the stone. As the power flows, the necklace begins to glow with a celestial light. A faint, mystical sound resonates through the room, a frequency that only those tied to the Virtue bloodline can perceive. Michael explains the technical precision of the item. No matter where she is in the territory, they will know exactly where to find her. Riarte clutches the pendant, deeply moved by their protection, even if she hopes she'll never have to use it. She offers a heartfelt thanks, her bond with the family growing even stronger. The conversation shifts to the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Cajun is bursting with excitement, detailing the grand preparations, from imperial artisans to redesigned temple-style pillars. He admits he's likely more excited for the event than she is. Riarte listens, stunned by the scale of the preparations he's making for her as if she were his own daughter. It's a sharp contrast to her past. She realizes that for the first time, she is experiencing the true, unconditional love of a father figure. She expresses her deep gratitude to the Duke, who simply smiles back, happy to be understood. But Riarte is curious about the specifics of the ritual. The elder explains the solemn tradition. The head of the family will mark her with blood during the ceremony. This act triggers a vision linked to the ancient power of Virtue. Cajun urges her to remember whatever she sees in that vision, cryptically adding that whether the vision helps her or not will depend entirely on her own resolve. As the day of the ceremony arrives, the mansion is transformed with floral arrangements. Michael escorts Riarte through the grand hallway, the gravity of the moment setting in. Riarte reflects on the path that brought her here, never imagining she would find a home in Virtue. She thanks Michael for treating her like family, and specifically for the rigorous dance practice they shared. Confident, she places her hand on the door handle, stating she's practiced so hard that she won't make a single mistake, even when dancing with others. At the mention of others, Michael's expression instantly darkens. He stops her, placing his hand firmly against the door to block her path. His gaze turns sharp and possessive as he demands to know exactly who these others are. Riarte mentions she has someone specific in mind for her coming-of-age dance, and Mikhail's protective instincts immediately kin to overdrive. He begins a frantic interrogation, listing every male relative and staff member she knows, from her grandfather to Merlin. He soon realizes there might be a mystery man in her life that he hasn't accounted for. For a fleeting second, a shadow of suspicion crosses his face as he ponders who this rival could be. However, he quickly regains his composure, offering her a soft, dismissive smile. He claims it's nothing, masking his inner turmoil with a charming facade. Before parting ways for the night, Michael takes Riarte's hand with a refined, professional grace. He leans down to place a gentle kiss on her knuckles, a gesture that leaves Riarte momentarily breathless. His gaze remains locked on hers with an intense, unspoken focus. Riarte is left visibly flustered as he finally breaks the contact. He bids her goodnight, leaving her heart racing in the quiet hallway. As he walks away, she can't help but wonder if he was actually sulking about her mystery guest. That night, Riarte's sleep is far from peaceful. She drifts into a vivid dream, where she wakes to find Michael hovering over her bedside. In this subconscious vision, he reaches out to take her hand, his presence both overwhelming and protective. He leans in close, his red eyes glowing in the moonlight, as he promises to stay by her side. The dream is suddenly shattered by a sharp knock at the door. Sunlight pours into the room as her maid enters, announcing that the day of the ceremony has finally arrived. Riarte sits up, trying to shake off the lingering intensity of the dream. But as she prepares for the day, her heart continues to hammer against her ribs, leaving her confused by these sudden, powerful emotions. The carriage rattles through the estate as the Burchi family travels to the villa. When they arrive, Riarte steps out, looking absolutely radiant in a majestic blue gown. Michael and the rest of the family are there to receive her. Michael is genuinely stunned by her appearance, telling her she looks like an angel descended from the heavens. After her dream, Riarte finds herself hyper-aware of his every move. Michael pledges to stay by her side throughout the festivities, reminding her to use the tracking necklace if she feels any danger. With their heads held high, the family begins their grand procession into the hall. The doors swing open, and Lady Riarte of Burchi is formally announced. A wave of murmurs sweeps through the high society crowd. The guests are shocked, having no idea that the daughter of Elheim possessed such breathtaking grace. Riarte takes her place on the grand balcony as the crowd watches in awe. Cajun stands before her, ready to commence the sacred coming-of-age ritual. He speaks to her softly, telling her there is no reason to be nervous. He explains that the visions she is about to see are a private matter, intended only for her. The ritual begins with a display of ancient tradition. Kajin uses a sharp, ceremonial artifact to draw blood, letting the droplets fall onto Riarte's hands. Instantly, a brilliant light consumes Riarte's vision, pulling her into a prophetic trance. She is transported to a future scene on a moonlit balcony, where she sits beside Michael. The atmosphere is heavy with emotion as Michael looks at her with total devotion. In this vision of what's to come, he confesses that he can no longer imagine a life without her. Riarte snaps back to the present, her eyes wide as she blinks away the remnants of the vision. She looks down at Michael, who is waiting for her at the base of the stairs. She struggles to process the weight of the prophecy. She wonders if the profound feeling she felt in the vision is what others call love. While she can't be certain of her heart just yet, she knows her destiny has been forever altered. The grand ballroom is a sea of elegance, and at its center, Riarte glows with a newfound radiance. She's finally embracing a life of her own, far removed from the shadows of her past. However, that past isn't ready to let go as members of the Elheim family watch her every move with growing unease. The patriarch's gaze is cold and stern, clearly unsettled by the joy he sees on her face. From a distance, Rian watches Riarte and Michael, a dark, obsessive thought taking root in his mind. He believes that no matter how much she tries to forget, she can never truly escape his reach. His eyes narrow, fixed on the sister he refuses to acknowledge as an independent soul. The tension breaks when Rian decides to confront them directly, cutting through the crowd. He calls out to Riarte, his voice a sharp contrast to the music. Stunned, Riarte questions how he even gained entry to a Burch celebration. He offers a hollow, mocking smile, claiming he was simply following an invitation. Michael immediately steps in, his protective instincts on high alert as he questions the validity of that claim. He makes it crystal clear. If an invitation reached House Elheim, it was nothing more than a clerical error. Rian bristles, snapping that he is speaking to his sister, not the Duke. Michael doesn't flinch, reminding him that Riarte has officially severed all ties with his house. The air between the two men crackles with pure, unadulterated animosity. Riarte places a steadying hand on Michael's arm, realizing this is a ghost she must exorcise herself. She knows this confrontation was inevitable and decides to handle it now. With a firm expression, she prepares to settle the score once and for all. They move to a private area to speak without an audience. 2684, 2685. Rian wastes no time, mockingly pointing out how happy she looks, as if she's scrubbed Elheim from her memory. Riarte stands her ground, declaring with absolute certainty that Burch is her only real family now. Rian scoffs at the notion, leaning in with a venomous grin to ask if she truly believes they see her as one of their own. His aggression spikes as he grabs her arm, his grip tightening in a desperate show of control. He spits out that she can never be a part of Burch, because she will always be an Elheim. His face is a mask of frantic desperation. While Riarte looks on, her initial shock hardening into cold fury. She falls silent for a moment, her patience finally reaching its limit. With a sharp, decisive motion, she wrenches her arm away. Suddenly, a massive surge of power erupts from her, illuminating the room in a chilling, blue light. She stares him down, her voice like ice as she vows that she will never return to the house that failed her. Rian recoils in genuine shock, staggered by the sheer intensity of her aura. He remembers her abilities, but this level of power is beyond anything he imagined. His initial fear quickly twists into a dark, calculating greed. Instead of being deterred, he realizes that this power is too valuable to lose, and he resolves to bring her back by any means necessary. Riarte dismisses him, her eyes burning with a new authority as she asks if he ever truly saw her as a sister. She commands him to leave and never approach her again. Rian is left speechless and trembling as his worldview crumbles. Michael returns to Riarte's side, physically shielding her from her past as he orders Rian to depart. He gently reminds her that it's time for their dance, refocusing the moment on her. Riarte confirms she is finished with the conversation, leaving no room for rebuttal. As they walk away, Rian is left standing in the shadows, a forgotten relic. He clenches his fist in a silent, impotent rage. Back on the dance floor, the celebration continues in full swing. Michael checks on her, wondering if he should have simply banned the Elheims from the start. Riarte shakes her head, her expression weary but resolute. She admits she actually wanted them to see her happiness, hoping they would finally feel the weight of their regret. Michael watches her closely, his gaze softening. Riarte decides to stop letting them occupy her thoughts. Michael offers a warm, encouraging smile, telling her that she is the only person who matters in this moment. As they dance, Riarte is struck by the memory of her vision, the prophetic image of Michael's absolute devotion. She looks at him, the weight of that future confession hanging in the air. Michael notices her distant look and asks if the vision is tied to her awakening powers. He offers a knowing, subtle smile, leading her through a graceful turn and promising that she will come to understand understand everything in time. As they glide across the floor, a hush falls over the nearby guests. A new figure arrives, Rian, dressed in a striking white uniform. He makes a grand entrance, his presence immediately shifting the energy of the room. Bowing before Riarte, he apologizes for his tardiness and asks for the honor of a dance, referring to her as Lady Elheim, and reigniting the night's political intrigue. Riarte stands frozen, her breath hitching as the name she's tried so hard to discard is thrown back in her face. "With me?" she asks, the confusion clear as she stares at the man daring to disrupt her peace. Rian wears a predatory smirk, claiming he's been watching her since her days at Elheim, a statement dripping with hidden agendas. Riarte doesn't buy the act for a second, calling out his line respectfully but firmly declining the dance. Rian's facade doesn't crack as he lets out a dry laugh, pushing for a reason behind the rejection. Riarte doesn't mince words, stating she has no desire to dance with someone who actively threatens the safety of House Burch. The air grows cold as Rian's expression flattens, the weight of his authority pressing down on the room. But before the tension can snap, a familiar presence cuts through the gloom. Michael steps forward with a polite smile, masking his protective instinct with the grace of a perfect host. His eyes, however, tell a different story, sharp, piercing, and ready for a fight. He delivers a veiled warning, reminding Rian that Burch pays back every favor and every grudge in full. Rian absorbs the threat with a cold, analytical stare, his mind already moving to the next phase of his plan. He offers a final, mocking smile, signaling his temporary retreat from the confrontation. As he turns away, his chin lifts in a chilling display of confidence. He's far from finished. Walking through the hall, Rian's thoughts are dark, banking on a fraud named Hestel to bring Riarte under his control. He finds Hestel standing alone, her anxious posture a stark contrast to the elegance of the ballroom. She stammers that her contact hasn't arrived yet, looking small under Rian's looming shadow. Rian sneers at her incompetence, his patience wearing thin as he calls her pathetic for not even knowing her partner's location. He barks a final order. She must not fail in bringing Lady Elheim to him, no matter what. Hestel's face pales, the pressure of the mission weighing heavily on her as she prepares to strike. She adjusts her gown and begins her approach, her heels clicking rhythmically against the polished floor. Scanning the crowd, Hestel's eyes lock onto her target, her expression a mask of manufactured innocence. She watches Riarte from the shadows, overcome by a wave of bitter envy at the other woman's effortless radiance. Every attempt to get Riarte alone is thwarted by the constant circle of protective Burch members surrounding her. Hestel is stunned by the sheer level of devotion the Burch family shows for someone they've only just adopted. Looking at the grand staircase, she wonders if this entire palace was renovated just to please the new lady. Her gaze turns cold and calculating as she realizes just how much she wants everything Riarte has. She recalls Rian's words about their resemblance, a thought that fuels her growing obsession. It's unfair, she seethes internally, resenting the different lives they lead despite their similar features. A dark resolve takes hold as she decides that if they look alike, she is the one who truly deserves the wealth and power. Reaching for a glass of wine, her hands steady as she prepares to execute her clumsy sabotage, she marches forward, each step a deliberate move toward the center of the stage. Riarte turns, surprised by the sudden approach of a stranger in the middle of the festivities. Hestel introduces herself with a practiced, sugary smile, hiding her true intentions behind a veil of politeness. She offers the wine, insisting Riarte try the vintage she's brought along. Riarte politely declines, but Hestel pushes forward, closing the distance between them. Suddenly, Hestel stumbles, a gasp escaping her lips as the wine glass tilts dangerously. The red liquid splashes toward Riarte's pristine dress, a deliberate move disguised as a clumsy accident. But Riarte is faster. With a flick of her will, the wine freezes in midair, swirling into a perfect sphere of liquid power. The onlookers murmur in awe, witnessing a masterful display of water manipulation they've only heard rumors of. Hestel is caught off guard, her eyes widening as her plan to ruin the dress is effortlessly neutralized. She quickly pivots back to her act, thanking Riarte for catching her mistake with a forced blush. But Riarte flinches, her sharp intuition picking up on a massive red flag. This stranger called her Lady Elheim, a slip of the tongue that reveals a dangerous level of prior knowledge despite their first meeting. Keeping her composure, Riarte takes the glass and calmly dismisses the apology. She maintains a professional distance, wishing the stranger a pleasant evening while keeping her guard up. Hestel retreats with a fake laugh, frustrated that she couldn't find a single opening to isolate her target. Michael immediately moves to Riarte's side, his protective instincts on high alert as he asks about the encounter. Deep in the hallway, memories of the praise Riarte once received echo, highlighting the contrast of her new life. Hestel clenches her jaw, her nails digging into her palms as her jealousy reaches a boiling point. Nearby guests begin to whisper, their eyes darting between the two women as they recognize a familiar face. The rumors spread like wildfire, identifying Hestel as the rising star of the art world. Hestel stands tall, soaking in the attention she's stolen from the woman she despises. Riarte freezes, her world spinning as she hears the guests credit Hestel with a very specific achievement. Hestel confirms it with a smug grin, identifying herself as the artist behind the masterpiece. Riarte stares in pure shock as the crowd praises Hestel for world the very painting that Riarte herself created. The air in the ballroom turns ice cold as Riarte overhears a devastating rumor. Lady Hestel is being credited as the creator of the masterpiece, The World. Hestel doesn't miss a beat, boldly introducing herself and soaking up the unearned praise from the gathered nobles. Riarte stands frozen, her heart sinking as she realizes her life's work has been stolen right in front of her. Refusing to let the theft slide, Riarte cuts through the crowd, demanding Hestel's attention for a direct confrontation. Hestel hides her malice behind a practiced, shallow giggle. Riarte looks her dead in the eye, asking point blank if she truly claims to be the artist behind The World. With a smug, condescending smirk, Hestel feigns surprise at how quickly her fame has spread. The surrounding guests begin to whisper, the tension in the room reaching a boiling point. Nearby, a mysterious masked figure watches the drama unfold with calculating eyes. Hestel glances toward him, her confidence surging. She believes the timing is perfect, certain that Zen Walker will back up her lies and cement her status. I am indeed the one who painted it, Hestel declares to the room, doubling down on her fraud. The socialites around her gush over her supposed genius, completely fooled by the act. But the interrogation is just beginning. Michael steps forward, his voice dripping with suspicion as he asks Hestel to explain the inspiration behind the piece. Riarte stands her ground, watching the trap being set. Caught off guard, Hestel fumbles, weakly claiming she simply painted the sun that she loves. The crowd's reaction is immediate blank stares and confused murmurs. The nobles whisper that her explanation is far too literal and shallow for such a complex, abstract masterpiece. Sensing her web of lies unraveling, Hestel snaps, aggressively defending her ownership to the skeptical audience. Riarte remains calm, her gaze piercing through Hestel's desperation. She delivers a crushing blow, stating firmly that Hestel is not the rightful owner of the painting. Hestel recoils, calling Riarte rude and demanding to know how she could possibly be so certain. Riarte's expression is one of absolute conviction. She stuns the entire ballroom by declaring the truth. She is the real owner of the painting. Hestel's face pales as she begins to shake with fear. In a frantic internal panic, she recalls being told the original artist was dead, leaving her path to glory clear. She tries to bluff one last time, sneering that the painting is locked away in the imperial palace and Riarte has no way to prove her claim. Riarte doesn't flinch, raising her hand to signal she is fully prepared. Her supporters step in, revealing that along with the prize money, Riarte received a private letter that serves as irrefutable evidence. Hestel's world shatters. She had no idea there was prize money or a letter involved in the competition. The sound of steady, authoritative footsteps echoes through the hall. Michael reveals the final technical nail in the coffin. The painting was created using a sacred pigment infused with divine power, a substance that only exists in Burch. He explains that only a powerful awakened one like Riarte could ever produce such sacred art. The masked man, Rian, watches in silence as the truth is laid bare. A vision of the painting's true essence swirls around Riarte, confirming her as the genuine master. Riarte clarifies the final detail, explaining that the painting was never about the sun. She looks toward Michael, the real source of her inspiration. Seeing his striking red eyes, the connection becomes clear to everyone. The world was painted by looking into Michael's eyes, capturing a depth Hestel could never understand. The crowd erupts in disgust, calling Hestel shameless for her pathetic attempt at art theft. Overwhelmed by the public humiliation, Hestel trembles with rage and shame. Unable to face the scorn, she turns and bolts from the ballroom. In a desperate last-ditch effort, Hestel grabs the cloak of the masked man. She begs him to speak up, insisting that he knows she is the rightful owner. But Rian looks down at her with nothing but cold, silent contempt. He reveals the brutal reality. He knew she was a fraud from the very beginning. His eyes, visible through the mask, are devoid of pity. Hestel stares up at him, her face a mask of pure horror as she realizes she was just a pawn. Rian admits he was simply watching her lie, waiting for this exact moment of ruin. The revelation hits Hestel like a physical blow. Stumbling back in total defeat, she flees the scene into the shadows, her reputation destroyed. Rian watches her depart before turning his full attention toward Riarte. He walks toward her with purposeful strides. Riarte meets his gaze, her composure regained after the chaos. Dropping his facade, he introduces himself formally as Duke Rian and offers his congratulations on her victory. Riarte remains cautious as the Duke asks for a moment of her time once the banquet concludes. Exposed and humiliated, Hestel retreats to the balcony, her mind racing with bitter resentment as the sun sets on her failed deception. Her face contorts with rage, swearing that she won't let this public disgrace slide after being shamed in front of the entire nobility. To her, Riarte is no longer just a rival. She is a target that needs to be eliminated. Desperate to regain control, Hestel decides she must contact the Crown Prince immediately to initiate their secret brainwashing plot. But her escape is cut short when a shadow looms over her. Michael Burch has followed her out. For a fleeting, delusional moment, Hestel wonders if he followed her out of concern or perhaps because she reminds him of Riarte. She quickly masks her anger with a manipulative smile, hoping she can still charm her way out of this. Putting on her best act of a fragile maiden, she asks if he came all this way because he was worried about her. Michael doesn't buy it for a second, standing firm and declaring that everything Riarte said inside was the absolute truth. Panic sets in as Hestel grabs his arm, desperately pleading for him to believe her lies instead. Michael's expression remains cold and unmoved as he utters 3 chilling words. That's a lie. His gaze intensifies, his eyes glowing with a dangerous, predatory light. He towers over her, demanding to know why she continues to spin such obvious falsehoods. Before she can retreat, Michael seizes her arm with a grip of iron. He drops the pleasantries and demands the immediate location of Riarte's stolen painting. His hand tightens, signaling that his patience has completely evaporated. He issues a final, terrifying ultimatum. She can either talk now or explain herself while locked away in the Burch prison, where interrogation experts await. The mention of the dungeon leaves Hestel paralyzed with genuine fear. Michael leans in, his presence suffocating as he releases her arm. With a look of pure disdain, he asks if she truly thought she could steal from the Burch family and walk away unscathed. Hestel can only stare in silence, completely broken by his overwhelming authority. Having delivered his warning, Michael turns his back on the fraud, leaving her alone in the shadows of the balcony. Returning to the warmth of the ballroom, he finds Riarte waiting as the second song of the evening begins. His demeanor shifts instantly, offering her a bright, genuine smile as if he hadn't just been threatening someone's life. He gently takes her hand to lead her back inside, dismissing his confrontation with Hestel as nothing important. Riarte glances back toward the balcony, sensing the lingering tension, but chooses to trust Michael's lead. Left behind in the dark, Hestel watches them go, her jealousy reaching a boiling point as she compares herself to the woman who has everything. She trembles with a manic fury, unable to understand what makes Riarte so special. As the last light of day fades from the sky, she welcomes the darkness. A sinister, twisted grin spreads across her face. With the sun gone, she is finally ready to unleash her brainwashing ability. Inside, a world away from Hestel's malice, Michael and Riarte find a moment of peace on a quiet sofa. Michael is in high spirits, playfully reminding her that they've already shared 3 dances tonight. His tone turns serious as he vows to personally track down and return her stolen artwork, no matter what it takes. Riarte looks at him with soft eyes, noting that the public acknowledgement of her work was enough to satisfy her. Seeing him get more upset on her behalf than she is herself makes all her lingering frustration melt away. Michael is momentarily stunned by her radiant smile, seeking to understand the depth of her art. He asks a question that has been on his mind. What does the title "The World" truly mean to her? Riarte pauses, her gaze turning inward as she reflects on the gravity of those words. She looks directly at him, her eyes shimmering with the truth of her inspiration. She takes him back to the forest, to a time when he was lost and blind, and she was the only one who cared enough to stay. In those dark days, Michael had chosen to ignore his own pain, yet she had recognized it instantly. Even when he couldn't see her, they had shared a connection that transcended sight. Dancing through the shadows of his curse, her presence was a beacon of light during a time when everyone else treated him as less than human. Because of her, he began to look forward to a future he thought was impossible. In the present, Michael looks at her with a profound, quiet intensity. He reaches out, taking her hand and squeezing it firmly. His eyes burn with a deep, emotional fire as he prepares to share his own truth. He recalls the crushing weight of his family's legacy, his grandfather's descent into madness, and the relentless pressure from the imperial palace. He speaks of the burden his father carried, trying to contain the volatile powers within the Burch bloodline. He admits that even when he sought help at House Elheim, he never expected to see again. He believed the curse was unbreakable. He had resigned himself to a fate of either being consumed by his power or dying by his father's hand. But then, Riarte appeared like a vision in the darkness of his heart. She was a blue light that spread through his soul, changing everything he knew. Even before his physical sight returned, the moment he met her, his world was forever altered. He recalls how he felt everything about her, even when his eyes were covered, realizing that her presence was more vital than his own vision. Riarte listens, breathless, as the man who was once a muse becomes the one confessing. Michael smiles, telling her that as long as he could stay by her side, being blind no longer mattered to him. He holds her hand tight, emphasizing that she saved him long before his eyes could see her beauty. Closing his eyes for a moment, he feels the weight of his salvation. Riarte is visibly moved, her heart racing as she realizes the depth of his devotion. Michael reaches up, his hand gently brushing her face as he prepares to bridge the final gap between them. Leaning in close, surrounded by the soft glow of the ballroom, he finally speaks the words that have been building in his heart since their first meeting. I love you. Michael leans in, his gaze unwavering as he finally voices the words he's held back for so long, promising to do absolutely anything for the woman who saved his soul. Riarte can only stare back in stunned silence, her heart racing as the weight of his confession sinks in. Seeing her hesitation, Michael gently clarifies that he isn't demanding an immediate answer. He simply needed her to know the truth of his heart. Deep down, Riarte realizes she might feel the exact same way, but she refuses to offer a half-hearted response to someone who speaks with such absolute certainty. Michael waits patiently, his expression soft yet expectant. Mustering her courage, she takes his hand and admits that she really likes him too. She looks him in the eye, confessing that meeting him has been the greatest fortune of her entire life. However, Riarte explains that she needs just a bit more time before she can return his "I love you" with the same level of conviction. She asks him to wait for her, promising that the wait won't be a long one. Michael's eyes soften with a mix of relief and devotion. He assures her that he can wait as long as it takes, even if it takes years. But then his protective side flares up. He playfully insists that while she's making up her mind, She shouldn't keep any other men by her side. He looks almost wounded at the mere thought of her getting close to anyone else. Riarte can't help but be amused, telling him that just dealing with him is enough to make her head explode. The two seal the deal with a childish yet sincere pinky swear, leaving Michael looking genuinely happy. As she watches him, Riarte silently hopes the day she can fully return his love arrives sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, the atmosphere is far less romantic at the palace, where the crown prince is reeling from the revelation that the masterpiece, world, actually belongs to Riarte. He paces furiously, blaming the entire disaster on Hestel's incompetence. Suddenly, a masked figure emerges from the shadows. It's Duke Rian. The prince immediately tries to order the duke to lure Riarte to his side, but Rian stops him cold with a blunt refusal. The prince is blindsided, but Rian isn't finished. He warns the royal that deception always carries a heavy price. Rian reveals he knows the prince lied about the palace fire and the true artist behind the painting. His gaze is cold and menacing, signaling that his patience has reached its limit. The prince just laughs it off, arrogantly asking what a mere duke could possibly do against the future emperor. He dismisses Rian, walking away with a sneer. The prince remains convinced he has plenty of other ways to force Riarte into his grasp. Behind him, Rian's smile turns dark. He has no mercy for those who try to play him for a fool. As Rian vanishes into night, his resolve is set. The crown prince heads to the balcony, dismissing the risks of his next move. He turns to Hestel, who is waiting in the moonlight. She wears a sinister, confident grin, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. With the moon high in the sky, Hestel declares she is fully prepared to strike. The trap is set, and the prince gives the order to begin. Back at the gala, the guests are still enjoying the festivities, unaware of the looming threat. Michael notices Riarte about to head off and asks where she's going. But before she can answer, a massive explosion rocks the building, sending shockwaves through the hall. Panicked guests scream as smoke and debris fill the air. Michael's instincts kick in instantly as he recognizes the sound. It's a chilling echo of the previous attack, and he realizes the crown prince must be making his move. The Virtue leadership immediately takes charge, shouting for everyone to stay calm while they investigate. Michael grabs Riarte, intending to move her to safety, but Riarte stands her ground, declaring that she will stay behind to protect the innocent guests. Michael is momentarily stunned by her bravery. He looks at her with newfound admiration, realizing that her strength is exactly why he fell for her. Understanding he can't change her mind, he hands her a powerful blue crystal necklace for protection. He tells her to trust no one but the Virtue and promises to come running the second she needs him. As Michael and his men rush toward the source of the blast, Riarte remains behind. The ballroom is a scene of chaos, with noblewomen trembling in fear. Riarte doesn't hesitate. She summons her water magic, creating shimmering barriers to secure the perimeter and calm the crowd. She moves through the hall, checking on the survivors to ensure no one is injured. The guests are left in awe of her incredible power and grace under pressure. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approach from the shadows. Riarte turns her guard. A man dressed in the black cloak and mask of a Virtue knight stands before her. He urgently claims there are people injured on the lower floors who need her help. Riarte is visibly shaken by the news, but as the masked man asks her to follow him into the darkness, the question remains, is he really an ally? Or is she walking straight into the prince's trap? Riarte scans the area with growing dread, her voice trembling as she asks where the injured people are completely unaware she's walking into a trap. Suddenly, the masked man leading her begins to stumble, his movements erratic and forced. With a heavy thud, he collapses onto the cold stone, his role in this charade complete. Riarte rushes to his side, her instincts as a protector taking over as she frantically asks if he's all right. A cold, mocking voice cuts through the air, explaining that the man was only released because mind control was no longer needed. Riarte spins around to find Lady Hestel standing in the shadows, looking far from the victim she pretended to be. Demanding answers, Riarte asks if Hestel is the one behind the explosion and the chaos at the gala. With a sinister smirk, Hestel admits to everything, relishing the confusion on Riarte's face. Her expression shifts into something truly dark as she prepares to reveal her ultimate play. Hestel boasts about her hidden ability, the power to suppress and control the minds of others. She explains that under the light of the full moon, her brainwashing magic reaches its absolute peak. With a terrifying gaze, she declares that Riarte's mind is her next target. Sensing the danger, Riarte desperately tries to activate her protective crystal to call Michael for help, but horror strikes as she realizes her powers are being completely smothered. No matter how hard she tries, her magic won't respond. Hestel leans in, explaining that while she is the one weaving the spell, she won't be Riarte's master. Footsteps approach from the darkness, sealing Riarte's fate. Hestel reveals the final piece of the plan. The crown prince himself will be the one to hold Riarte's leash. Riarte gasps in shock as the prince emerges, his presence suffocating. Overwhelmed by the mental assault, Riarte's legs give out as she stumbles backward. Before she can hit the ground, a firm hand catches her, pulling her into a cold embrace. The prince holds the now limp Riarte, his plan finally coming to fruition. He looks down at her with a chilling smirk, telling her to relax and give in to the darkness. He whispers for her to sleep, promising that when she wakes, she will be nothing more than his obedient doll. Hestel watches the scene with a triumphant grin, already imagining herself stepping into Riarte's vacant shoes. She laughs, declaring that she will be the one taking everything Riarte once owned. As the brainwashing takes hold, the light leaves Riarte's eyes, and she drifts into a forced slumber. Deep in the forest, Michael and his men are investigating the aftermath of the blast. A knight presents Michael with a strange, glowing object found at the scene. It's an ancient magic tool, undeniable proof that the crown prince orchestrated the attack. Michael realizes the explosion was a hollow shell. There was noise, but no actual fire. Rian joins them, his face pale as the realization hits both men simultaneously. This wasn't an assassination attempt, it was a diversion to lure Riarte away. Suddenly, a strange, haunting sound echoes through the trees, catching Rian's attention. Michael's blood runs cold as he realizes the music is a signal, and he screams Riarte's name, bolting toward the source. Back at the palace, the prince is frustrated to see Riarte's water magic still swirling around her in a protective cocoon, even while she's unconscious. Hestel assures him the brainwashing is complete, but Riarte's innate power is instinctively trying to shield her from harm. The water ripples around her like a living shield, defying the prince's touch. Hestel explains that the resistance is temporary and will fade as the mind control settles. She promises the prince that soon, he will be able to command Riarte's immense power as he pleases. Eager to secure his prize, the prince orders a quick retreat to his palace before the Burch faction arrives, but as he turns to leave, he freezes in his tracks. Standing in his path like an avatar of vengeance is Michael, his eyes burning with a murderous intensity. With a voice like ice, Michael demands to know exactly what the prince thinks he's doing with his woman. The prince is shaken, unable to comprehend how Michael found them so quickly. Michael's heart hammers against his ribs as he looks at Riarte's pale, vacant face. Seeing her in such a state triggers a primal, uncontrollable rage within him. His gaze narrows, locking onto the prince with lethal intent. Dark, volatile energy begins to surge from Michael's hand, cracking the very air around them. He growls that for a crown prince, the man sure acts like he has a death wish. The prince recoils in genuine terror as the sheer pressure of Michael's mana begins to crush the surroundings. With a final, terrifying promise, Michael declares he's more than happy to grant that wish. Reaching out with a hand wreathed in shadows, Michael prepares to tear the prince apart for touching what belongs to him. Michael's lethal dark mana surges forward, and the crown prince can only gasp as the suffocating energy wraps around his throat like a physical weight. As the chaos unfolds, Riarte's body begins to sway, her consciousness slipping away entirely. She starts to float, her feet lifting off the ground as her own latent magic instinctively reacts to the volatile environment. Michael immediately moves to catch her, pulling her close and shielding her from the surrounding darkness with a protective embrace. Seeing her leverage slipping away, Hestel screams in a panic, desperately claiming that Riarte is under mind control and threatening that she'll be hurt if they aren't let go. Michael's eyes narrow with a cold, predatory intensity. He isn't intimidated. He simply tells her to try it if she dares, his voice dripping with malice. He stands his ground, holding the unconscious Riarte securely as his dark power begins to swirl with even greater ferocity. Hestel tries to muster her own abilities, but her voice trembles with fear as she realizes she is completely outmatched. The dark mana forms a crushing vortex around her, cutting off any chance of escape. Riarte remains limp in Michael's arms, oblivious to the storm raging around her. Hestel clutches her head in agony, her mind reeling as Michael's overwhelming power begins to devour her own magic. Michael looks down at the villains with total disdain, declaring that no one who witnesses the true power of the Burch family leaves with their life. His expression turns icy and detached, showing absolutely no mercy for those who dared to touch what is his. The prince and Hestel collapse to the ground, choked and broken by the relentless pressure of the dark energy. The mana continues to squeeze, physically manifesting the lethal intent behind Michael's rage. Michael's eyes glow a terrifying red as he teeters on the edge of a total berserk state, his power becoming a danger to everyone in the vicinity. Sensing the danger, Rian rushes forward and grabs Michael's shoulder, trying to pull him back from the brink. He shouts for Michael to get his power under control, warning him that if he continues to go berserk, he might accidentally hurt Riarte herself. The warning hits home, and Michael's face contorts as he struggles to rein in the dark markings spreading across his skin. He looks down at Riarte's pale face, her eyes shut tight as she remains trapped in her slumber. Slowly, the tension in her expression softens, her eyes closing peacefully as the immediate threat is neutralized. The dark energy finally dissipates, replaced by a momentary calm as Michael holds her amidst the garden flowers, his focus entirely on her safety. Nearby, the crown prince and Hestel lie defeated on the stone path, their plan in total ruins. Even in defeat, the prince glares upward, his pride wounded and his heart full of misplaced indignation. Rian stands over them, his gaze cold and unforgiving. He looks down at the pathetic duo, reiterating the grim reality of their situation. He makes it clear that their actions have consequences, and they won't be leaving the Burch territory alive. Meanwhile, Riarte's mind drifts into a serene, light-filled world. She looks around the vibrant landscape, confused by her sudden change in surroundings. A familiar voice calls out to her, and she catches a glimpse of a figure in the water's reflection. It's the elemental king Rian appearing before her in his true, majestic form. Riarte notes that he seems different, more powerful than before. Rian explains that he has begun to regain his lost strength, though he humorously adds that he'll look even cooler once he's fully recovered. He looks at Riarte with a soft smile, remarking on how much she has changed since finding her real family. A vision of Riarte's new life flashes before her, moments of genuine laughter and warmth with the people who truly care for her. Riarte can't help but smile at the memory, a sense of peace finally washing over her. She admits that she is truly happy now, having finally found the place where she belongs. Rian watches her with a gentle expression, wishing for her happiness to continue indefinitely. He reaches out a hand toward the light, signaling that it's time for her to return. However, his tone turns serious as he warns her about the elemental queen of darkness, whose energy is growing dangerously strong. He leans in close, his gaze intense as he urges her to be careful in the coming days. With a final, reassuring smile, he promises that he will always be there to protect her happiness. Riarte's vision blurs as the dreamscape fades away. She slowly opens her eyes to see Heron and the Duke standing by her bedside, their faces etched with deep concern. As she blinks against the light, they let out a collective sigh of relief. Heron is practically frantic, asking if she's hurt and demanding to call for a physician immediately. Riarte reassures them that she's fine, her voice soft but steady. But as her memory returns, a sudden realization strikes her. She remembers the look on Michael's face just before she lost consciousness, a look of pure, agonizing distress. She sits up quickly, calling out for Michael to see if he's all right. A soft smile greets her concern. Michael stands by her side, his eyes red-rimmed and filled with tears of absolute relief as he finally sees her awake and safe. Michael stares down at Riarte, his eyes welling with tears as the weight of the near tragedy finally crashes down on him. He reaches out, desperately clutching her hand as if to ground himself in the reality that she's actually alive. In his mind, he's haunted by the image of her collapsed and defenseless, a sight that left him paralyzed with fear. He turns his head away, overcome with a crushing sense of guilt for not staying by her side when she needed him most. Falling to his knees, he offers a broken apology, convinced he has failed in his duty to protect her. Riarte watches him, noting how the man who remained stoic even under the threat of a death curse is now completely shattered by the thought of losing her. She sees the raw vulnerability in his trembling hands and realizes the depth of his devotion. It's in this moment of quiet desperation that she truly understands the weight of the love he's always spoken about. Reaching out, she gently cups his face, pulling him toward her to offer the comfort he so clearly needs. She draws him into a firm embrace, reminding him that she is safe and sound only because he rushed to her side. With a soft, reassuring smile, she tells him that the danger is over and he can finally let his guard down. Michael is momentarily stunned, the warmth of her presence finally cutting through his panic. He leans into her, the tension finally draining from his body as he finds his peace. Surrounded by the soft bloom of flowers, they share a heavy, emotional moment of shared relief. Watching from a distance, Heron and the former Duke look on, their expressions softened by the sight of Riarte's recovery. Sitting up, Riarte expresses her sincere gratitude to both men for standing as her shield. However, the atmosphere shifts instantly when Heron confirms that the Crown Prince and Hestel have been dragged down to the darkness of the dungeon. His voice is cold as he suggests they deserve a brutal end, but he leaves the final decision of their fate entirely to Riarte. Riarte takes a moment to process the weight of her choice, her expression becoming uncharacteristically stern. She begins to speak, her words carrying the authority of a leader who values strategy over simple vengeance. Later that night, the silence of the prison is broken by the rhythmic thud of heavy boots on stone. Heron moves through the shadows, reflecting on the grim necessity of returning to a place he hoped to never see again. He stops before the bars, his gaze piercing as he stares down at his captives. Inside the cramped cell, the Crown Prince and Hestel look like hollow shells of their former selves, cowering in the dark. The prince tries to muster his old arrogance, shouting for his immediate release, as if his title still held power. Heron remains unfazed, his voice a low growl as he reminds the prince that there are consequences for touching what belongs to him. The prince's bravado shatters, his face contorting in terror as he realizes he's no longer a royal, but a prisoner. Heron leans in, a dark glint in his eyes as he wonders just how much the imperial family is willing to pay to get their precious hair back. He stands tall, a predator enjoying the total helplessness of his prey. He reveals his true gambit. He won't kill the prince, because he plans to use him as a bargaining chip to transform his territory into a sovereign duchy. The prince flinches, realizing he's been reduced to a mere political tool in Heron's master plan. A cold, satisfied smirk plays on Heron's lips. The board is set, and he holds all the pieces. We flash back to the moment Riarte made her request, specifically asking Heron to spare the prince's life. Heron had been skeptical, asking if she truly felt pity for the man who tried to enslave her mind. Riarte's response was ice cold. She felt no pity, and she found his actions completely unforgivable. She explained that her decision was purely tactical, using the prince's life to secure a massive advantage for the future of House Burch. With a calm, determined smile, she made it clear that her only priority is the strength and prosperity of her family. Back in the present, Heron smiles to himself, impressed by the sheer strength and calculating mind of the woman he serves. He casts one last look at the prince, hoping the emperor values his son enough to pay the steep price Heron is about to demand. Hestel, realizing she isn't part of any deal, begins to wail, desperately trying to shift all the blame onto the crown prince. Heron acknowledges her with a chillingly polite tone, noting how uncomfortable her tiny cell must be. For a heartbeat, Hestel thinks she's being shown mercy, her eyes wide with a pathetic glimmer of hope. But that hope is snuffed out the moment Heron turns to his loyal maid, Merlin, and gives the order for her execution. Heron turns his back on the scene, his silhouette framed against a backdrop of impending violence. Hestel freezes, her breath hitching as the shadow of her executioner looms over her. Merlin draws a hidden blade with professional efficiency, her eyes cold and focused on her task. A single, desperate scream echoes through the dungeon as the traitor finally pays the ultimate price for her betrayal. 2 days later, the sun bathes the estate in a warm glow, a peaceful contrast to the dark justice meted out in the cells. Riarte is finally resting comfortably, propped up by pillows and accompanied by her small fox companion. Michael remains a constant fixture at her bedside, still fretting over the potential side effects of the mental attack she endured. He even uses the fox's protective barking as an excuse to keep her from getting out of bed too soon. Riarte can only offer a tired smile, overwhelmed by just how protective her circle has become. However, her eyes lose their warmth as she decides it's time to address the elephant in the room. She looks Mikhail directly in the eye, revealing that she wasn't fully unconscious during the battle and saw him unleash his power. Mikhail's expression hardens, his typical warmth replaced by a guarded tension. She describes the aura he radiated, a power so dark and overwhelming that it felt like something far beyond a normal elemental ability. With a gaze that demands nothing but the absolute truth, Riarte asks the question that has been burning in her mind: what is the real, hidden power behind the name Burch? Michael stands tall, his expression heavy with a secret he can no longer keep hidden. He admits that he always knew this day of honesty would eventually arrive. Reaching out with a steady hand, he invites Riarte to follow him into the unknown. He's ready to pull back the curtain and reveal the true, terrifying extent of the Burch power. They step into a quiet, sun-drenched forest where the falling leaves whisper of old secrets. The atmosphere is heavy, the air itself feeling thick with an ancient, dormant energy. Riarte looks around, a sense of déjà vu washing over her as she realizes the significance of this location. Michael explains that this forest is where the family's power truly resides, a place marked by a devastating fire from the past. He raises his hand, focusing his internal mana with practiced precision. Dark, swirling energy begins to coalesce at his fingertips, crackling with an unnatural aura. This isn't just magic. It's a manifestation of the Burch's core essence, and he urges Riarte to watch closely. The shadows expand, enveloping the clearing in a shimmering, dark veil that defies the natural laws of the world. Suddenly, the world shifts. The autumn leaves are replaced by a sudden, biting winter frost that covers the trees in white. Within seconds, the snow melts away into a downpour, and then shifts back into a vibrant, sunlit spring. Riarte gasps, covering her mouth as she witnesses years of seasonal cycles pass in the blink of an eye. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she tries to process the impossible display of temporal manipulation. As the forest returns to its natural state, Riarte demands to know the truth behind the phenomenon. Michael turns to her, his gaze intense as he explains that she just witnessed the future of this specific space. He clarifies the biggest misconception of their bloodline. Burch's power isn't a harbinger of death, but a window into time itself. Riarte is stunned, knowing that such a godlike authority over time is a burden no human should ever have to carry. Michael admits his control is far from absolute. He can only catch brief glimpses or channel the raw force of a space potential future. It requires absolute concentration. A single moment of distraction causes the power to leak, throwing the balance of space-time into chaos. This instability is a threat not just to the user, but to everyone and everything nearby. He looks away, confessing that the twisted parts of this forest are scars left behind from when he lost control as a child. Deep within the woods, time and space remain permanently fractured by his past mistakes. He kept this a secret from the world, burying the truth of his volatility to maintain order. Most of all, he kept it from Riarte, terrified that she would look at him with fear once she knew what he was capable of. A realization strikes Riarte like a lightning bolt, connecting the dots of her past experiences. Michael confirms her suspicion. The vision she experienced at her coming-of-age ceremony wasn't a dream, it was the Burch power showing her a glimpse of her own future. It was a window into a destiny that was already being written. Riarte's heart races as she recalls the vivid emotions and the words Michael spoke to her in that vision. Everything she felt, the warmth and the profound connection, is a literal blueprint of the life they are destined to share. Michael's voice trembles as he asks what they were like in that future vision. He looks at her with a desperate vulnerability, needing to know if they were still by each other's side. He clenches his hands together, his composure finally cracking under the weight of his anxiety. Riarte notices his hands are shaking. The powerful leader is paralyzed by the simple fear that she might eventually leave him. Seeing his pain, Riarte's resolve hardens into an unbreakable promise. She reaches out to comfort him, her hair flowing as she moves to bridge the gap between them. She assures him that in every vision of the future, they were together, just as they are in this very moment. She takes his hand firmly, anchoring him to the present and their shared path. Michael looks at her, his eyes searching for a certainty he's never felt in his entire life. Riarte smiles, a radiant expression of pure devotion. Standing in the heart of the ancient forest, the distance between them finally vanishes. She looks up at him, ready to speak the truth of her heart. With a heart full of sincerity, she finally confesses that she loves him deeply. Michael is momentarily speechless, her name a soft breath on his lips as he processes the confession. A genuine smile finally breaks across his face as he admits he has waited a lifetime to hear those words. In his mind, she is more than a partner. She is the savior who rescued him from a life of darkness and isolation. He leans in, his gaze fixed on her as he reciprocates her confession with equal fervor. In a moment of profound emotional union, they seal their commitment to one another, promising to face the uncertainties of the future as one. The morning sun spills into the dining hall, but the atmosphere at the table is anything but ordinary. Riarte's father watches with a satisfied smile, noting that his daughter finally seems to be regaining her appetite. Across from her, Michael is barely touching his own food. He's too busy being captivated by the simple sight of Riarte enjoying her meal. However, the lovey-dovey energy radiating from the couple is becoming a bit too much for the others to handle. Disheartened by the blatant display of affection, the Duke finally snaps, declaring that Michael and Riarte must sit separately during meals from now on. Riarte pauses, her expression falling into one of quiet disappointment. Michael looks equally stunned by the sudden sanction on their seating arrangement. Summoning her courage, Riarte looks up with pleading eyes, admitting she truly wants to stay by Michael's side. The Duke flinches, completely defeated by her sincerity. Michael can only sit there dazed, his heart racing as he realizes just how much Riarte has come to rely on him. The mood shifts to business as the plates are cleared. Michael turns the conversation toward the Crown Prince, noting that while they have him captive, they still lack the solid proof needed to force the imperial palace's hand. The palace has been meticulous, systematically destroying every shred of evidence linking them to the recent attacks. It was a calculated move to leave House Burch with no legal leverage. That's when the Duke reveals they have a visitor waiting for Riarte, a guest who might hold the key they need. They move to a private parlor where a mysterious man sits, his identity hidden behind a mask and a heavy hood. He offers a polite greeting, acknowledging that Riarte must be exhausted after her coming-of-age ceremony. This is the head of House Heron, and he's come to collect on a favor. Riarte gets straight to the point, asking what he requires. The masked man explains that his late mother spent her life trying to restore a specific holy painting, but failed. He has searched for years for someone with enough spiritual power to complete the restoration, but found no one until he saw Riarte. He is convinced she is the only person in the entire empire capable of this task. Riarte is stunned by the weight of the request. Michael immediately interjects, his protective instincts kicking in. He doesn't want Riarte pushing herself while she's still recovering from her recent ordeal, but the guest isn't asking for charity. He slides a thick envelope across the table. These documents contain the smoking gun, detailed proof of the imperial family's corruption, and the Crown Prince's direct involvement in forbidden acts. Even Michael is shocked House Heron's intelligence network has found what everyone else thought was destroyed. The guest reveals the horrifying truth. The Crown Prince has been dabbling in ancient forbidden magic, using the bones of the dead as assassins. He was the one who orchestrated the fire at Burch. Riarte's father sees with rage as the full scale of the prince's depravity is laid bare. But there's more. The guest brings up the northern city of Scion. Michael flinches at the name. Scion wasn't destroyed by a plague as the public believes. The guest reveals a chilling connection. The city fell at the exact same time Michael lost his sight. The Crown Prince sacrificed the entire population of that city to cast an intricate, high-level curse on Michael. Riarte is horrified. She realizes that the curse she spent days painstakingly breaking was fueled by the lives of an entire city. The guest leaves the evidence on the table, stating that even if Riarte refuses to help, the documents are theirs. However, he makes a final offer. If she restores the painting, House Heron will grant House Burch their unconditional, permanent support. This is a political alliance that would make Burch untouchable. Riarte looks down, processing the gravity of the choice. Her family watches her with concern, begging her not to suffer for their sake. Her father emphasizes that her well-being is more important than any political gain. Riarte looks up, a calm but determined smile on her face. She assures them she's okay. Proudly declaring herself a member of House Burch, she accepts the task, eager to help her family rise. Her father relents, trusting her judgment. The masked guest bows, confirming that the alliance is forged. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, the echoes of clicking heels signal a storm approaching. The Emperor is startled as the Empress bursts into his study without a word. She is fuming, waving a letter in the air and demanding he look at it. The seal on the letter belongs to Burch. The Emperor reads the contents, his face paling as he realizes they've been backed into a corner. The letter outlines every single crime the Crown Prince committed, including the truth behind the massacre at Scion. When the Emperor asks where his son is, the Empress coldly replies that he is rotting in the Burch dungeon, a pathetic and shameful end for an heir. The price for the prince's return is steep. The palace must officially recognize Burch's transition into a dukedom. The Empress is livid, insisting they cannot allow Burch to gain that much power. But the Emperor is defeated, He knows Virtue has grown too strong and knows too much. Seeing his hesitation, the Empress's expression turns predatory. She isn't ready to give up yet. With a dark glint in her eyes, she suggests it's finally time to play their last card, Elheim. The Emperor's face tightens with skepticism as he questions the Empress' plan to use the Elheim family, noting they've surely lost their powers by now. But the Empress wears a chilling, confident smirk, hinting at a secret weapon. She reveals their trump card, the black powder. The Emperor's eyes widen in shock as the weight of her words sinks in. Standing tall in the dim hall, she explains that this powder will trick the citizens into believing the Elheim's powers are as strong as ever. The Emperor realizes the horrific cost the powder is a trap, leading to a debilitating, terminal addiction. A sinister glint flashes in his eye as he considers the move. The Empress mocks his hesitation, asking if he's really in a position to be worried about commoners right now. The Emperor remains silent, the pressure of his crumbling reign weighing him down. With a heavy, defeated sigh, he yields to her dark scheme. He summons a servant to draft a response to Virtue, finally making his choice. His voice is ice-cold as he declares that Virtue's demand for dukedom status is officially denied. Instead, he chooses a different sacrifice to appease them. He will relinquish all authority over the crown prince, discarding his own son to fulfill their agreement. As the orders are finalized, a lady-in-waiting enters the chamber to attend to her duties. A mysterious blonde woman listens from the shadows, her expression unreadable. The Empress's gaze turns sharp as she orders House Elheim to be summoned to the palace immediately. The Emperor stands firm, preparing to face the family that will become his next puppet. The mysterious observer turns away, her long hair flowing as she retreats from the room. Her heels click rhythmically against the stone floor, signaling a shift in the palace's power dynamic. Meanwhile, in the quiet solitude of his study, Michael receives the official word from the palace. He stares at the letter confirming the Emperor has abandoned all rights to the crown prince. Lounging on his sofa with a bored expression, Michael isn't surprised by the Emperor's cowardice. He grips the paper, noting that the imperial family will discard anything even their own flesh and blood for a taste of power. A mocking smile plays on his lips as he realizes the Emperor has just handed him a useless pawn. He calls out to his loyal butler, Elef, who stands ready for orders. Michael's expression turns predatory as he prepares to tie up loose ends. With a casual wave of his hand, he orders the execution of that thing in the underground prison, deeming it no longer necessary. His gaze is cold and final as he reflects on how anticlimactic Lucas' end will be. He settles back into his cushions, the life of a former prince worth nothing more than a footnote. He shifts focus, asking if Duke Heron has arrived for his scheduled meeting. Elef confirms the Duke arrived an hour ago and is currently with Lady Riarte. Inside the drawing room, Duke Heron expresses his gratitude to Riarte for hosting the restoration session in a place where she feels comfortable. Riarte looks at the veiled frame and professionally asks for the history behind this sacred painting. The Duke's posture stiffens, his masked face hiding a deep, lingering pain. He reveals the truth. The restoration was his late mother's final, dearest wish. Riarte knows that sacred paintings are more than art. They are vessels of objective truth. She wonders what secrets this specific piece is hiding from the world. With a professional focus on the task at hand, she asks for permission to examine the work now. She carefully pulls back the heavy cloth covering the canvas. Her breath hitches as she catches her first look at the state of the painting. The image is a chaotic mess of burns and tears, damaged far more severely than she anticipated. As she examines the surface, she notices suspicious traces of overpainting and deliberate alterations. She realizes with a start that someone was desperately trying to conceal the truth held within this painting. Her fingers lightly graze the damaged canvas, sensing the history trapped within the fibers. She looks back at the Duke, promising to give this restoration her absolute best effort. The Duke remains silent, watching her with a mix of hope and trepidation. Riarte offers a gentle, radiant smile, stating that being of help to Virtue is her greatest joy. The Duke pauses, sensing there is more to her dedication than just professional duty. He asks if she is truly doing all of this solely for the sake of Virtue. Riarte's gaze softens as she considers her true motivations. She laughs softly, admitting that she also wishes to heal the long-standing ache in Duke Heron's heart. She tells him that by fulfilling his mother's wish, he might finally find a measure of peace. Beneath his mask, the Duke is visibly moved by her sincere empathy. He looks at her and sees a woman far different from the rumors of a weak, withering noble. To him, Riarte is someone stronger and kinder than anyone he has ever known. A sense of conviction washes over him as he believes his mother's wish will soon be fulfilled. Far away, a carriage rattles as it comes to a halt before the imperial palace. A guard stands at attention, signaling that the awaited guests have arrived. Duke Elheim leads his men through the grand hallways with a sense of grim purpose. A servant announces their arrival at the Empress's private chambers. As the doors swing open, the Duke steps into the presence of the woman who holds his family's fate in her hands. The Empress greets him with a sharp, triumphant smile, ready to set her next scheme into motion. Сцена пропущена через помилки генерації API або провалу валідації. Inside a sun-drenched studio, the air is thick with the scent of oil paints and the weight of a monumental task. Michael sits nearby, his gaze fixed on Riarte, noting how the relentless pace of her work has begun to take its toll. She is pouring every ounce of her soul into the restoration of Duke Heron's sacred painting, rarely leaving her easel even for meals. Michael's expression softens with a mix of admiration and deep concern. He knows her strength is being pushed to the limit, especially with the shadow of the crown prince looming over them. Breaking the silence, he gently suggests that she take a much-needed break before she collapses from exhaustion. Riarte pauses, the brush hovering as she considers his words. She finally steps away from the canvas, the movement fluid and wary as she stretches her tired limbs. Michael watches her every move, his focus intense and unwavering. His hand clenches instinctively, a silent testament to the protective instinct surging within him. He admits a deep-seated desire to simply be near her, to offer the comfort she's been denying herself. Riarte turns, her blue eyes locking onto his as she asks if he'd like her to hold him instead. The sudden reversal catches the stoic leader off guard, his composure momentarily faltering. A visible blush creeps across Michael's face as his heart begins to race, completely disarmed by her directness. Riarte doesn't hesitate, closing the distance between them with steady steps. She pulls him into a warm, grounding embrace, offering the silent support he didn't know he needed. Michael yields to the gesture, a small, genuine smile breaking through his usual stern exterior. As he rests his hand against her, his thoughts swirl with a fierce devotion and need to protect and cherish every part of her. In this quiet moment of respite, the world outside their studio ceases to exist. Michael whispers that he can feel her heart beating rapidly against his own. Riarte looks up, her face flushed as she honestly confesses that it's because of her feelings for him. She tries to rationalize it, claiming it's only natural for one's heart to race during such a close encounter. Michael listens intently, his gaze never leaving hers. He reaches out, gently taking her hand and placing it firmly over his own chest. He reveals that his own heart is thundering even faster than hers. Riarte is momentarily speechless, moved by the depth of his vulnerability. They stand there, hands intertwined, a silent pact of loyalty forming between them. Michael finally voices the truth he's carried, confessing his love for her and admitting that not a single day passes where he doesn't feel this nervous energy in her presence. He draws her into a closer, protective hold on the sofa, the atmosphere thick with mutual devotion. He leans in, pressing a soft, lingering kiss to her temple, sealing his promise of protection. For a fleeting second, the chaos of the empire feels miles away. Suddenly, the tender silence is shattered by a sharp cry. A white cat leaps onto Michael's back, completely ruining the atmosphere with its chaotic energy. Michael's romantic mood evaporates instantly, replaced by sheer annoyance as he scolds the brat for interfering at the worst possible moment. Riarte can't help but burst into laughter, her wariness forgotten as she watches the comedy unfold, wishing this simple happiness could last forever. But far from the warmth of the studio, a cold darkness is rising within the palace steps. A cloaked figure moves through the shadows of a desolate hall, seeking a power that shouldn't exist. Suddenly, a terrifying entity manifests the spirit king of darkness, wreathed in violet flames. The visitor realizes immediately that this energy is foul, a stark and dangerous contrast to the pure power of the water spirit. The entity's eyes glow with a predatory light. It sneers at the visitor, calling her a fake who has finally crawled into its domain. Unfazed, the visitor demands to know what the spirit wants from her. The spirit king's grin widens, sharp and malicious. It reaches out, lifting her chin with a chilling familiarity, declaring that it needs to borrow her body. The fake recoils in shock, the gravity of the request sinking in. The spirit towers over her, mocking her status as a hollow vessel that can't use power without help, but promising to grant her its dark strength. The entity explains its grand design. Through her, it will reclaim the strength stolen by the spirit king of water and become a god to rule the world. In exchange, it offers to grant her one ultimate wish. The visitor's eyes glint with desperation. She wants the impossible to turn back time to the past. The spirit laughs, claiming such a feat is easy, and asks if she accepts the deal. With a dark smirk, she agrees, and a catastrophic alliance is forged in the shadows, threatening to undo everything Riarte has fought for. The shadows deepen as a sinister grin spreads across a face twisted by malice. The deal is sealed. A hand reaches into a swirling vortex of forbidden energy, grasping a core of pure, malevolent power. The spirit king of darkness offers a chilling ultimatum: total obedience in exchange for a fraction of his devastating might. The Empress bestows this dark gift upon her vessel, a puppet chosen to execute her ultimate reset of time. As the energy surges through his veins, his eyes ignite with a cold, unnatural light. His mission is simple but catastrophic: assassinate the water elemental king. The heavy doors of the sacred water temple creak open, shattering the silence of the sanctuary. The water elemental king turns, his expression shifting from peace to immediate alarm. He recognizes the intruder instantly, his gaze hardening as he realizes who has dared to breach his domain. "Aren't you the fake?" the king demands, standing tall against the shadow. The intruder offers a condescending smile, noting how long it has been since their last meeting. Unfazed by the king's defiance, the villain scoffs at being labeled a mere imitation. He mocks the king's composure, his arrogance fueled by the darkness now coursing through him. With a flick of his wrist, he manifests a sphere of crushing dark energy, eager to see how long the king's nonchalance will last. The attack is instantaneous, a violent burst of shadow that slams into the elemental king. The king is thrown back, gasping as the dark force pierces his chest, causing his very essence to bleed out. He stares in horror, realizing the sheer scale of the power he's facing. Behind the intruder, the terrifying silhouette of the elemental queen of darkness looms, confirming the source of this nightmare. The king clutches his wound, struggling to breathe as he demands to know where such corrupt power originated. He feels his strength being siphoned away, the darkness acting like a parasite on his divine energy. As his vision grows hazy and his form begins to fade, he realizes he will be devoured if he doesn't act immediately. In a final, desperate surge of power, the king conjures a massive splash of water, using the distraction to vanish into the currents. The intruder wipes the water from his face, his expression one of pure irritation. He stands in the center of the now empty temple, cursing the fact that his prey managed to slip away. Looking at the cracking seals around him, he knows the sanctuary is failing. He focuses his senses, preparing to hunt the king down by following the lingering trail of water energy. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, the sun sets over the peaceful estate. Riarte and Michael enjoy a quiet moment together, though Riarte notes a sudden chill in the evening air. In a gesture of warmth and support, Michael pulls her into a protective embrace, asking if she feels warmer now. He smiles down at her, his gaze filled with genuine affection. Riarte leans into his strength, finding comfort in the heat he provides. She reflects on how much they've changed. In the past, he would have simply offered a coat, but now their bond has deepened into something much more personal. They have become entirely honest with one another, no longer hesitating to express their true feelings through supportive gestures. Even as Michael playfully lingers, refusing to leave her side, the atmosphere is light and full of heart. Suddenly, Riarte flinches, her eyes widening in shock. Michael immediately senses her distress, his protective instincts kicking in as he checks on her. Riarte looks away, her voice trembling as she explains that her power just flickered a sign of a massive disturbance in the elemental world. Without warning, a surge of water energy erupts, and the water elemental king collapses into her arms. He has regressed, looking much younger and weaker than before, his voice a mere whisper as he calls her name. Riarte is horrified to see him covered in patterns that look like agonizing wounds. "We're in trouble," he manages to gasp, his energy nearly spent. He reveals the terrifying truth. Her twin has made a contract with the Queen of Darkness. Riarte reels from the revelation as the king warns her that the hunter has followed him directly to their location. He urges her to be extremely careful, for the darkness is close. Outside, amidst the pouring rain, the hooded figure of her twin, Rian, stands before the mansion. His face is set in a mask of grim determination. He is convinced he must end the Water King here and now. However, as he approaches, he pauses, sensing something unexpected. The other half of his own power is nearby. Before he can investigate, the voice of the Darkness Queen echoes in his mind, demanding his return to absorb the power he already stole. He bristles at the command, frustrated by the interruption. Suddenly, his heart thumps violently, a sharp pain lancing through his chest. The queen reminds him of his place, calling him a fake and demanding total obedience to their contract. Struggling to stay upright, he sways under the weight of her influence. Realizing he cannot defy her yet, he turns back into the storm, vowing that he will finish his mission next time. Inside the swirling shadows of the enemy's lair, Rian is reaching his breaking point. He demands to know why they retreated when the Water Spirit King was right within his grasp. But the Darkness Queen is playing a much more dangerous game. She reveals that the power she needs to ascend to godhood is hidden deep within House Burch, stolen long ago by the Water Spirit King himself. Rian is ready to charge back into the fray, but the Queen stops him. She explains that her current influence over him is only a fraction of her true power. However, the wound she inflicted on the Water Spirit King was a calculated strike, designed to slowly erode the seal he placed on her. It's only a matter of time before that seal shatters, allowing her to possess Leon's body entirely and seize what she desires by force. Meanwhile, at the Burch estate, Riarte is locked in a different kind of struggle. She stares at her canvas, her brush poised but frozen. Despite her immense talent, the final strokes of the restoration remain elusive. She feels a heavy weight pressing down on her, a mental block she can't seem to shake. Her hand trembles as she sets the brush aside, her progress completely stalled. Exhaustion finally takes its toll as she collapses onto a nearby sofa, wondering what exactly is holding her back from finishing this masterpiece. Michael enters the room, his eyes filled with immediate concern for the artist. He gently checks on her, noting the pale look on her face. He warns her that she's been pushing herself far too hard lately, and it's starting to show. As he sits beside her, he reminds her of the toll her recent actions have taken. Riarte has been pouring her own energy into purifying the Water Spirit King every single night since his arrival. We see a glimpse of those long nights where Riarte sat by the bedside of the regressed king, desperately trying to wash away the dark energy. While the blackened corruption on his skin has begun to fade, he still refuses to wake. Riarte is left haunted by the questions of what truly happened during the attack. Most importantly, she can't forget the king's warning about the dark pact between her twin brother, Rian, and the Spirit King of Darkness. Back in the present, Riarte winces in pain, her body screaming for rest. Michael watches her, his heart heavy. He offers his support, pleading with her not to overexert herself any further, as seeing her in distress is the one thing he hates most. Riarte tries to reassure him, claiming that focusing on the restoration helps distract her from the chaos surrounding them. She shows him the painting, which is nearly complete, yet something vital is still missing. She explains that every time she tries to finish the portrait of the former emperor, Her brush simply won't move. She suspects there is a hidden element or a secret history within the painting that she has yet to understand. Michael listens intently, realizing that technical skill isn't the issue here. He suggests that perhaps the answer lies with the man who commissioned the work, Duke Heron. Riarte takes his advice and arranges a formal meeting with the Duke. Duke Heron greets her, noting that it has been some time since their last professional consultation. Riarte gets straight to the point, explaining that while the restoration is in its final stages, she has hit an impasse. She admits that for some unknown reason, she is unable to proceed with the final details. She asks the Duke for the one thing that might break her block: the true history of the painting. The Duke's expression shifts to one of deep hesitation when she asks specifically about his mother. He tells her that it is difficult for him to speak freely about her, as her story is shrouded in secrecy. It is a dark tale involving the truth of his own birth, something he has never shared with anyone. But Riarte doesn't back down. She explains that completing this restoration isn't just for House Burch, it's for her own sake as well. Heron is confused, but Riarte reveals the scars of her own past. She tells him about her mother, who died giving birth to her, and her twin. For her entire life, she carried the weight of that guilt, branded a sinner by her own family for devouring her mother's life. Moved by her vulnerability and their shared pain, the Duke's resolve softens. Riarte looks at him with determination, hoping that by fulfilling his mother's dying wish, she might find some peace for herself too. Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, the Duke finally relents. He decides to tell her everything. He reveals a shocking truth. His mother was a dark saintess who was forcibly taken by the former emperor, a man notorious for his cruelty. After suffering unspeakable atrocities, she realized she was pregnant. To protect her child, she fled to the Heron Duchy, where the previous Duke accepted her and raised Heron as his own son. The holy painting Riarte is restoring was the one relic she managed to bring with her during her escape. It wasn't just art. It was a vessel for a truth that the imperial family is desperate to keep hidden from the world. As the gravity of this revelation sinks in, Riarte's eyes widen in realization. The missing piece of the puzzle has finally been found. With the truth uncovered, she confidently tells the Duke that she can complete the restoration today. Сцена пропущена через помилки генерації API або провалу валідації. Under the pale moonlight, Riarte gazes up at Michael, her heart heavy with the secrets she's been carrying alone. Michael pulls her into a steady, protective embrace, immediately sensing her restlessness. He looks down at her with a gentle, knowing smile, realizing she's been losing sleep again. Riarte can only look away, realizing how transparent her anxiety has become to him. She's reminded of the fire incident, a moment where Michael's unwavering belief in her was her only anchor. He reaches out, his hand a comforting presence as he urges her not to shoulder the world's weight by herself. In a sudden burst of playful energy to lighten the mood, Michael lifts her off her feet, catching her completely off guard. Riarte flails, demanding he put her down, while Michael simply laughs, glad to see a spark of life back in her eyes. He finally sets her down on a nearby bench, the atmosphere turning soft and supportive. Leaning in, Michael asks her to open up and share whatever is troubling her mind. Riarte hesitates, the word Michael barely a whisper on her lips. She looks down, her resolve hardening as she prepares to voice the impossible. What if, she begins, I told you I already knew everything that was going to happen in the future. She clasps her hands tightly, waiting for his rejection or disbelief. But Michael doesn't flinch, he remains focused entirely on her. Riarte looks up, searching his eyes for a sign of doubt. Instead, she finds a warmth so deep it steals her breath as he tells her that no matter the future, he can't imagine a life without her in it. Stunned by his devotion, Riarte's eyes widen. She realizes it's time for the full truth, warning him that it's going to be a very long story. Michael gives a small, encouraging nod. He settles in, ready to stay by her side all night to hear every word. The scene shifts to a formal meeting with the Duke and the former Duke of House Burch. Standing tall, Riarte addresses the leaders with a newfound clarity. The former Duke encourages her to speak freely, promising they are ready to listen to whatever she has to say. Riarte begins by explaining that the spirit king of darkness won't be able to attempt a regression. She pauses, her profile sharp with the weight of her next revelation. With a steady breath, she drops the ultimate bombshell. She is a regressor, a soul who has already lived through her own end. Her hand trembles slightly as she admits that even with all her preparation, the truth is still terrifying to voice. She explains that her knowledge of the fire and the black powder wasn't intuition, it was history. The former Duke's face pales in shock as the reality of her sinks in. Riarte recounts the chilling memory of opening her eyes 3 years in the past after being executed. She remembers the confusion and the sheer horror of waking up in her younger body. The Duke is horrified, demanding to know what she means by an execution. Riarte reveals the dark truth. On her 20th birthday, she was sacrificed by order of Duke Elheim. The Elheims believed Rian was the true owner of the Spirit Stone, and they were willing to kill Riarte to seize the power dormant within her. The Burch leaders listen in stunned, angry silence. To her former family, Riarte was nothing more than a talentless curse and the shame of their bloodline. The Dukes erupt in fury, cursing the fools who would treat an innocent child with such calculated cruelty. The former Duke's expression is one of pure heartbreak as he realizes the depth of the trauma she's endured. Riarte's grip on her dress tightens as she apologizes for keeping this secret for so long. She confesses that her only desire was to live, and she refused to die at the hands of the Elheims again. That was the real reason reason she begged Michael to take her away when he first visited. She reaches out, her hand finding Michael's for support. Michael stands by her, his presence an immovable wall of protection. He looks at her with nothing but pride, reassuring her that she's safe now. "Riri," he says softly, and she looks up, feeling the heavy burden finally lifting. The Duke smiles, telling her that no one believes she used them. In fact, Virtue has flourished only because of her. The former Duke adds that she has absolutely nothing to be sorry for, as she did nothing wrong. Riarte is overwhelmed by their unconditional acceptance. Michael steps forward, reminding her of his promise from the previous night. He pulls her into a firm, supportive hug, welcoming her fully into their family. The technical reality of her situation remains, however. If Riarte's regression is true, then another attempt is impossible. This level of regression isn't a simple spell. It's a manipulation of the entire world line, a miracle so taxing even a god could only perform it once. The stakes are now crystal clear. The enemy will do anything to break the seal and seize the power of the future, making the protection of Virtue more critical than ever. Darkness looms as Riarte's eyes glow with a terrifying crimson light, her presence suffocating the night before her. In the clearing, the surrounding soldiers drop to their knees in a display of absolute submission as Riarte's power settles. Sensing her exhaustion, her companion steps forward to steady her, though she insists she's fine and urges everyone to remain calm. Despite her outward composure, a flash of lingering resentment flickers in her gaze as she stares into the distance. The tension breaks when she's met with a look so pitiful it's compared to a petrified kitten, catching her completely off guard. The atmosphere shifts into an awkward, sparkly moment as the two share a bashful glance. With a heavy sigh, she decides to let the matter go just this once, showing mercy only because of his desperate expression. Shortly after, a curious knight asks if the recent meeting with Lord Karshan was a success. Elsewhere, the weight of their upcoming task hangs heavy as Michael's resolve is questioned. Michael stands firm, arguing that as the strongest wielder of the future's power in House Virtue, the burden must fall on him alone. His elders warn him of the extreme danger, reminding him that he has already risked losing himself to madness twice before. He acknowledges the risk, but his voice remains steady, fueled by a new source of strength. Reaching out, he takes Riarte's hand in a silent promise of partnership. He pulls her close, declaring that with Riarte by his side, he finally has the anchor he needs to keep from losing control. Riarte looks up at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of love and deep-seated worry. Michael gently lifts her hand, his touch a silent plea for her to believe in him. With a look of absolute devotion, he vows that his will to protect her will allow him to overcome any trial. Riarte is left breathless by his declaration, the weight of his words sinking in. They arrive at the Grand Chapel, a place of ancient power where the ritual is set to take place. The group approaches the threshold, the gravity of the moment settling over them like a shroud. Michael gives one final, reassuring smile, promising to safely absorb the power and return to her side. The massive, ornate doors of the chapel slowly creak open, revealing a path into the unknown. Michael walks into the darkness of the sanctuary alone, the door sealing shut behind him. Outside, Riarte stares at the closed entrance, her heart heavy with the silence that follows. She clutches her dress tightly, her fingers trembling despite her efforts to stay strong. Her companion places a steadying hand on her shoulder, reminding her that faith is the only thing they can offer him now. She nods slowly, accepting that they have done all they can for his success. 3 days pass with no word from inside, and the weight begins to gnaw at Riarte's composure. A voice suddenly interrupts her thoughts, snapping her back to the present. The Water King sits beside her in the garden, noticing her constant preoccupation with Michael's safety. He tells her not to fret, confidently stating that Michael was the only one capable of handling such raw power. With a playful gesture, he reassures her that even he can see the immense capacity of Michael's vessel. Riarte smiles softly, choosing to place her full trust in the man she loves. She continues to pour her own energy into the Spirit King, watching as he slowly regains his true strength in the sunlight. The Spirit King looks up at her, asking if she would sing the song she once knew. She begins to hum the melody, the words of the ancient song flowing naturally from her lips. As she sings, she gently strokes the Spirit King's hair, providing him with a sense of peace he hasn't felt in ages. The scene is tranquil as the Spirit King rests against her, the lyrics of the bluebird and the weeping willow filling the air. He mentions that Rian used to sing that exact song all the time. Riarte realizes that Rian's memories must still be deeply woven into her own subconscious. Curious, she asks the Spirit King what name Rian had given him back then. He looks away, revealing a somber truth about his past. He explains that before the Spirit King of Darkness attempted to slaughter the others and ascend to godhood, the world was plunged into chaos, and Rian never got the chance to give him a name before everything fell apart. Riarte looks at him with newfound empathy, realizing the depth of his loneliness. She decides to rectify that mistake right now, offering him a new identity for this life. She suggests the name Ray, derived from ancient texts. She explains it means bringer of joy and symbolizes freedom, exactly what he represents to her. A small, genuine smile tugs at the Spirit King's lips. Ray beams with pure happiness, declaring that the beautiful name was well worth the long wait. Meanwhile, inside the chapel, the atmosphere is far from peaceful as a violent red light erupts. Michael stands at the center of the storm, holding the Spirit Stone as its raw, Untamed energy begins to surge through him. He grinds his teeth against the pain, feeling his body struggle to contain the overwhelming power. Sparks of mana arc off his skin as his vision begins to blur, the intensity far exceeding his expectations. As the darkness creeps into his mind, he wonders if he is about to be consumed by the very power he sought to master. In the midst of the struggle, his mind drifts back to the past. When he first sought out Riarte Elheim's twin, he recalls arriving at a dilapidated, haunted-looking castle, shocked that a noble would be kept in such conditions. His companion points out something unexpected growing in the neglected garden. They are virtue roses, flowers sent only as a formality. Yet someone had actually planted and tended to them. They realized that despite the Duke's cruelty, someone within those walls found beauty in the gifts. Michael looks toward the garden, his interest piqued by the mystery of the neglected twin. There, amidst the blooming roses, he spots a solitary figure. It is Riarte Elheim, holding a massive bouquet of roses, her ethereal beauty standing in stark contrast to the ruins surrounding her. In the quiet halls of the estate, a heavy truth hangs in the air. Michael's vision, a gift he fought so hard to reclaim, is a ticking clock. According to the reports, the restoration is fleeting. He has 1 month of sight, 2 at most. Michael's hand tightens, his knuckles white. He knows the young master doesn't grasp the true nature of his condition. But for Michael, even a brief taste of clarity is worth the struggle. He intends to savor every second of this borrowed freedom. As his vision focuses, his mind drifts back to the first time he truly saw her, his twin sister. Riarte Elheim, a figure of grace and mystery, captured in his gaze for the very first time. But the reports from his intelligence are chilling. It appears Riarte Elheim can only channel his abilities through physical contact with Riarte. More unsettling was Ryan's reaction when Riarte's role in Michael's recovery was mentioned, a look that was deeply unsettling. We look back at their meeting, where a blindfolded Michael stood amidst the Elheim family. Even then, the tension was palpable between the siblings. His subordinate recalls the moment with a shiver. Ryan's smile wasn't one of brotherly love. It was something far more sinister. It wasn't just fear or shock that crossed his face. It was a toxic, suffocating blend of possessiveness and raw anger. Michael reflects on this dark revelation. Is it even possible to harbor such twisted feelings for one's own blood? Frustrated, Michael realizes his journey to Elheim might have been a waste if his sight is only temporary. He curses the Imperial Guards and the lingering weight of their hex. For a moment, his motivation falters, the darkness threatening to swallow his resolve. He closes his eyes, ready to surrender to the void. But then, the image of Riarte flashes in his mind, radiant and calm. His eyes snap open, fueled by a new purpose. He recalls the Grand Library, a sanctuary of dust and knowledge. There, he watched a hand delicately turn the pages of a forgotten tome. Riarte sat alone, completely immersed in her reading. From the balcony above, Michael watched her like a hawk. Riarte Elheim, the name felt like a prayer and a curse. Unlike the rest of the Elheim family, who reeked of the sea, she carried a scent as refreshing as a spring breeze. He found himself drawn to her, curious about the words she consumed. He craved to hear her voice, to see those legendary blue eyes meet his own. He waited for the moment she would finally turn around. "Hello, what are you reading?" He called out, his voice echoing through the vast hall. She looked up, startled by the intrusion. Michael chuckled, guessing she wasn't from virtue based on her reaction. She hesitated, her voice soft but steady. Her response was a knife to the heart, because no one from Elheim would ever speak to me. Michael's expression softened as the weight of her isolation hit him. He leaned over the railing with a bold proposition. "Shall we get out of here?" She looked at him, confused, asking where they could possibly go. His answer was simple: anywhere. Riarte closed her book with a finality that spoke volumes. She confessed a tragic truth: her world consisted only of her room, the discipline chamber, and this library. Michael realized the horror of her existence. She wasn't treated as a daughter, but as cargo. The realization burned in his gaze. He saw the flashes of her past huddled in the dark, treated as nothing more than a tool, kept on standby like an object, hidden away in secret compartments during travel. Also, Ryan could exploit her power at a moment's notice while he lived in luxury. Back in the present, the ritual is reaching a breaking point. Michael is drowning in the surge of power. He grips the railing, his knuckles white as he fights to stay conscious. Riarte's face haunts him, her voice asking where she is supposed to go if she leaves her cage. Shards of the redstone shatter, raining down like blood. Michael collapses to his knees, sweat pouring down his face as the agony intensifies. The memories are too much, the power too volatile. He stumbles, his vision blurring as the energy spirals out of control. Riarte, he gasps, his mind fracturing under the strain. Elsewhere in the estate, the moonlight spills through a grand window. Riarte stands alone, a silhouette of grace against the glass. She looks out, her heart heavy with an unspoken dread. She can feel it, a terrifyingly powerful energy radiating from the chapel, and it's getting closer. Footsteps echo in the hallway, heavy and erratic. She spins around, her eyes wide with alarm. There, standing in the doorway, is Michael, looking like a man possessed by the very power he sought to tame. Riarte watches in horror as Michael's strength suddenly evaporates, his body swaying unsteadily. Before she can react, he collapses forward, his heavy frame crashing into her as he loses consciousness. Riarte is startled to find his skin burning with a feverish, unnatural intensity. Michael can only manage a pained gasp of her name, his breath shallow and ragged. The ancient power within him is spiraling out of control, sending violent fluctuations of energy thudding through his body. Desperate, Riarte begs him to wake up, knowing that if he fully loses control now, he'll go completely berserk. As he thrashes in agony, she grips his clothes tight, refusing to let him slip away. With a final, desperate plea, Riarte channels every ounce of her magic, unleashing a massive surge of water energy that floods the room in a brilliant, stabilizing light. Hours later, the chaos has settled into a heavy silence. Michael lies in bed, finally still, but the ordeal isn't over. Riarte remains at his side, watching over him as he struggles through a fitful sleep. Even now, the lines of pain haven't left his face. Realizing his internal state is still volatile, Riarte prepares to infuse him with a concentration of water energy, even greater than what she used to heal Ray. She gently reaches out, her focus entirely on stabilizing his flickering life force. Her expression hardens with a new, fierce resolve. Pulling him close, she makes a silent vow to protect him no matter what happens next. Suddenly, the world shifts. Riarte finds herself in a vivid dream of a garden overflowing with roses. In this vision, Michael is there with her, looking healthy as they walk through the sun-drenched grounds. He turns to her, asking if she was the one who planted these flowers. Riarte admits she has a soft spot for all living things. She explains that her world usually feels so small and confined, and it's only when she sees birds or animals passing by that she finds herself feeling a spark of genuine happiness. Michael watches her, his gaze softening at her rare, honest smile. A look of deep affection crosses his face as he listens to her. Determined to brighten her world, he asks if she'd like him to summon some animals he knows. He gestures toward the sky, asking if she likes birds. With a sharp whistle, white feathers begin to drift through the air like snow. Tiny, round messenger birds from Virtue flutter down, landing on his hand like little balls of cotton. Riarte is instantly captivated by the cute creatures. Michael reveals he's been thinking about her confession of having nowhere to go. While a bird perches on her finger, he asks her a life-changing question. How about the ocean? He describes it as a vast, salty expanse of water and magic that stretches forever. Riarte is stunned, the idea of such freedom almost too much to process. Michael extends his hand, his eyes burning with sincerity as he asks her to go there with him. Together, she whispers. Michael nods, confirming it will be just the two of them. The dream fades as Riarte stirs in the real world. Her eyes snap open, the light of morning filling the room. She finds Michael already awake, watching her with a calm, gentle expression. Startled but relieved, she checks to see if he's okay. Michael smiles, assuring her that the power he absorbed has finally stabilized thanks to her intervention. Overcome with emotion, Riarte pulls him into a tight, relieved embrace. She tells him she had a dream about him, only for Michael to reveal he had the exact same one. He recounts the details of the library and the roses they tended together. Riarte is shaken, confirming that in her dream, he even asked her to go to the ocean. Michael admits he said those exact words. He explains his desire to show her the ocean because it represents a scenery of absolute freedom. As they sit together, the weight of the coincidence settles in. Michael voices the thought they're both having that this might not have been a dream at all. Riarte wonders if these are actually memories from before she came back in time. But a chilling realization hits her. She doesn't remember ever meeting Michael in her past life. If they never met before her regression, she is left to wonder where these shared, vivid memories are truly coming from. The Empire is in absolute chaos. Overnight, the Duchy of Virtue has officially declared its independence, shattering the fragile peace that held the realm together. The Emperor grips his throne, his knuckles white as he realizes the long-standing Cold War between the awakened families and the Imperial House has finally turned into an all-out rebellion. He stares into the distance, his mind racing to understand why Virtue would take such a massive, suicidal gamble now. They even sacrificed the crown prince just to block the transition to a mere principality. Virtue's shadows have completely swallowed the imperial palace's influence to the point where the emperor's orders no longer seem to carry weight. His eyes burn with a mix of fear and fury. He knows Virtue wouldn't move unless they had a massive advantage. He suspects they've gained a powerful ally, perhaps the historically neutral Duchy of Heron. But what could have possibly swayed House Heron to abandon centuries of neutrality and join Virtue's cause? A frantic messenger confirms the worst. The citizens are in a total panic over the declaration. The Emperor drums his fingers impatiently. The loss of Virtue's assets across the Empire is a staggering blow, yet the Duchy liquidated everything overnight, accepting the loss just to sever ties. Desperate for a counter-move, he demands to know the status of House Elheim. The messenger hesitates, visibly nervous about the state of the imperial family's closest allies. He struggles to find the words to describe the decay unfolding within Elheim's walls. Inside House Elheim, a maid devers the daily ration of the Empress's mysterious powder. Dantyrion and Hyemin stand over the containers, their faces grim. They've stopped consuming the addictive substance, sensing its true danger. Hyemin clutches his arm, the withdrawal symptoms clearly taking a toll on his composure. But their father is a different story. He has completely surrendered to the drug's influence. The Elheim patriarch is now a broken man, laughing manically as the powder erodes his sanity and leaves him a trembling addict. Dantarian watches his brother Rian walk away, the silence between them heavy with unspoken tension. He calls out, demanding to know what Rian's next move is in this collapsing house. Rian's response is cold and dismissive, making it clear he has no intention of sharing his plans with his own blood. Dantarian stares at his brother's back, his suspicion deepening by the second. He realizes Rian never touched a single dose of the powder, acting as if he knew the trap the Empress had set from the very beginning. Even as their father turned into a raving lunatic, Rian watched in silence, hiding a dark secret beneath his calm exterior. Dantarian senses a chilling energy radiating from Rian. It's not the familiar power of water they were born with. It's the same corrupt aura he felt from the entity locked in the Imperial basement. Dantarian orders a carriage immediately, needing to see the situation at the palace for himself. He's determined to uncover whatever dark deal his brother has struck. From a window, Rian watches Dantarian depart, his expression unreadable. His eyes narrow as he realizes his brother is far more observant than he anticipated. Rian sighs, annoyed at the thought of having to return to the basement to consult his ally. Suddenly, he freezes as a presence makes itself known right behind him. The corrupted spirit has manifested, her dark energy swirling around her as she steps out of the shadows. Rian is stunned. The seal that bound her to the Imperial basement has finally been shattered. She wears a predatory grin, reveling in her newfound freedom. With a simple flick of her finger, she demonstrates a power that defies human understanding. She admits she isn't fully used to her human form yet, but she finds her current vessel more than sufficient for the tasks ahead. Rian demands to know why she's here instead of reclaiming her power in Virtue. The spirit's expression turns cold as she delivers the news. She traveled to Virtue, but the half of her power she sought was gone, its signature growing faint. Since her essence cannot be destroyed, there is only one logical conclusion: someone has successfully absorbed it into their own body. Her eyes flash with malice as she identifies the only human capable of acting as a vessel for such power. It is Michael Burch, the man who now holds her missing half within him. She steps forward, her heels clicking against the floor with lethal intent. Her command is simple and brutal: they must slaughter every living soul in the Duchy of Virtue. She leans in, her voice a poisonous whisper, asking Rian what there is to fear. Between the power Michael holds and the half she still possesses, they hold the keys to the world. She reminds Rian of his own potential as a powerful water awakener and the future head of Elheim. Her eyes bore into his, challenging him to seize the victory that lies within their grasp. Her final order is the most chilling: kill Michael, bring her his heart, and retrieve his twin sister, Riarte. If he succeeds, she will ascend to godhood and grant Rian the one thing he desires: the return of his past. Rian's mind flashes back to a sun-drenched garden, a time when he and Riarte were innocent children playing together. He sees Riarte's smiling face, a vision of the perfection he believes he can reclaim through blood. A twisted, dark smile spreads across Rian's face as his sanity finally snaps. He erupts into chilling laughter, convinced that through this massacre, everything will finally be put back exactly where it belongs. Deep within the shadows of the Imperial Palace, a sinister plot is brewing under the cover of night. Inside a hidden laboratory, the air is thick with the scent of chemicals and failed experiments. A young woman, used as a human test subject, sways unsteadily on her feet, her body reaching its breaking point. Her vision blurs as her strength completely fails her. With a hollow thud, she collapses to the floor, another casualty in a ruthless pursuit of power. The Empress watches the scene with a cold, clicking tongue, frustrated by the lack of progress. She fumes that while they can manufacture lesser awakeners, creating a fake water awakener has proven impossible. Her advisor notes that water awakeners are likely the most powerful of all, making them the hardest to replicate. This revelation only sharpens the Empress's greed, as she realizes House Elheim's lineage is even more valuable than she initially suspected. Her eyes narrow with lethal intent as she thinks of Riarte, the powerful water awakener now allied with Virtue. If she can't control Riarte, she'll simply create a weapon that surpasses her. The Empress issues a chilling order: from now on, the direct descendants of House Elheim will be her new test subjects. She knows they are already weakened by addiction to black powder, making them easy targets. With a dark smirk, she vows to whip them into the perfect, obedient pawns for her war. Outside the heavy doors, Dantarian stands frozen, having heard every word of the Empress' horrific plan. He had followed Rian to the palace, but he never expected to uncover a secret this explosive. His heart races as he processes the terrifying truth. The Empress's words confirm his worst fear. The Emperor himself is nothing more than a puppet, a fake controlled from the shadows. Realizing the Imperial family is a hollow shell, Dantarian knows he can never go back. He halts in the corridor, the weight of his family's collapse crushing him. With his father gone mad and Rian acting only for himself, Dantarian realizes he is truly alone. Desperate for survival, Dantarian and his brothers flee to the Duchy of Virtue. Riarte sits regally as a maid announces the arrival of unexpected guests. She finds her three brothers Dantarian, Aenlius, and Fiamin sitting on her sofa, looking defeated and desperate. Riarte remains composed, questioning what could possibly bring the prideful Elheim brothers to Burch in person. Danterian, looking pale and anxious, pleads for a private conversation. However, Michael isn't about to let Riarte out of his sight. He shuts down the request instantly, his gaze sharp and uncompromising. Danterian flinches under Michael's overprotective aura, realizing he has no leverage here. With no other choice, Danterian reveals the truth. The palace houses a secret lab dedicated to creating artificial awakeners. He drops the ultimate bombshell: the Emperor is a fake, a creation of the Empress and the late Emperor. He explains that House Elheim is next on the chopping block, destined to become lab rats for the Empress experiments. The other brothers chime in, terrified of a future where they are used and discarded. Fiemen grips his hands together, begging Riarte to save them, claiming she is their only hope. They propose a desperate plan: use the evidence of the fake Emperor to start a rebellion and place Riarte at the head of House Elheim. Danterian looks her in the eye, his voice trembling as he begs her to protect the family she once called her own. He waits, hoping his humble plea will move her to tears and earn them forgiveness. But Riarte's expression remains stone cold. She looks at them with a detached gaze, noting that this is the longest conversation they have ever had. Danterian flinches as she points out the bitter truth. While the other brothers actively despised or avoided her, Danterian was even worse. He treated her like she didn't even exist, because she wasn't an awakener. To him, she was less than dust. Now that their lives are on the line, they have the audacity to crawl to her for protection. She can't help but let out a cold, mocking laugh. Riarte stands up, her decision made. She tells them she's actually glad they came, because she and Michael had been debating exactly what to do with them. Michael gives a sharp snap of his fingers. Instantly, cloaked guards surround the brothers, their weapons drawn. The brothers cry out in shock as they are seized. Danterian panics, demanding to know what she plans to do with them. Riarte's answer is chillingly simple: they are going to the Burch dungeons. Michael steps to her side, making it clear that this is Riarte's final answer. The brothers collapse in despair as they are dragged away, realizing their attempt at manipulation has failed utterly. As Riarte walks through the gardens later, she wonders if she made the right choice. Her companion reassures her that no one would ever blame her for how she handled them. Michael adds that leaving Elheim alone would have only allowed the imperial family to create a bigger disaster. Keeping them in the dungeon allows Burch to monitor the situation closely. He reminds her gently that she is under no obligation to forgive the people who spent years hurting her. Riarte begins to find some peace in her decision, but the moment is shattered by a sudden, violent rumble. She looks up, her eyes widening in shock. High in the sky, a massive, glowing magic circle erupts, signaling that the corrupted spirit has finally begun its move. The sky over Burch shatters as a massive magic circle erupts, leaving Riarte and Michael paralyzed by the sudden surge of power. Amidst the crackling energy, Ray's eyes narrow. The threat he feared has finally materialized. A figure steps through the shimmering veil of the portal, his footsteps heavy with malice. Riarte's breath hitches as she recognizes the man emerging from the shadows. It's Rian. The look in Rian's eyes is devoid of any warmth. He stares directly at Riarte, declaring with chilling calm that he has come to take her back. He reaches out a hand, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he demands she return to where he believes she belongs. But Michael won't let that happen. He steps firmly between Riarte and her brother, his hand on his sword as Ray stands ready to back him up. Riarte can feel a suffocating aura radiating from the scene, but she realizes with a jolt that this overwhelming pressure isn't just coming from Rian. Ray's face pales as he scans the perimeter, sensing a presence far more ancient and dangerous. The true body of the corrupted spirit has arrived. Before Michael can strike, a set of obsidian claws grips his shoulder from the darkness. Shadowy hands wrap around him, pinning him down with supernatural strength. Ray shouts a desperate warning as the entity manifests directly behind them. A tall, dark-haired woman with pointed ears and cold, violet eyes steps into the light, the physical embodiment of the corrupted spirit. She looks at Ray with a mocking gaze, explaining that she is his literal other half. Because their powers are identical, a direct confrontation would only result in their abilities canceling each other out. With a dismissive flick of her wrist, she commands Michael to get out of her way. A blast of dark energy sends Michael flying backward across the courtyard. Riarte screams his name in terror, watching as Michael struggles to his feet, only to find Rian standing over him. Michael grinds his teeth, the weight of the situation pressing down on him, as he glares up at his rival. Rian looms over him like an executioner, his expression cold and detached. Michael scoffs at the sight of him, his voice dripping with disdain as he acknowledges the heir of Elheim. Rian looks down at him, his voice low as he calls Michael by name. Memory flashes between them, a long-standing rivalry born in the Imperial hunting grounds. Rian recalls how even back then he found Michael's very existence disturbingly irritating. In the present, Rian's hand glows with dark magic. Michael doesn't flinch. Instead, he lets out a sharp, defiant smirk, noting the coincidence. His own eyes begin to glow with a fierce, crimson light as he admits he feels exactly the same way. Rian's patience evaporates. He manifests a sphere of volatile dark energy, swearing to rip out Michael's heart and reclaim the power he believes is his. Michael counters by igniting a massive orb of red flames, ready to burn everything down to protect what matters. Seeing the two men about to collide, Riarte charges forward to stop the madness, but Ray tries to hold her back, warning her of the danger. The corrupted spirit intervenes, her voice booming with authority as she commands them not to interfere. She unleashes a whip of shadow, but Ray throws himself in front of Riarte, taking the full force of the blow to protect her. Riarte cries out for Ray in a panic, but he ignores his own pain. He urgently tells her to flee, explaining that the spirit's true goal is to consume both his and Michael's power to restore her godhood. The spirit stands tall, surrounded by swirling torrents of magical energy. She looks down at the humans with utter contempt, calling them impudent for daring to resist her. With a violent gesture, she sends a wave of power crashing toward them. Riarte watches in frozen shock, realizing the sheer scale of the entity they are facing. The spirit turns her gaze away, treating them like mere insects. Riarte's mind races as she wonders what she can possibly do to tip the scales. Ray pulls her close, his expression more serious than ever before. He tells her that he isn't asking her to run away because she's weak. He's asking because her unique power is the only thing capable of sealing the spirit away for good. Riarte looks into his eyes, her fear replaced by a cold, hard determination. Above them, the sky continues to tear apart, raining down magical debris. Nearby, the Duke of Verchi and his advisors look up in horror, completely unaware of the spiritual war being waged on their doorstep. The Duke's face is etched with worry as the ground trembles. Riarte sprints toward the Verchi leadership. She wastes no time, explaining that the fallen spirit king and Rian have arrived with the intent to kill Michael and Ray to ascend as gods. The men look at the apocalyptic sky, realizing the end of the world might actually be at hand. They turn to Riarte, waiting for guidance. Standing with an aura of divine authority, Riarte takes command of the situation. She tells them that from this moment on, they must do exactly as she says if they want to survive the night. The stakes at Verch have reached a breaking point. As the sunset bleeds across the sky, the estate prepares for a final stand against the corrupted spirit. Riarte stands before the Duke and Michael, laying out a desperate gamble. She is going to construct a magic circle of unprecedented proportions. To fuel this massive array, she needs an immense volume of water, tasking them with surrounding the entire garden with a liquid perimeter. The Duke and Michael don't hesitate, promising to mobilize every servant in the estate to complete the task with lightning speed. Left alone to prepare the center of the seal, Riarte's composure momentarily flickers. The weight of the world rests on her shoulders. She presses her hand to her chest, her heart racing. She's never attempted magic on this scale before, but failure isn't an option, not today. She takes a sharp breath, her eyes sharpening with a lethal focus as she begins to channel her power. Sensing her internal struggle, Michael steps in, grounding her with a firm, supportive grip. He looks her in the eye with absolute certainty, telling her to believe in the power she's always held within. Riarte looks up at him, the fear in her eyes replaced by a cold, hard resolve. She won't just survive, she is going to protect everyone. Suddenly, the battlefield erupts in a violent surge of dark energy. A chaotic mixture of water and shadow lashes out, tearing through the air. Michael is nearly blown back by the sheer force, gritting his teeth as the corrupt mana crackles around him. Across the clearing, Rian stands tall, mocking Michael for daring to stand against him. Michael glances down and realizes the ground is being stained by a thick, viscous black liquid. It's a perversion of the Elheim bloodline dark water that feels like a physical weight on the soul. Rian charges his hand with a terrifying cocktail of stolen water magic and the spirit's corrupting influence. Michael watches closely, knowing that these clashing, unstable powers are a ticking time bomb. But as Rian prepares to strike, his body suddenly recoils. He gasps, clutching his throat as if he's being strangled by his own shadow. His muscles spasm and his mana begins to fluctuate wildly. Michael watches in confusion as his enemy seems to be fighting an internal war. Deep within Rian's mind, something snaps. A rhythmic thudding echoes in his ears, and the world of Verchi begins to blur. His eyes glaze over, reflecting a fractured reality far removed from the present. He finds himself standing in a void of shattered glass and endless dark. Disoriented, he calls out, wondering where he is and what happened to the fight. A rattling sound draws his attention through the gloom. He sees a figure, a younger Riarte, dressed in white, walking away from him. He reaches out, desperate to stop her, but she doesn't turn back. Instead, a voice from his past booms through the void. His father, the former head of House Elheim, appears, asking if he's ready for the ritual. The old man speaks of the elemental stone and the answer they found for Rian's incomplete power. Rian watches in horror as the memory unfolds. His father coldly declares that all it took was that child's death. Rian tries to protest, but he sees his past self standing there colder, more arrogant, and wearing the Royal Elheim uniform. The realization hits him like a physical blow. That monster is him. He clutches his head as the fragments of a forgotten timeline come crashing back. He screams into the void, but the memories are relentless. He sees it all now. He sees himself and his father standing over Riarte, giving the final, heartless command to execute her. He watches his past self plead for a moment, only to realize he had been the one to facilitate her sacrifice in the name of the family. The memory shifts to Riarte kneeling within a glowing magic circle, her life force being drained to fuel the family's glory. Rian screams her name, but he is just a ghost watching his own sins. He sees the tears streaming down Riarte's face as she accepts her fate, a girl who only ever wanted to be loved. Back in the present, the thud of his heartbeat slows to a funereal pace. Rian's eyes snap open, the blue light of the elemental stone reflecting a soul-crushing truth. The dark energy around his hand begins to fade as his grip on reality and his malice loosens. Michael stands ready to strike, but stops, sensing the sudden, total collapse of Rian's fighting spirit. Rian looks at his hands, the weight of 1,000 sins finally landing. He admits the truth he had buried under layers of corruption. He was the one who hated Riarte the most, and in that past life, he was the one who ultimately killed her. As the battlefield of Burch trembles, Riarte Elheim is hit by a wave of crushing realization. He finally understands the weight of Riarte's coldness. She knew everything that happened in the past life. Every pained glance and every moment of distance wasn't just spite, it was the memory of his betrayal. Broken by the weight of his own sins, Rian's resolve shatters, his body swaying as he loses the will to even defend himself. Michael doesn't miss the opening, noting with grim focus that the traitor has completely stopped resisting. With a surge of dark mana, Michael constricts Rian a crushing grip, determined to end this once and for all. Rian gasps for air, blood staining his lips as the magical pressure intensifies. In his final moments, he desperately clings to the hope that House Burch is his true home, though he knows he can never return to the Elheims. Memories of his arrogance flash before him of the time he claimed Riarte was still his sister, only for her to cut him down with the truth. He never once treated her like family. His vision begins to fade, Riarte's name the last thing on his lips. Michael unleashes a final, devastating whoosh of power, declaring that no matter what Rian has realized, it is far too late for redemption. Rian's form crumbles into nothingness. Michael stands over the dissipating energy, his task complete, but the toll of the battle is immense. He sways on his feet, his vision blurring. Falling to one knee, he gasps for breath, wondering if he pushed his limits too far in that final strike. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes across the field, snapping him back to attention. The corrupted spirit flinches, feeling the surge of power she had bestowed upon her fake vessel suddenly returning to her. She realizes with a sneer that Rian has finally died. Disgusted, she curses him as a useless tool, but her arrogance is short-lived. A colossal pillar of water mana erupts, slamming into the spirit with the force of a tidal wave. She clenches her teeth, struggling to maintain her ground against the overwhelming pressure. Her eyes narrow in fury as she realizes the tide of the battle is shifting. Rian, the water elemental king, taunts her, asking if she's ready to abandon her foolish quest for godhood. The spirit merely laughs, her eyes flashing with malice. The two powers collide in a spectacular explosion of magic, tearing through the sky. But as she fights, the spirit feels a strange sensation. Her movements are becoming sluggish. She looks down in sudden horror. Beneath her feet, a massive, intricate magic circle has fully manifested, glowing with an ethereal light. She recognizes it instantly. It's the sealing ritual Rian designed specifically to imprison her. Who did this? She screams, looking around in a panic. In the center of the storm, a steady hand touches the glowing lines of the formation. The spirit realizes Riarte Elheim is the architect of her downfall and vows to kill her before the seal can close. Riarte stands firm, her eyes locked on the target as water and mana swirl around her. Just as the spirit prepares to strike, a defensive barrier erupts. Merlin and Andra leap into the fray, their blades ready to intercept any threat to their mistress. Riarte looks up, stunned to see her loyal retainers at her side. They offer a confident smile, reporting that the large perimeter circle surrounding the garden is complete, just as she commanded. They urge Riarte to focus entirely on the sealing ritual with the Water King, promising that they will handle the defense against any minor spirits or distractions. Riarte watches them, a moment of profound realization washing over her. In the original timeline, everything was a tragedy. Aaron was poisoned, Michael was blinded, and Merlin and Andra were consumed by a vengeful darkness. But here, in this life, House Burch has lost nothing. She has successfully protected everyone she holds dear. Instead of being driven by revenge, the elders stand tall and healthy, and her staff has picked up the sword not out of desperation, but out of a fierce loyalty to protect their home. Michael stands nearby, no longer a broken man, but her strongest ally. Riarte looks out at the world she has rebuilt, knowing that she has truly changed the future. With a final, resolute breath, she presses her hand into magic circle. I came back for this one future. She cries out as a torrent of mana surges through her. The sealing circle roars to life, the light becoming blinding. She doesn't care if she uses up every drop of her power, or if she loses her status as an awakener. She is putting everything she is into this final, decisive blow to save her family. Riarte reaches the point of no return, pouring every ounce of her mana into the ritual, determined to finish this even if it costs her the status of an awakener. The corrupted spirit flinches in sheer disbelief, realizing the magnitude of the power being leveled against her. A massive, intricate magic circle erupts beneath them, illuminating the entire domain as the final sealing sequence begins. Waves of pure elemental energy crash down like a tidal wave, drowning out the spirit's screams. Chains of blinding light surge from the depths, snaking around the spirit and binding her in place. Racked with fury, the spirit glares at her captors, unable to comprehend how mere humans could dare to challenge her. Her physical form begins to crack and shatter under the pressure of the seal, shedding its humanoid facade. Riarte's retainers look on in horror as the true, monstrous form of the corrupted elemental queen is revealed. A massive, serpentine tail snaps through the air with enough force to shatter stone. Now fully unleashed, the queen vows to slaughter everyone present, her dark aura radiating pure malice. She gathers a sphere of devastating dark energy, preparing to wipe the battlefield clean. The projectile streaks forward with lethal speed, cutting through the air like a shadow. Riarte can only watch, frozen as the attack closes in. Suddenly, Michael sweeps in, catching Riarte in a protective embrace and shielding her from the blast. The retainers breathe a sigh of relief as the young master finally arrives to join the fray. The dark remnants of the attack sizzle and vanish, neutralized by his presence. Riarte looks up at Michael, her eyes wide with shock and relief. Michael holds her steady, apologizing for his late arrival, and praising her for successfully activating the seal. He stands firm, a wall of iron between Riarte and the monster. Ray, the water spirit, approaches them with a grim expression, asking for their final decision. He explains that while the seal is active, it may not be enough to end the cycle permanently. A vision of the past reveals that the spirit will always return, fueled by human greed, unless she is completely annihilated. Michael is stunned by the weight of Ray's words. Ray begins to walk toward the center of the sealing circle, mentioning the power of the past required to end this. Michael senses something is wrong, questioning Ray's sudden change in demeanor. Ray's footsteps create ripples in the man-infused water, his resolution hardening with every step. With a soft, bittersweet smile, he tells Michael to take care of Riarte, signaling his final intent. A violent whirlpool of elemental energy erupts, signaling the start of a forbidden technique. The corrupted queen screams in agony as Ray's power latches onto her essence. He lunges forward, grabbing the spirit in a firm hold that prevents any hope of escape. Ray looks at the corrupted soul with profound sadness, pitying the creature that fell so far into darkness. "Let's go together," he whispers, preparing to sacrifice his own existence. The spirit realizes his plan and panics, her eyes wide with terror as her end nears. Michael's face pales as he realizes the cost of Ray's choice. He shouts a desperate warning, knowing that if an elemental kills one of their own, they will perish as well. Riarte watches the scene unfold, the devastating truth of Ray's sacrifice crashing down on her. She screams his name, reaching out in a futile attempt to stop the inevitable. A massive pillar of water and light consumes both Ray and the queen, sealing their fates together. In his final moments, Ray's thoughts are only of Riarte. A memory of a past life surfaces, showing a younger Ray lounging indifferently while the Empire suffered. A hooded figure named Riarte Elheim once stood before him, completely unafraid of his power. She had admitted with chilling calm that she no longer had the will to live. Ray was captivated by her hollow eyes and her total lack of fear. He found her fascinating, unlike any human he had ever met. As they spent time together, Ray found himself drawn to her quiet strength. He had even offered to take her back to her home. But Riarte had nowhere to go, her heart already hardened by her circumstances. Ray began to feel a strange, new emotion, a stirring of compassion he didn't understand. Riarte revealed that her own family was the one that sent her to her death, a betrayal that Ray couldn't fathom. Through her, Ray learned what it meant to care for another. He watched her walk toward her sacrifice in that previous life, realizing too late how tragic it was to have no reason to live. He followed her memory into the depths of the water, a silent witness to her end. Riarte had given her life to seal the queen once before, dying alone. Ray lived with the regret of not holding onto her, of not telling her to live for him. He wished he could have changed that ending. In the present, Ray resolves that Riarte will not share Riarte's fate. He will ensure her happiness this time. Riarte watches as the light of his existence begins to flicker out, her heart breaking for her friend. She lets out a final, agonizing cry as the light fades, and Ray disappears into the void to save her future. Scena пропущена через помилки генерації API або провалу валідації. Sunbeams filter through a hand reaching for the light. A fleeting moment of peace in a life defined by shadows. Michael sits alone, his vision failing as he wonders if his time at Elheim is finally drawing to a close. Suddenly, Riarte calls out his name, breaking his concentration and pulling him back to the present. She stands before him, gathering the courage to speak a truth she has held close to her heart for far too long. Sitting together on the cold stone, she softly confesses that she likes him, her voice barely a whisper. The admission leaves Michael stunned, frozen in place by the weight of her words. Riarte explains that his visits are the only light in her world, and she finds herself constantly waiting for his return. She looks at him with newfound clarity, expressing a deep desire to truly understand the man who has shown her such kindness. Silence hangs heavy between them as Michael processes the raw vulnerability in her eyes. He reflects on the 2 months they spent together within the walls of Elheim. Though she was once unfamiliar with the concept of attention or care, she slowly learned to trust his steady lead. Step by step, they grew closer through simple, shared moments that Riarte had never known before. Michael taught her the grace of a dance, holding her steady as she found her footing in a world that had always pushed her down. He showed her the quiet joy of gardening, teaching her how to nurture something beautiful from the earth. He taught her that it was okay to show her feelings, even the small frustrations of a pouted lip. Most importantly, he taught her how to let go and laugh without a care in the world, a sound that was once foreign to her. Through his patience, Riarte finally rediscovered the emotions she had buried under years of systemic abuse. Standing before him now, she is a woman who has finally learned to be honest with her own heart. Michael looks at her, wondering if he was truly the catalyst for this incredible transformation. A surge of fulfillment fills him, a feeling so strong he can no longer run away from it. He pulls her into a protective embrace, realizing in this moment that he is bound to her forever. He starts to respond, his own confession resting right on the tip of his tongue. But he stops himself, the harsh reality of his situation pulling him back from the brink. He clenches his fist in frustration, knowing he cannot give her the answer she deserves just yet. He realizes he currently lacks the power necessary to truly liberate her from her terrible family. Riarte's eyes widen in shock as he explains that he must leave for Virtue immediately. He grips her sleeve with desperate intensity, promising to settle everything and return for her. He makes a silent vow to take her to the sea as his partner once he has secured their future. He holds her hand firmly one last time, swearing that he will definitely come back to get her. Riarte stands alone, watching him prepare for a departure that feels far too permanent. With a soft blush and a determined nod, she promises to wait for him, no matter how long it takes. But the promised peace is shattered as a devastating fire erupts at the Virtue estate. Ancient black magic fuels an unquenchable inferno that mocks any attempt to extinguish it. A massive explosion rocks the estate, claiming countless lives in a heartbeat. Heavy footsteps echo through the dark corridors as the survivors scramble through the chaos. They find grandfather Aaron bound and broken, his mind completely lost to a sudden, uncontrollable madness. The loyal servants beg him to evacuate, but the old man has descended into a terrifying, incoherent rage. Tears stream down their faces as they realize there is no way to safely pull him from the encroaching flames. Carmen Virtue stands before his father, a weapon in hand, forced to make a horrific choice to end the old man's suffering. The fire rages on, leaving nothing but charred ruins where a legacy once stood. A spy has captured a man Aaron had raised as his own, now revealed as the ultimate traitor. The weight of this betrayal completely shatters Carmen's remaining sanity. Michael stares into the distance, realizing that no one who survived the fall of Virtue remains sane. War flags burn as the conflict with the imperial family reaches a fever pitch. The imperial army joins forces with Elheim, moving with a precision that suggests they anticipated this revenge. Michael, now permanently blindfolded, vows to wipe out these rotten families and reclaim Riarte. He unleashes a terrifying dark power that ripples through the very air around him. Shadows tear through the enemy ranks, leaving nothing but echoes of screams behind. His power is so absolute that his enemies turn to sand the moment his magic touches them. Even his allies look on in horror at the sheer scale of his destructive ability. The strain of the war is immense, causing Michael to cough up blood as he pushes his body past its limits. Though his eyes are blind, the horrific scenes of the battlefield remain vivid in his mind's eye. He can still hear the dying screams of the people, a haunting melody that never leaves him. His thoughts constantly drift back to Riarte, wondering if she has any idea of the war raging outside. He pictures her standing in the moonlight, a pure image untouched by the surrounding gore. He worries that the Elheim family has simply left her to rot in her isolation. Behind his blindfold, his eyes burn with a desperate, vengeful fire. He fears she is still trapped in that cold, lonely castle, forgotten by the world. He imagines her waiting by the window, a solitary figure holding onto a promise made years ago. The memory of her confession haunts his every waking moment. He bows his head, crushed by the weight of a war that has lasted far longer than he ever expected. He is consumed by the regret of not telling her that he loved her when they were together. A carriage speeds through the dark woods as the tide of battle finally turns in Virtue's favor. Michael is perplexed by reports that the imperial family is using the power of the fallen spirit king. A soldier reports a chilling rumor: Elheim killed the owner of the spirit stone, enraging the water spirit king. The carriage jolts as Michael's heart sinks, fearing the owner they speak of is Riarte. He sits in a grim, heavy silence as the carriage finally nears its destination. As the silhouette of the Elheim mansion appears, Michael prays against all odds that Riarte is still safe. Michael stands tall, his eyes bound by a crimson cloth, as the remnants of the Elheim family tremble before his overwhelming aura. The desperate survivors plead for their lives, claiming they never knew Riarte was the master of the Spirit Stone, and begging for a mercy they never showed her. Michael listens in grim silence as they describe Riarte's final moments, vanishing into nothingness within an ancient magic circle. A cold, mirthless smile plays on Michael's lips as he prepares to deliver a final, brutal justice. His knight tries to interject, but Michael's resolve is ironclad as he stalks forward with lethal intent. With one swift, decisive motion, he cuts down those who failed her, his blade leaving a trail of absolute finality. He demands to know the location of Dionysius Elheim, his voice dripping with pure, concentrated venom. The terrified captive reveals a pathetic truth: The man went mad, becoming addicted to the corrupted Spirit King's powder after Riarte's death. Michael learns that his primary target has already taken his own life, a hollow victory for a man who traveled across a war-torn continent for personal vengeance. He stares at the remaining prisoner, lamenting that he couldn't be the one to end the man himself. Michael calls for Walter, his mind heavy with the realization that no amount of slaughter will ever bring Riarte back. He asks about the state of the garden, only to hear that while the rest of the estate has withered, one small patch remains in bloom. They discover a maid hiding among the roses, desperately trying to protect the flowers from the surrounding decay. Startled and terrified, the maid looks up, paralyzed by the sudden presence of the Duke and his soldiers. She trembles as she reveals a sealed letter Riarte gave her before her execution, a final request kept in secret. Michael orders the letter read aloud, his heart racing at this unexpected message from the woman he lost. The letter contains a simple, heartbreaking request: to care for the roses for the sake of the one who will eventually return to see them bloom. Michael freezes as the realization hits him like a physical blow. Even at the end, she was waiting for him. A memory resurfaces of Michael's own hand reaching for the dirt, a task he once thought was only for farmers. He remembers a simpler, golden time, sitting beside Riarte, as she encouraged him to find joy in the simple act of planting seeds. Riarte's smile in his memory is radiant as she speaks of the beauty of waiting for things to grow. Michael's heart aches. He would have preferred her resentment over this unwavering, tragic fate. Even as she was led to her death, her only thought was of these flowers and the hope of his eventual return. Tears stream down Michael's face as he realizes there wasn't a single shred of bitterness in her heart toward him. He collapses, clutching his chest as a pain more agonizing than any wound sustained in the 3-year war tears through his soul. He gasps for air, his world crumbling under the sheer weight of his grief. Her name is the only thing he can whisper through the suffocating darkness of his regret. In the years that follow, Michael becomes a force of destruction, drenching the earth in blood to finally bring the long war to an end. He successfully absorbs the power of both the corrupted Spirit King and the imperial family, becoming something more than human. Michael kneels in the aftermath, exhausted but possessing a power that defies the laws of nature. A divine being named Ignatium appears, shocked that a mere human has ascended to the rank of a demigod. Michael accepts his new, half-divine status with a grim smirk, his mind focused on a single, impossible goal. He asks the proxy of the chief god if he has the power to turn back the hands of time. His voice trembles with the desperate hope of returning to a past where Riarte is still alive. Ignatium delivers a crushing warning. In this world line, those destined to die will always meet the same end, regardless of time reversal. For Michael, Riarte's death is an unchangeable inevitability that will repeat forever. Michael immediately pivots, asking what happens if they turn back her time instead of his. If Riarte is the one to regress, there is a chance her destiny can be rewritten from the start. Michael doesn't hesitate, even when warned that he will have no memory of ever making this sacrifice. He agrees to the price, willing to have his very existence erased from her mind if it means she lives. Ignatium warns that her happiness might require her to never meet him, or even result in her killing him in the new life. He is told that once his divine authority is spent, he will become a mere human, perhaps facing a miserable, agonizing death. Michael's answer remains unshakable. He simply does not care what happens to him. A peaceful, genuine smile crosses his face at the thought of Riarte living in a future where she is finally happy. Ignatium begins the divine ritual, channeling the power to rewrite the laws of the universe. The contract is enacted, officially designating Riarte Elheim as the subject of the regression. Michael stands bathed in celestial light as his memories and his hard-won divine essence begin to dissolve. One final tear falls as he whispers her name, letting go of everything he once was for her sake. He sends her back with a silent prayer that she lives for herself and never lets anyone control her again. He wishes for her to see the ocean and paint to her heart's content, finally free from the shackles of her tragic past. A vision of a possible future flashes a life of quiet intimacy and shared moments away from the war. He recalls the depth of her love, a precious memory he is about to lose forever. Michael disappears into the light with a smile, his sacrifice complete and his heart finally finding peace. Sunlight streams into a lavish room, signaling the dawn of a new rewritten day. A hand twitches on the bed sheets as a man wakes up, brought back to life in this new timeline. Riarte turns, looking healthy and vibrant, her eyes searching for the source of the voice she just heard. She rushes to Michael's side as he stirs, her voice filled with genuine concern for his well-being. Michael reaches out, his touch gentle as he gazes upon the woman he gave everything to save. He smiles, telling her he promised he'd come for her, even if the journey took far longer than expected. Riarte looks confused, as the memories of the previous life and his ultimate sacrifice are absent from her mind. She embraces him tightly, admitting that while she doesn't understand his words, she missed him just the same. Michael closes his eyes, basking in the warmth of her presence and the knowledge that his gamble worked. Under the bright, hopeful sky of the future he longed for, Michael asks the one question that will define their new life together. Life at the Burch estate is finally peaceful, the sun rising over a manor that no longer feels like a prison. The morning air is filled with the quiet clink of silverware as the family gathers for a calm, ordinary breakfast. With House Burch ascending to a grand duchy, Michael prepares for his coronation as the heir apparent, looking every bit the noble leader. Riarte sits beside him, finally finding a moment of stillness in her new life. The quiet is interrupted by a knock, as a servant announces the arrival of a special guest. Priest Elios enters the room with a warm smile, thanking the family for his invitation to the estate. While the family is confused by the sudden visit, Michael reveals his hand. He calmly announces that Elios is there to officially bless his upcoming marriage to Riarte. The table erupts in total shock. The family is outraged, not because they disapprove, but because Michael kept such a massive secret from them until the very last second. Michael simply shrugs it off, knowing exactly how chaotic their reaction would be. Carmen looks at Riarte with fatherly concern, worried she's far too young to be tied down by marriage just yet. But Riarte delivers a critical strike of cuteness, clasping her hands and shyly admitting she truly wants to marry Michael. Her sincerity is super effective, instantly turning the family's hesitation into enthusiastic approval for an immediate wedding. After the excitement settles, Riarte greets Priest Elios formally. The priest's eyes widen as he takes in her features, realizing who she truly is. He asks if she is the daughter of Duchess Elheim, and Riarte confirms the name of the mother she never knew. Elios is moved, seeing the late Duchess' exact image reflected in her daughter. He smiles warmly, recalling his past meeting with the Duchess. He shares a hidden memory. Years ago, a pregnant Elheim visited the Temple of Light specifically to seek a blessing for her twins. He remembers her standing in the temple, praying with all her heart for her children to lead lives filled with nothing but happiness. Riarte is stunned, the words hitting her like a tidal wave. She has spent her life longing to know the woman who passed away the day she was born. Clenching her dress, she realizes that perhaps now she can finally find the connection she's been missing. Later that day, a carriage waits outside as Riarte sits with Carmen. She looks distracted, her mind racing with the priest's stories. Sensing her distress, Carmen asks what's weighing on her mind. Riarte admits she needs to return to the Elheim estate one last time. She explains that her mother's belongings were kept in a locked room on the highest floor room. She was forbidden from entering because she was branded a cursed child. Now she finally has the courage to face that past. Carmen doesn't hesitate, immediately ordering the head maid to prepare a carriage. Riarte feels a pang of guilt, worried that returning to her old home is a betrayal of the kindness House Burch has shown her. Carmen offers a gentle, reassuring smile. He tells her that no matter where she goes, they only want her to be happy. Overwhelmed by his support, Riarte offers her deepest thanks. The carriage wheels turn as they make the journey back to the Elheim estate. Michael accompanies her, offering his arm as they stand before the place that once caused her so much pain. They walk through the silent, echoing halls together. Each step Riarte takes is a step toward reclaiming her history. They reach the ornate, heavy doors of her mother's private chambers. Riarte admits she's a little nervous to finally see what's inside. Michael reaches out, his hand steady as he pushes the door open. The room is bathed in golden light, perfectly preserved as if time had stopped the day the Duchess left. Riarte explores the space until she spots something on the desk. Her mother's diary. She opens the pages, her eyes widening as she reads the written prayers. Her mother didn't see her as a curse. She begged the gods to protect her children and bring them safely into the world. Michael notices something shimmering in the corner of the room. A knowing smile plays on his lips. He asks Riarte to give him her hand for a moment. He gently guides her, positioning her just right. He tells her to look toward the light. Riarte gasps, her breath catching in her throat. Standing before her is a spectral, beautiful image of Duchess Elheim. For the first time in her life, Riarte finally sees her mother's face, realizing she was loved from the very beginning. Michael stands by Riarte's side, softly confirming that the spectral figure before them is indeed her mother, who has been watching over her for a long time. Elheim's spirit reaches out with ethereal hands, calling Riarte her beautiful baby in a voice filled with long-lost warmth. Overwhelmed by the sudden reunion, Riarte can finally bring herself to whisper the words she's longed to say, Mom. They fall into a silent, spectral embrace, where no words are needed to convey the depth of their connection. Through her mother's gentle touch, Riarte feels a boundless affection pouring into her heart, finally certain that she was truly loved from the start. She realizes that her mother never gave up on her, choosing to hold on to her child even at the cost of her own life. In a stark contrast to her past life of isolation and suffering, Riarte grips her dress, grounding herself in the present. She reflects on the new family she has found, a father and grandfather who cherish her as their own. Turning her gaze toward Michael, she sees the man who represents the future she chose. With a determined expression, Riarte promises to live her life to the absolute fullest. She offers her mother one final, radiant smile, expressing her gratitude and love for being brought into this world. Elheim is momentarily stunned by her daughter's strength, before her expression softens into a look of pure relief and peace. As the spectral light begins to fade, they share one last moment of unity. Later, Michael and Riarte walk together through the grand, silent halls of the estate. Every step they take echoes through the manor, marking a transition from the past to the future. Riarte wonders if her mother stayed behind out of love for the Elheim name, or if she was simply waiting for her daughter to return. They look around the vast, empty mansion, realizing that despite its grandeur, it currently stands abandoned. Michael turns to Riarte with a serious expression, catching her attention as he prepares to discuss the weight of her heritage. He reminds her that she is the sole direct descendant of House Elheim left in existence. If they walk away now, the legacy of Elheim will crumble and eventually fade into the annals of history. He places the choice entirely in her hands, asking what she truly wishes to do with her birthright. Riarte clutches her sleeve, feeling the weight of her roots and her mother's lingering spirit. Looking at Michael, she makes a monumental decision. She declares her intent to restore the family of water and set right everything that was once lost. Michael responds with a supportive smile, expressing his absolute confidence in her ability to lead. However, he asks if she is truly prepared for the challenges ahead. Riarte realizes that becoming the head of Elheim means she will be incredibly busy, potentially limiting the time they can spend together. Michael admits that this separation is indeed a bit of a problem for him. He steps toward the grand staircase and begins to weave a complex web of divine magic. A massive pillar of light erupts through the hall, leaving Riarte in complete awe of his power. He has manifested a direct connection to the Birch forest, ensuring that distance will never be an obstacle between them. Michael takes her hand in a strictly professional and devoted gesture, reminding her that he only ever intended to use his power for her sake. He vows that no one will ever be able to stop her again. Moved by his unwavering support, Riarte looks at him with newfound resolve. She steps forward with purpose, approaching the throne of Elheim as Michael watches from below. Though it took a long and arduous journey to get here, she has finally returned to where she belongs. Sitting upon the throne, she claims her title as the Master of Water. In this moment, Riarte has finally found her rightful place as the head of House Elheim. Time passes and the estate is transformed for a grand celebration, adorned with vibrant flowers. Guests, including Elios and the household staff, clap with joy as the ceremony begins. The air is filled with cheers for the couple. Michael carefully slides a wedding ring onto Riarte's finger, symbolizing their eternal bond. Dressed in a pristine white suit, Michael looks at his bride with pure devotion. He vows to give her everything he is and to stand by her side for all their tomorrows. Riarte, stunning in her wedding gown, sheds tears of joy as she accepts his promise, knowing her future was always meant to be his. Michael leans in to press a gentle kiss to her forehead, sealing their union in front of their loved ones. Suddenly, a shared vision flashes before them, a small child's hand reaching out for theirs. They see a glimpse of a future where Riarte holds a baby in her arms, and another where they walk together as a complete family. Startled, they both realize they saw the exact same thing at the same time. Laughing together, Michael and Riarte embrace, ready to step into the beautiful and brilliant future that awaits them. The tides are turning for House Elheim, and prosperity is finally returning to a land once forgotten. In the heart of the territory, a crowd gathers around a long-dormant well. Riarte stands before them, her expression serene but focused as she prepares to channel her legacy. With a surge of her divine connection to water, the ground trembles, and a massive geyser of crystal-clear water erupts from the depths, shattering the silence of the village. The villagers can hardly believe their eyes as the parched riverbeds begin to flow once more, whispering to one another that the rumors must be true. House Elheim is regaining its former glory. Riarte walks through the bustling streets, an aura of quiet authority surrounding her as the people watch in awe. She remembers the dark days when the family's power waned, causing the wells to run dry and the crops to wither as the blessing of the water spirit vanished. Guilt flickers in her eyes as she observes the lingering scars of the drought, wishing she could have brought relief sooner. But as she watches two women carry baskets of food with newfound lightness in their steps, she knows the healing has begun. Riarte stands tall, her resolve hardening. She is no longer just a survivor, she is the new head of Elheim, and she will ensure her people never thirst again. Returning to the manor, Riarte's steps are light as she traverses the lush grounds. Emerging from a shimmering portal, she is greeted by a familiar, commanding presence. She stops in her tracks, her eyes wide with surprise. It's Michael, looking every bit the noble here as he approaches with a warm, welcoming smile. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulls her into a firm, protective embrace, his duties finally set aside for the day. He leans in close, his voice a low murmur as he admits just how much he missed her. A nearby maid watches the scene with a mix of bewilderment and amusement, noting that they've barely been apart for 2 hours. She looks at the young master, marveling at the sheer transformation in his character. She vividly remembers the man Michael used to be before Riarte changed his world. Back then, he was a cold, isolated figure who scoffed at the very idea of marriage, convinced that his curse made him a pariah. He lived in a world of shadows, viewing romance as a dangerous distraction, while the imperial family circled like vultures. Yet here he is now, practically radiating joy as he asks Riarte about her day with the enthusiasm of a devoted partner. He maintains a strictly professional yet deeply affectionate focus on his wife, placing a gentle kiss on her head as he praises her hard work. The maid can only shake her head. The words husband and wife seem to be the only things on Michael's mind these days. The peaceful moment is interrupted when a butler arrives, bearing a formal letter stamped with the seal of the imperial family. Riarte's expression shifts to one of concern, sensing the weight of the message. Michael breaks the seal, his eyes scanning the parchment with intense focus. A sharp, knowing smile crosses his face. The news is monumental. The coronation ceremony for Emperor Zenkart Francium is finally at hand. This moment traces back to the chaotic aftermath of the battle against the corrupted Spirit King. The imperial palace had been rocked by violent tremors, the very foundations of the monarchy crumbling. Amidst the falling debris, Princess Ninian scrambled to find safety, the air thick with dust and panic. She realized with horror that the tremors weren't just coming from the palace walls, but from deep beneath the earth. The basement, where the Spirit King had been sealed, was caving in, and Ninian rushed to find her father to urge him to evacuate. She found him, but the sight that met her was a nightmare. The Emperor, the man she believed was her father, was literally turning to dust before her eyes, his form dissolving into a dark, magical residue. His crown hit the floor with a hollow metallic thud as his body vanished entirely. Empress Terencia stood nearby, her cold gaze fixed on the remains. As she turned to Ninian, her eyes glowed with a sinister, crimson light. The truth was finally laid bare. Terencia was the one who held the true blood of the late emperor. The man Ninian called father was nothing more than a fabrication, a puppet created from ancient magic and the dust of the Spirit King. Terencia had manipulated this fake emperor for years, ruling from the shadows as the de facto power. Ninian trembled, her world shattered by her mother's cold-blooded confession. Terencia, sensing the end of her reign, grabbed Ninian, intending to flee and bide her time until they could reclaim power. But their path was blocked by a line of disciplined soldiers. Leading them was Zenkart Francium, formerly known as Duke Rian, standing tall in his full military regalia. Terencia recoiled, recognizing the unmistakable amethyst eyes of the true imperial lineage. Zenkart greeted her with a chilling calm, his voice dripping with irony. He looked her dead in the eye and mockingly asked if he should call her sister. With a dramatic flourish, he tossed a stack of documents into the air, records of forbidden magic and undeniable proof that the previous emperor was a magical construct. The empress' face contorted in a mix of fury and fear as the evidence fluttered around her like falling snow. Zenkart declared himself the rightful heir, announcing his immediate ascension to the throne. Terencia was seized by the guards, her screams of outrage echoing through the hall as she was dragged away. She cursed him, unable to accept that her elaborate web of lies had finally unraveled. Back in the present, the day of the coronation has arrived. Inside the palace, the atmosphere is one of solemn transition as attendants announce the arrival of the Burch family. Zenkart stands before a mirror, his royal mantle being adjusted by maids as he prepares to take his place as the true emperor. He looks every bit the sovereign, ready to lead the empire into a new era. Watching from the sidelines is Ninian, who has been allowed to remain in the palace. She looks at her uncle with a complicated mixture of gratitude and confusion, wondering why, after all the treachery of her mother, he chose to spare her life instead of executing her. In the aftermath of the revolution, Zenkart gazes upon Ninian with a heavy, contemplative silence. He reveals the surprising truth. He didn't spare her out of greed, but because he realized she was simply a victim blinded by love for her family. Seeing the genuine bond between Riarte and the Burch family has changed his perspective on life. He has witnessed how protecting those you hold dear is a far more radiant path than a life consumed by vengeance. He acknowledges that Ninian was merely a young victim used by the previous regime, and he is done living a life shackled by anger. Stepping out onto the balcony, Zenkart and Ninian are met with the thunderous roar of a cheering crowd. The people celebrate their new sovereign, their voices echoing with hope for a peaceful future. In a move that stuns everyone, Zenkart turns to Ninian and declares his intention to raise her as the next empress. He views her as the last spark of pure conscience left in a rotten imperial bloodline. Ninian is frozen in shock, unable to process the weight of this sudden destiny. Zenkart knows that with extensive training, she can become a sovereign who truly serves the people. His thirst for revenge hasn't vanished entirely, but for today, he chooses to see how far he can go by building something new instead of destroying. Later, in the quiet warmth of the palace, a formal meeting is held. Zenkart sits with Riarte and her allies, expressing his deep gratitude for their arrival. He insists that House Burch are his saviors and there is no need for stiff formalities between them. When they insist on proper decorum for the new emperor, he can only laugh at their unwavering principles. Riarte listens intently as Zenkart shifts the mood, stating he has a serious proposal for her. He points out that, legally speaking, Riarte no longer has a family to call her own. Because of this, he offers to become her official guardian and formally adopt her into the imperial family. The room goes silent as the weight of the offer sinks in. Zenkart views her not just as a hero, but as his greatest personal benefactor. He wants her to receive the ultimate level of respect and protection that only an imperial title can provide. Ray begins to protest, protective of Riarte's autonomy. However, Riarte speaks for herself, offering a grateful but firm refusal. She reflects on the scars left by her past in Elheim memories, so painful the old her would have done anything to erase them. But she has grown beyond that fear. With a serene smile, she explains that she has decided to accept her past and move forward, because that suffering is part of what made her the person she is today. She chooses to remain herself, standing proud as the daughter of Riarte Elheim and the rightful head of House Elheim. Her resolve brings a look of profound pride to Ray and the others. Even Zenkart is moved, noting that her mother would have been incredibly proud of the woman she's become. But the Emperor isn't done. He has one more request. He places a hand on Ninian's head, explaining his plan to mentor her as the next ruler. He sees a spark in Ninian that reminds him of Riarte's own strength. He believes Riarte is the only person capable of truly mentoring the young princess. Riarte is caught off guard by the request, but Zenkart extends his hand, asking her to guide Ninian so she can learn what it means to lead with a heart like Riarte's. With a gentle, supportive smile, Riarte accepts the responsibility. A few days later, back in the Elheim territory, the land is showing signs of incredible vitality. Riarte remains humble, crediting the rapid recovery to the hard work of Michael and Ray. Michael, ever the devoted partner, dismisses the praise, insisting they were merely following her brilliant instructions. Watching them, Ninian is struck by Riarte's maturity. She realizes that although they are the same age, Riarte operates on a completely different level of wisdom. Despite the progress, Riarte stays focused on her work, mentioning her desire to reconstruct the garden she once saw in a dream. She speaks of the roses with a sense of deep longing. Michael watches her with a gaze full of warmth and adoration. In a tender moment of support, he leans in to give her a gentle kiss, promising to bring her whatever she wishes for. Ninian watches the interaction, completely flustered by the open display of affection. She's never seen a couple look at each other with such genuine devotion. It makes her wonder if she will ever find a love as true as theirs. Riarte then invites Ninian to check on the garden together, marking a new chapter of friendship. Michael tries to follow, but Ray quickly interjects, grabbing him to stop him from interrupting. Ray sighs, telling Michael to listen carefully. He reminds Michael that Riarte has spent her life surrounded by men, and this is her very first female friend. He tells Michael to back off and let them have their quality time. Michael pouts, clearly suffering from a bit of separation anxiety. But Ray is firm the boys are staying behind, while Riarte and Ninian build a bond that will shape the future of the Empire. Сцена пропущена через помилки генерації API або провалу валідації.